The bony hand crushed the spider lily, the skull appeared in the dark night. Undead are those who cannot die even after death. For immortal beings who have escaped the cycle of birth and death. Dominating an entire dimension is not difficult. And dominating the entire globe, dominating the dimension called Earth, is only a matter of time. The burning fire seemed to burn everything, and that was probably just their thoughts. The skeleton skull pointed his finger and said in an unbelievable voice, how could this be? He pointed into the fire, where a dark shadow was standing. You, just a human. He looked at the fire in shock and disbelief, saying, how is this possible? Why are you still alive? In the fire, the silhouette of a man stood there while the fire burned. Who knows, the boy jokingly replied. The figure swallowed by the fire stepped forward, curled his lips and said, perhaps because. He rushed forward, his skin was burned by fire until it cracked. He shouted loudly that I am stronger than you guys. As he finished speaking, he threw his fist straight at that dry skeleton. The skeleton immediately broke into pieces. In a bustling city, 2 years ago. In the closed room, the sound of arguing rang out, I couldn't stand you anymore. In the room, the woman angrily yelled and scolded. The man stood obsequiously to the side. I let you live here because you said you were looking for a job, but you wasted every waking hour just drinking and playing games. She got angry and raised her hand to chase him away. If he keeps like this, go back to your parents' house. The boy's face turned red, he scratched his head and stammered, no, I just. His actions made the girl angrily scream. He couldn't rely on his parents anymore at this age, so relying on his sister would be fine. The boy turned around and took off his shirt. His sister was still scolding him nonstop. He also has an allowance. Tomorrow is the new year. Go find a part-time job or something to do. His sister's nagging forced the boy to respond. Okay, we'll figure this out tomorrow. My head is spinning. The boy closed the door. Behind him was still the sound of scolding from his younger sister, over and over again. Why do you keep? The boy collapsed on the bed. Helplessly complaining, you're so pathetic, Kang Hian, why do you live your life like this? Kang Hian collapsed on the bed, eyes blankly muttering, the only thing you did after coming to Seoul was a short-term internship at a large corporation. We should soon find a job as a box stacker or something. Seeing that the computer screen was still lit, he lamented in frustration, I forgot to turn off the game before logging out. Kang Hian's bored, godless eyes looked up, muttering, oh my god, real life would be so much better if it were a video game, then I could get a pretty good job too. Drunk, he mumbled sleepily, warrior, mage, swordsman. Kang Hian lies motionless as if dead on the bed. At this time, square frames appeared in the sky with a notification that a conclusion from the Haken dimension had been discovered. The message board continued to appear, activating the Earth defense system. Kang Hyong is still drooling on the bed. The purple notification column continues to appear, connection to the Haken dimension is temporarily denied. Purple light pours down on Earth, announcements continue to be made, instructions will now begin on Earth. Kang Hian woke up, startled and opened his eyes wide. Right now you are in a white place. Looking at the scene in front of him, he bewilderedly asked, What is this? Kang Hian was surprised to see the notification floating in front of him, the words floating before his eyes. The announcement was made again, the time until connection to the Haken dimension was completed was 4 years 364 days 23 hours 59 minutes, countdown time starts, 27 seconds, 26 seconds, 25 seconds, a purple notice board appeared before Kang Hian's eyes with the words, Welcome Kang Hian to join the tutorial. A notification appears, instructions include all 8 stages. When Kang Hian heard this, he was bewildered and softly repeated, Oh, there are 8 steps in total. Death in this place does not affect reality, you cannot give up halfway, if you fail you will not be able to try again. The notice board appears again, with the same message attached, once you complete the instructions, you will be awakened and given a reward. Kang Hian was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Don't even know what's going on. At this time, a lovely girl with level 98 appeared, cutely said, Master, you also logged in today. He saw it, his face turned red with embarrassment, he used both hands to cover his eyes, thinking that this was just a dream that serious game addicts who need immediate treatment would dream of, and when he realized that his game addiction was too severe, he apologized to his parents and promised his younger sister Hyun that he would find a job right away. But even so, even though he knew this was not normal, Kang Hian still acted like a genuine game addict. Who cares, this is a dream, maybe this is a sign from God calling him to play his best one last time, At this time the green notification column appeared again with the content, people with the mindset of one more game. The purple notice board appears again in front of Kang Hian. Entering Phase 1, we pray that your courage will save the Earth. Kang Hian looked at the notification in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. He was bewildered, not understanding what he had to save. The message pops up again, Stage 1, prove your courage by defeating your biggest fear. Conditions of completion, reaching the destination at the end of the bridge, conditions of failure, death, etc. Looking at the disappearing notice, Kang Hian doesn't understand which bridge is the destination at the end of the bridge. At this moment, the scene in front of him changed again. The blazing fire reflected in his eyes. At this moment, he and many other players were standing on a stone bridge. Under his feet was hot lava. Looking at the lava flow under his feet, he cried out in panic, What the hell? He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Is that lava? And he even felt the terrifying heat of this place. At this moment he also saw other players shaking with fear, making him wonder who these people were, and what was going on. Apparently just now he was still lying at home under a warm blanket and a soft mattress. Now falling into such a dangerous situation, he thought to himself what a stupid dream this was, but the heat made him doubt whether this was a dream. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice called Kang Hian's name, startling him. A girl wearing pajamas is turning around to look at Kang Hian. Her eyes were filled with tears of fear, and Kang Hian also recognized her as Kang Hian. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, Why the hell did you appear in my first dream of the year? It's so ridiculous. The girl didn't give up and replied, That's what I said. Kang Hian turned his head to look at that hot lava flow, skeptically said, But, is this really a dream? Is it suddenly talking about saving the Earth or something? At this moment, suddenly Kang Hian spoke up, Hey Hyun. He turned around with a serious face and told her, Don't act like this is your dream anymore, because this dream is mine. Hyun fell backwards when she heard him say that. She screamed, Is that important now? Hyun screamed in fear, How could the lava be this hot if we were dreaming? Is it possible to talk naturally like this in a dream? Don't you see there's something wrong here? Kang Hian heard her ask that and proudly said, The brain is easy to fool. People always say that you can't feel pain in dreams, but they're probably lying, you know. Kang Hian continued to babble nonstop. He once dreamed of peeing for real, then woke up relieved that the blanket was still safe, making Hyun listen but just remained speechless because she didn't understand what nonsense he was spouting. She replied, Very good, daring to even say such embarrassing things in front of her sister. Kang Hian didn't care. He calmly said, Anyway, I'm going, making Hyun extremely confused. What? Where are you going? He remembered what the notice on that purple board had said, the condition of completing the destination at the end of the bridge, the condition of failure, death, and he told Hyun that the notice indicated that he had to go to the end of the bridge. After finishing speaking, Kang Hian even asked Hyun in a challenging voice, Don't you see? Not only that, Kang Hian also said a few more things like, Well, it's probably because this is my dream, an NPC like you doesn't understand, making Hyun scream angrily, NPC, you see it too. Even so, she was still worried about her brother, so she asked him with concern, Aren't you afraid of falling? Kang Hian heard her ask, Just felt it was funny, are you being ignorant, because this is a dream. And then Kang Hian suddenly woke up. If he died, he would wake up. After finishing speaking, someone fell straight down from above in front of my cousin. When Kang Hian saw this scene, he couldn't laugh anymore. In his eyes, the image of that person being burned by lava was reflected. The scream echoed. The victim tried to get up, raising his gradually scorched hands and blazing fire as if calling for help. And then the scream stopped. That person was burned to ashes by lava. The two brothers were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Hyun stammered, Just finished speaking, and now Kang Hian couldn't say another word. Kang Hian trembled, but still tried to argue bluntly. The scream sounded a bit real. He wasn't scared at all. Hyun saw that, just said it was mean. Hyun sighed, worry clearly showing on his face. She crouched down, using both legs and arms to crawl, not forgetting to warn Kang Hian, Don't do anything stupid. If you plan to move, don't go potty, maybe crawling will be safer. After hearing this, Kang Hian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, stammering in response, Really, I'm not scared, but because you said that, it made Hyun speechless, thinking, he's just like that. The hot lava stream continues to radiate heat. The players are also slowly crossing the bridge on the scary lava flow. They move step by step, afraid that if they stumble a little, they will immediately turn into ashes. Suddenly, a Hyun called. She turned around, confused, and asked Kang Hian, "What do you think happened to us? Do you have any ideas?" Withdrawing his joking expression, Kang Hian said seriously, "It was just a real nightmare," making a Hyun stunned. "Are you still saying that?" A Hyun continued, "But really," he realized this wasn't a problem, right? A dream like this really exists. A Hyun looked at everything that was happening before his eyes, continuing, "There must be something just happened that we can't even imagine," and then she realized, that if they died here, maybe in reality too. At this moment, Kang Hyun's resilience has collapsed. Tears flowed down his eyes, he turned around and helplessly said to a Hyun, "You bastard, I'm trying to ignore it, why do you keep reminding me like that? I'm frozen with fear." A Hyun heard that, helplessly thinking, "I'm definitely the most unreliable brother on earth." Kang Hyun sighed, lying flat on the bridge. He raised his hand tremblingly, suggesting, "Take a break and continue." He couldn't crawl anymore, his arms and legs were shaking to death. A Hyun saw that, sighed and asked, "So are you going to lie there?" Kang Hyun turned to look at a Hyun with serious eyes. "You know what, there's still a possibility that this is a dream, right?" Kang Hyun continued talking without noticing the purple notice board appearing again. Maybe if he kept like this, he would wake up on his own. As soon as the word finished speaking, a purple notice board appeared in front of the two cousins. New announcements continue to be made. The specified time has passed since the start of the tutorial, the difficulty has increased. This made the two brothers extremely panicked, not understanding what was happening. Other players were also extremely confused when they received this message, and they realized there was something wrong with the bridge. Behind Kang Hian, the bridge is gradually collapsing. All players were scared to realize that the bridge was collapsing. They began to shout to each other to run away. At this time countless people also stumbled and fell into the hot lava stream. And our main brother and sister couple also realized that now is not the time to stand still. A Hyun stood up and ran forward quickly, leaving Kang Hian still lying there, calling after her, "Hey, wait for me." The bridge was gradually collapsing. At this moment, Kang Hian also stood up and ran for his life. He ran non-stop, sweat dripping down his scared face. Right now he tries to calm himself that everything will be okay. He looked at the situation before him and realized that the bridge was not too narrow. If he didn't slip, he could definitely reach his destination. He ran non-stop, and also constantly encouraged himself to just look straight at his path. The two cousins ran like flying across the bridge. Kang Hian doesn't dare to let his guard down for even a second. He ran as fast as he could, and realized that the goal was right in front of his eyes, and he thought he was about to make it. Just when you thought it was all about to end. Suddenly he realized something. He shouted loudly, "Kang Hian." At this moment, a Hyun also realized something and raised his head. Kang Hian clenched his teeth nervously. He jumped to a Hyun's bridge. Right above a Hyun's head right now, a series of rocks are falling at the same time. He hugged his brother and ran away. Just when the bridge completely collapsed. You two brothers have reached your destination. Rocks fall into the boiling hot lava stream. All the bridges collapsed at the same time. The notice board appears again, "Level up. Congratulations, you have completed phase 1. The bulletin board appeared in front of both Kang Hian and a Hyun at the same time. The notification content continues to be given. You are temporarily awakened to receive quest rewards. You will truly awaken when the tutorial ends. Kang Hian lay down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief after overcoming the danger, telling a Hyun that he couldn't move even a single finger anymore. A Hyun looked at the notification in front of him, couldn't help but ponder, temporarily awakened, instructions. What else? Kang Hian saw that a Hyun didn't care about him, immediately turned around and blamed him. "Hey, you don't intend to thank the person who saved your life." My response was just a Hyun's indifference. "I know, thank you." The notice board appeared. This time it was about player information, name Kang Hian, title no, level 1, constitution 7, agility 12, magic power 13, additional stat 1, innate ability calm, ability no, skill no. A Hyun saw that and asked in surprise, "What is this? Level, physical strength, agility?" At this moment, Kang Hian also realized that this is the status window, the number 1 gift that a man wants on his birthday. He tried to sit up because he also wanted to see. And the information on the status bar is gradually changing. His innate ability is resurrection. He gritted his teeth, saying that he also wanted to have a status bar like a Hyun. Suddenly he woke up. He realized he was in a familiar room. He stared blankly at the ceiling. And it took a long time for him to regain his composure and realize that it was just a dream. He texted his friends in the group chat that he had a strange dream. And at the same time received the answer that they also had the same dream as him. In the vast city, the notice board appeared again. The lucid dream was successful. Facebook is filled with posts asking about this strange dream. Even the news is broadcasting news that the Supreme Leader has survived even in hell. Facebook posts constantly pop up discussing that strange dream. Social media channels also appear continuously because of this strange dream. Even a private chat room was opened. In the distant universe, the notification appeared again. The time until the Dimensional connection was completed was 4 years 364 days 15 hours 4 minutes 25 seconds, in a bustling city, one morning. In the familiar room, a loud scream rang out, Kang Hian. The door opened, the name Kang Hian was still being called. After waking up from the dream, the two Kang brothers hurriedly found each other to find out, I was just dreaming, you walked on that lava, I almost died, it wasn't just a dream, more important than the status window, we had a real dream. Hian shouted in frustration, damn it, let me say it first. Kang Hian also shouted, I'm the one who interrupted you. After a while of shouting, the two brothers were helpless and turned away. The two of them could only sigh when faced with this. Kang Hian doesn't know what to say. And Hian too. Finally the two cousins broke the silence, when one suggested what they should eat first, and received the other's agreement. At this time, a ranking from 1 to 10 appeared. The two cousins held their phones and looked at this ranking. Both of them were no longer in the mood to eat and only focused on the rankings on their phones. Hian broke the silence, she said thoughtfully, so it's not just a dream, not just our country, it seems like everyone around the world has the same dream. Kang Hian couldn't believe his eyes and whispered softly, is it true? While eating, Kang Hian said to Hian, I guess dying in the game doesn't affect reality, they said about 3 to 4 out of 10 people fall, but no one gets hurt. Hian trembled, but it was so alive, it would hurt so much if it fell down. Kang Hian ate while looking at the phone in his hand, in his ears was still Hyun's complaining voice, I heard that some people fell and got hurt really bad. Hian tilted his head and looked at his brother, so is it really okay for us to eat normally like this? Kang Hian chewed and pondered the words his sister said, it seemed like everything out there was chaos. But he quickly regained his composure. He put down his chopsticks and said to Hian, what can we do, besides eat well? Kang Hian stood up and walked towards the window, telling Hian, or. As he spoke, he raised his hand and lifted the curtain, telling his sister sitting behind him that she was about to jump into the chaos. At this moment, Kang Hian also discovered that there was something in the distance. On the street, people were rushing to buy and hoard goods and fighting over each other. Loud arguments rang out, hey it's mine, sorry I'll take it first. Not only that, on the streets people are simultaneously holding up protest signs, shouting loudly, repent, the time of judgment has come. Not only that, people also smashed shops and destroyed everything. The Kang brothers were stunned when they saw this scene. Hian crossed her arms, her voice was heavy, we can't go to work now, Kang Hian replied, don't ask. He turned around, explained the situation to Hian, going out now will only hurt us, do you remember anything about the connection to the Haken dimension? Hian also replied, you didn't check the status window carefully right, they said we can at least check the remaining time when temporarily awakened. Hian raised her hand, a purple notice board appeared, she muttered, checking the time, making Kang Hian standing next to her just jealous, damn, I want to see the status window too. The notice board popped up with a message, the remaining time until the connection to the Haken dimension is completed is 4 years 364 days 17 hours 3 minutes 13 seconds, Kang Hian saw that, seriously said, anyway, whatever it is, we still have almost 5 years left. He looked at the chaotic scene outside, calmly spoke up, we can even prepare for that situation for 5 years, right now it's chaos, but it will calm down soon, it's better to stay at home. At this moment, Hian also saw that what his brother said made sense. Unlike the chaos in the morning, nothing notable happened, by evening, most of the hosts had returned to normal life, thanks to that, Korea returned to stability in just 1 day. And so the first day ended, Kang Hian is sleeping. Suddenly a purple notice board appeared before his eyes, causing him to wake up. Welcome to Kang Hian's tutorial. The information continued to appear, Kang Hian held his head, as if he remembered something. The notification continues to appear, do you want to see the explanation and instructions on how to use the basic interface? Kang Hian continued, ignore it, let me see the status window first. As requested, the information panel pops up with full information about the main character, Kang Hian's name, title none, level 1, physique 8, agility 9, endurance 8, magic power 14, additional stats 1, resurrection skills, abilities none, skills none. Kang Hian looked at the status bar, falling into contemplation. Is this okay? There's nothing to compare, I can't judge. He rested his chin and said thoughtfully, magic stats, can I use magic or something? I'm not sure but. He paused, then continued, somehow, there was a cool and eye-catching word, resurrection technique. He rested his chin, his eyes full of excitement when he saw this technique, resurrection. It seems like an overwhelming ability to cheat. The information board continues to update with more information. Resurrection, ability to revive 24 hours after death. Description, return from the dead until the earth escapes the crisis. If the respawn location is not specified, the respawn will be performed at the last sleeping place. Penalty, 1 level reduction, 50% reduction of all abilities for 24 hours. Instructions not to apply the respawn penalty. Instructions not to apply the respawn penalty. Looking at this top skill information, Kang Hian shouted, it's amazing, I can't believe it, my life is not just a redundant one. A new notification appeared again, asking Kang Hian if he wanted to enter Phase 2. Kang Hian clenched his fist and excitedly answered of course. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence and hope. No matter how high or low my stats are, I can still level up and raise them. As a miraculously resurrected person, is there anything I can't do? Up until this point, the main character was extremely excited because he was the one who possessed the resurrection skill, without thinking about what was about to happen. At the foot of the castle, a fight is happening. A blue devil with a bloody head showing his fangs and claws. Kang Hian's face turned red, he shouted loudly and brandished his weapon. An attack hit the blue devil, but it quickly escaped. Stage 2, defeat enemies and prove your skills. Kang Hian shouted loudly and swung his mace at this blue demon who was shaking in fear. He thought it was a battle because the system was like a game. Sure enough, a blow landed, blood splattered. He won this battle. The bloody demon lay collapsed on the ground. He defeated it with a sudden attack with this mace, but the feeling of defeating a living creature made his whole body tremble. The demon lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Kang Hian was still in shock after he killed it. Kang Hian's whole body was covered in the devil's blood. He raised his hand to cover his nose. Damn, he felt like he was about to vomit. He picked up his mace and dragged his weary feet away, thinking to himself that he only won against it because it was a goblin. If he hadn't attacked suddenly, he would have been the one lying there. Behind the wall, the goblin was hiding there, preparing to sneak attack Kang Hian but was discovered by him. He panicked and swung his mace to defend. The goblin squinted his eyes. He saw his fellow man lying dead behind Kang Hian's back. He gritted his teeth, full of anger, he clutched the sword in his hand. At this time a notification also appeared stating that he was a goblin soldier. Seeing this new goblin, Kang Hian broke into a cold sweat, thinking that from the beginning there were 2 goblin and they had discussed the plan with each other in advance. He thought in panic, aren't goblins low-level monsters for beginners? Kang Hian turned pale, looked at the long sword emitting purple power in the goblin's hand, thinking, this one is twice as big as the one from before, and also holds a sword over 1 meter long. If it gets hit, it won't just be knocked away. The goblin shouted. Then he swung his knife and slashed Kang Hian down. Kang Hian raised his weapon to block the attack. Cried his eyes out, thinking about his body often lacking exercise due to prolonged unemployment, and the mace he chose at the beginning of the tutorial was only 70 centimeters long. As expected, the goblin blew away Kang Hian's weapon. Because originally that small mace could not withstand a 1 meter sword. The goblin swung his knife again, slashing straight at Kang Hian's body. Following the slash, fresh blood sprayed out everywhere. Kang Hian collapsed, tears streaming down her eyes. His whole body was covered in blood, he was barely alive, thinking, what the hell, why did I encounter this? His arms and legs were bruised and covered in blood. Then that goblin grabbed Kang Hian's collar and dragged Kang Hian away, making Kang Hian extremely desperate. Damn it, why doesn't he kill me? When will he wake up from this dream? But he no longer has the strength to care about that anymore. He's begging, whatever, someone save me. Kang Hian was dragged on the ground by goblin. How much blood was in his body? Kang Hian didn't notice it until he confirmed it with his own blood. The fear of death gradually overwhelmed his mind, and had to endure the pain until he completely stopped breathing, because the 4 goblin tortured him mercilessly. Hian was sleeping soundly in bed and suddenly woke up. She opened the door, rushed into the room screaming, "Seriously, why did this happen so early in the morning?" But at this moment Hian seemed to realize something. Kang Hian is scared and covered with blanket on the bed. His body was shaking, he couldn't say a complete sentence. "No, Golben, I'm so scared, please." Kang Hian sat on the chair in fear, his body still shaking non-stop. Hian asked softly, "So, he died from losing too much blood?" In response to her, Kang Hian weakly replied, "Yes, that's right. First, they made him pull out every single one of his fingernails and toenails and crush it. Feeling like that wasn't enough to satisfy them, they pulled out his teeth and..." Hearing this, Hian immediately covered his hands, stopped. "I would die too, but that's not true." At this time, she also discovered that something was wrong with her brother. She teasingly asked, "Did you just cry?" Hearing that, Kang Hian stood up. "No, if you experienced it, you would understand." Even Quan Vu would cry and run to tell her mother, leaving Hian speechless. Okay, who cares? But even though she often makes fun of her brother, she still cares deeply for him. "So, he doesn't need to go to the hospital, right?" Making Kang Hian ask in surprise, "Hospital?" Hian looked up his phone and said, "I heard that the number of patients being treated in the neurology department has doubled in the past 2 days. It seems like some people have experienced the same thing." Hearing the information that Hian just said made Kang Hian extremely skeptical. He pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "I don't think so, but actually it's because he doesn't have money to go to the hospital." Hian continued looking up the information and continued, "There's some good news. I'm sure once you die, the tutorial will end." Kang Hian heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Those who died in the first act will not dream of the second act anymore. It's nice to hear that. Tonight, maybe he will sleep a little better. But the truth was not what he thought. The instruction notice board continued to appear. "Welcome to the instruction stage, Kang Hian. There was an error in stage 2, move immediately. Your bravery can save the earth." Looking at this picture makes Kang Hian go crazy. And announces stage 2 instructions. Round 2 begins. Kang Hian clenched his teeth. Unable to bear it, he shouted, "What the hell, damn it," and a series of crude words were uttered by him. The message continues, "You will not have the right to revive because you are in the tutorial screen." Kang Hian was helpless, leaning on the rock behind him and sighing. He helplessly opened his eyes wide and thought, "I was daydreaming, then went to sleep, then daydreamed again for an hour. I thought if I could endure it, I could get out of this dream, but it seemed impossible." He stood up on his hands and knees, as if realizing what he had to do, so in the end he had to do what he wanted, right, and right now his hunger was also tormenting him. He strode towards the wooden door. Last time he chose a mace, his eyes turned towards the mace that was placed in that corner, and continued to analyze the strategy. "I chose it because it seems strong and easy to use, but..." His choice had changed to crossbows and spears, since close combat was quite scary, so using a bow would be better, or was it? In terms of close combat, spears seemed better than swords. He held 2 weapons in both hands, one hand holding a crossbow, one hand holding a spear. He took a deep breath, determined to say, "Okay." Under the bright sunlight of the citadel, he raised his crossbow and hid in the corner, preparing to sneak attack the goblins. "Let me show you the ability of Korean reserve soldiers to use crossbows." He squinted his eyes, raised his crossbow and prepared to shoot. The arrow rushed away, flashing in the sunlight. The arrow grazed between the 2 goblins standing there. Kang Hian hid in the corner, confused and didn't know if the arrow hit or not. At this moment, the goblin noticed his presence. Kang Hian gritted his teeth, sweat dropped in drops from worry. He decided to take the initiative, took the spear and rushed forward. Damn, there was no way it would be effective the first time he used it, and the goblins also held weapons and rushed towards him. He held the spear, shouted loudly and rushed straight towards the goblins. A halberd was swung, the spear stabbed straight into a goblin's body, piercing its stomach. Kang Hian was excited to realize that this method worked. Now he had defeated a goblin. But there's still one behind him. But at this moment, he panicked and realized. The spear is stabbing into that goblin, I can't pull it out. He glanced behind in panic. Behind him, the goblin was swinging its sword, jumping up and slashing straight at him. Red blood sprayed everywhere. Once again, Kang Hian woke up from his nightmare. His heart was pounding after the killing just now. He hugged his chest, panting non-stop. This time I still died with just one blow, next time I need to try harder. The loop starts again, the instructions appear again. "Welcome to the instructions, Kang Hian. An error occurred in the second stage, move immediately." your courage can save the earth. When Kang Hian heard this, he clenched his fists and said angrily, "Save the monkey, what a mess." Instructions for Stage 2, Round 3 begins. Having experience from the previous 2 times, the weapons Kang Hian chose today were sword and shield. Wouldn't it be better to use familiar weapons? Before that, in order to prepare, he watched sword training videos online many times and decided that today's weapon must be a sword, because he spent all day self-studying on Xtube. He held his sword and shield and rushed forward to confront the 2 goblins, shouting with determination, "Okay, let's fight." Then he rushed forward, screaming madly, "You bastards." But this time, Kang Hian still failed. He hugged his chest, jumped up, was so angry that he shouted, "Are those dogs playing in a gang?" He seemed to be obsessed with this level, holding his face and mumbling to try again, not noticing when his sister opened the door to check on his situation. He held his head and said frantically, "I will kill all of you." Hian heard his brother acting crazy like that and was speechless. The notice board appeared again. "Welcome to the tutorial screen, Kang Hian. There was an error in the second stage. Move immediately." Before the notice could finish, Kang Hian lost his patience and shouted, "Shut up, how brave," but the notice continued to appear. "Your bravery can save the earth. Instructions for Stage 2, Round 4. This time, with experience from previous times, he tried swinging the sword first to get used to it. At first, Kang Hian kept swinging the sword haphazardly. He kept swinging his sword to get used to holding it. Why? He swung his sword continuously, because based on the status window, this was the basics. The purple notification panel appears again. "Your stamina has increased by 1. Thanks to your efforts to push yourself to the limit," Kang Hian shouted happily. "Her index has increased." He fell to the ground, complaining, "I had to swing my sword for 8 hours to level up." The status window appeared again. Name Kang Hian, title no, level 1, strength 8, agility 9, stamina 8, magic power 14, bonus stat 1, resurrection technique, ability no, skill no. Seeing an additional 1 line appear surprised Kang Hian. He remembered, he received it when he completed Stage 1. But you don't understand what it means at all. He was so tired that he forgot about it, not because his memory was not good. Once again, he took up his sword and shield to fight the goblins. After all, he had spent 1 point on his strength stat. With the 2 stat increases, he intended to take revenge on the goblins. But once again he failed. He clutched his chest and stood up angrily, because he was exhausted from overtraining. "I couldn't take down 1 and died immediately." The purple notice board appears again like a cycle. "Welcome to the tutorial stage, Kang Hian. Stage 2, an error occurred. Move immediately." Tutorial screen 2, Round 5. Increase 1 stamina point by swinging the sword. From practicing swords to doing sit-ups, he increased his strength by 1 point in his 6th round after 10 hours of practice. He went into battle again. Thanks to the results of his training, he found it much easier to defeat the 2 goblins in front of him. But until now he still found that the physical strength and fighting skills to confront the remaining goblin were too much for him. The loop keeps repeating. "Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hian. An error occurred in Stage 2. Move immediately. Your courage can save the earth." Tutorial Stage 2, Round 7. He returned to the original sword swing. He kept swinging his sword. Swing non-stop, swing and swing again. Thanks to that, he gained 1 more stamina point by pushing himself to the limit. After arduous training, he screamed with joy. He threw away his sword and fell to the ground. Kang Hian is out of breath at this moment. The notice board appears again. "Your basic F swordsmanship has been formed." Kang Hian's hands trembled, his eyes opened wide as if he couldn't believe it. The notice board also mentioned details about this sword art. Basic sword art F, ability, helps correct posture and saves effort when swinging the sword, making attacks more effective. Description: this is a sword skill used by thugs, but it's better than nothing. Kang Hian clenched his fists, his lips pursed, his whole body trembling. He shouted happily when he saw the results he achieved. He did it, okay, thank you. Kang Hian fiercely picked up his sword. "DM, you goblin bastards. You were like crazy after being beaten to death so many times by them, and this time, you were determined to defeat them. Today you guys will definitely die." In tutorial phase 2, there are 5 goblins, according to what he imagined in his mind. 2 were in the first part of the fortress, 3 were in the second half of the forest. After many days of practice and many times eating onions to the brim, at this point, the one in the first part was quite easy to deal with. Kang Hian suddenly attacked the first goblin with a crossbow. then took care of the remaining one with a sword. But your problem is the three in the forest. The clear blue sky is soaring with lush green pine trees, but hidden within it are three monsters just waiting to take his life. He can deal with these two like before, but the last one is the obstacle. The sound of swords and axes clashing against each other rang out loudly. Kang Hian and the last goblin kept attacking each other. The goblin swung his axe, his eyes filled with cruelty. Kang Hian quickly raised his shield to block the attack. After so much practice, this time he was able to see. Kang Hian saw his attack. The rapid attacks caused flashes of light as the weapons collided with each other. No matter what attack the goblin threw, Kang Hian was able to block it. Right now he felt like his body reacted before he could think. He swung his sword. The power was like a sharp wind wrapping around his sword. He realized this was basic swordsmanship. Ability, helps correct posture and saves effort when swinging the sword, making attacks more effective. Description, this is a swordsmanship skill used by thugs, but it's better than nothing. His sword swung up, his eyes were cold, his sword swung straight at the goblin's neck. It turned out that this was the effect of basic swordsmanship. The sword passed by, and the goblin's cheek was immediately cut. But even though he had achieved basic swordsmanship through many hours of practice, Kang Hian still had a problem. His hands were shaking. It turned out that Kang Hian was exhausted and lost a lot of stamina when dealing with those four goblin. The other goblin swung his axe again. A strong blow hit the ground, causing it to explode. The goblin sent Kang Hian's sword flying. No way, from this distance. The goblin attacked again. Losing his weapon, Kang Hian could only dodge. But suddenly he smirked. He fell backwards to avoid the goblin's fatal attack. Seeing that, the goblin was somewhat confused and didn't understand why. Kang Hian smiled wildly. This guy really likes to torture, that's why he didn't kill me right away, but it's best for them to tire their opponent first. He put his legs behind him for support, growling his voice, like you. Then he turned around and kicked the goblin straight, shouting happily, it was so easy to hit. The goblin clutched his eyes in pain, tears welling up. Kang Hian quickly grabbed the stone. Then he knelt down and attacked the goblin's legs. He shouted loudly, took it, then slammed the stone into the goblin's calf. The goblin screamed in pain. He raised his hands and waved his axe wildly, but Kang Hian avoided it. He appeared behind it, said, I am. The goblin was startled, his eyes wide open, tears welling up in pain. Then Kang Hian jumped up holding the stone in his hand, shouting loudly, the strongest person. The goblin's pupils were wide open as if waiting for death. Kang Hian held a rock and hit the goblin in the face. Blood splashed, the goblin fell to the ground. The sunlight shined down on the forest. After many failures, this time Kang Hian also won, and he understood the stage of this goblin. Kang Hian wiped the blood, smiled savagely, and said, very boring because you keep trying to die. A message appears, congratulations on completing phase 2, you will receive 5 additional stats as a reward for completing the task. You get to choose a weapon as a reward for completing the mission. Looking at the notice board, Kang Hian smiled victoriously. The notification continues, the basic shield skill has been opened, the basic crossbow skill has been opened. Kang Hian looked at the information and shouted happily, it's done, I won. Level up information continuously appears. Kang Hian is complacent, this is the power of the ultimate being, you damn fake goblin. Under the high and wide sky, Kang Hian's bright laughter echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Return to city life after completing the mission. Kang Hian with a stupid face, muttering to himself, what a morning full of energy. If you're wondering who I am, my name is Kang Hian. Right now Kang Hian is happily cooking and singing, that's it, since phase 2 has been completed, I'll make breakfast to celebrate. Kang Hian tasted the soup he just made and exclaimed, I know the person who made this dish is me, but it's so perfect. Suddenly he spit out all the soup in his mouth. At this moment, Kang Hian opened the door and rushed out to ask, what did you just say? The message pops up again, the tutorial for Earth is complete, you can now use the system freely beyond the tutorial. A notice board appeared in front of the two brothers, causing Kang Hian to bewilderedly ask, what? The notification pops up again, the dungeon has been activated. The two brothers then immediately rushed out. Then they were stunned when they saw the scene before their eyes. Kang Hian's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. Below, there is an ancient gate radiating purple light. The huge gate radiates light that makes people scared. The two brothers looked down from the balcony and said curiously, that's At this moment, they remembered the announcement and realized that the door was a dungeon. People were confused when they saw this scene. A notification appears, only awakened people can use the dungeon. At the same time, this gate appeared all over the world. There is also one in the Leaning Tower in Italy. A notification sounds, you need to complete the dungeon within a fixed time. Even in ancient Egypt there was such a gate. Everywhere on Earth, no matter where it is, these dungeons appear. In outer space, a notification appears, remaining time until connection to the Haken dimension is completed, 4 years 357 days 13 hours 59 minutes 51 seconds, after the dungeon appeared, the world became unstable. The two cousins sat in the room focusing on looking up information. First, the two cousins decided not to leave the house and considered arranging some information. After a while of research, Kang Hian said, "It seems the tutorial is not completely finished yet. It seems that recently, people who are 18 years old have also participated in completing the tutorial, so the minimum requirement is 18 years old." The younger sister Ah Hyun looked it up and said, "The comment section was crazy because of the dungeon. People said it was a hasty decision to call the person who completed the tutorial the one who awakened and sent them to complete the dungeon." But Kang Hyun has a carefree nature, so Kang Hyun just ignores it. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Kang Hyun holds the mouse to look up information. There are tons of comments on the computer. People can toggle the status window on and off. Is this true? At this moment Kang Hyun realized, the important thing is the benefit from the status window appear. Looking at Kang Hyun's stupid actions, Ah Hyun is speechless. Message appears, the tutorial is still in progress, you cannot use it. Kang Hyun attentively studied the notice, suddenly woke up, is that so? It's still too early. Kang Hyun thinks, there are 8 stages in the tutorial. It seems when Kang Hyun tries to complete stage 2 with 7 lanes, everyone else has already completed all the other stages. Thinking of this, Kang Hyun sighed, there was no other way but to complete everything. Then he asked his sister, do you have any information about phase 3? Ah Hyun let it go, leisurely said, haven't I heard that patience is golden? Nothing. Ah Hyun continued, there was no information, even phase 2 had very little information. Kang Hyun heard this and asked his sister again, should he fight again? He raised his hands, the muscles on his arms stood out, and said in a boastful voice, you are quite strong now, you won't be defeated so embarrassingly like before, you will complete phase 3 with style and precision. At night, when the moon hangs high above your head, it's time to guide phase 3. A stream of golden water falls down. A masked monster appears, and Kang Hyun is having to be extremely patient, because right now, to hide, so a monster peed on him, he gritted his teeth, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you, you damn bastard. Announcement given, Stage 3, improve perseverance and patience in all situations. Completion condition is to destroy the Gurkha leader, failure condition is death, trick if you wait long enough, the opportunity will come. Kang Hyun puts on a bunch of camouflage, he mumbles, camouflage, this outfit is really cool, this must be an infiltration mission, assassination, or something like that, right? Kang Hyun wears a furry outfit, silently thinking, destroy the Gurkha leader, this monster you have never heard of before, so first you need to find them first. He adjusted his camouflage hat, thinking of a plan, but I had to check the things I got in stage 2 first, those bastards weren't kind at all, they didn't even give me time to check. The status window appears again, name Kang Hyun, title no, new level 2 to 4, strength 10, agility 10, stamina 11, magic power 14, bonus stat 7, resurrection technique, ability, basic sword technique F, basic shield technique F, basic crossbow technique F, skill no. Kang Hyun looked at the status window and shouted excitedly, it's too much, the status window should look like this. Basic shield technique F, the ability that allows you to use a shield effectively, describes you as hardworking, you will make the kids in the neighborhood stop bullying you, Kang Hyun shouted. The new ones are the shield and crossbow skills. There is also detailed information about the basic crossbow skill F, the ability that makes you use the crossbow effectively and improve your accuracy. The best description is not to kill people with the crossbow. He scrolled through the status bar, grimacing and said, about additional stats, increase your strength and stamina because they are useful right now. He wondered if he should increase 2 agility points just in case. He scrolled down to the last notification line, thinking to himself, what is the last thing? He remembered that there was something else. A notification appeared, do you want to check your inventory, which made him suddenly remember, that's right. The status window shows squares, a sword appears in the first box. He was surprised and clicked on that sword. Unexpectedly, he pulled the sword out of the frame. He held the worn long sword in his hand, happily shouting, "Great, this is the best thing I have ever received." Kang Hian excitedly said, "Okay, the stats check is done, now let's go find Gorku or something." Kang Hian remembers a part of history he learned. Carlos Hathcock, May 20, 1942, February 22, 1999, a legendary naval sniper who successfully assassinated a general, after crawling 4 kilometers for more than 3 days. Kang Hian lay hidden in the bushes, thinking, he is the person I respect the most starting today. At this moment he lazily thought, have I crawled for 10 hours yet? It's almost there. When he crawled closer to the devil's tent, he saw 2 devils extremely alert. He wondered whether he should rush straight in or not. The demons guarding them all wear masks and have white hair on their heads. Kang Hian's face grimaced in discomfort because his pants were wet and sticky from his urine just now. Not only that, the grass hitting his body also made him itchy and there were a bunch of bugs crawling on his body. Suddenly Kang Hian was startled. He glanced upward and was stunned to see a demon standing there. And whatever comes, a stream of golden water flows down. It turned out that the devil was urinating directly on Kang Hian and for his life he had to grit his teeth and bear it. The sticky stream of urine flowed down. Kang Hian gritted his teeth, telling himself to endure. Kang Hian huddled in the grass. Kang Hian thought to herself, didn't the system say, I need to improve my patience? Kang Hian clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, told himself, persevere, persevere, persevere. But even so, he no longer had the patience to endure letting them pee on his head anymore. He jumped out of the grass, screaming, I will chop. His face was covered in urine. He angrily held the sword and shouted loudly, your fucking head. With a fatal blow, he stabbed straight into the demon's stomach. Then he knocked the demon away. A sword slashed straight at the demon's mask. The demon spewed blood everywhere and collapsed. At this time, another demon also discovered that his teammate was dead and rushed out. Kang Hian said coldly, cutting off something useless again. The demon kept growling in a strange language. Then it howled with anger. Its howling sounds like a signal to wake up other demons. Then all the demons rushed out. They surrounded Kang Hian in a circle. Kang Hian arrogantly put his sword on his shoulder and said, because everything is so messed up, I have to say the words that I have been suppressing for a long time. He took a stance, raised his sword, shouted loudly, rush in here, you damn dogs. New notification appeared, Lion's Roar skill has been formed. What followed was a bloodbath and tragic echoes. Instructions for Stage 3, Round 2 begins. Kang Hian is crazy like crazy, screaming, burning all his cum. New announcement appears again, Lion's Roar D, skill that reduces the stats and morale of surrounding enemies, removes adverse effects, rank D or lower, describes releasing anger from the bottom of the heart, it strikes the enemy's fear and blows away adverse effects on oneself. Kang Hian took off his disguise, grabbed his sword and rushed towards the demons shouting, I will kill you all, you bastards. In round 1 something he learned from crawling for 10 hours. His scream startled the demons and turned around to look, and after spending 10 hours watching, he realized that the Gurkha warriors seemed to have gone out hunting, and only returned when the sun set. Or in other words, there are only the weakest forces left here, most of them are just little pawns, so Kang Hian can freely rush in and kill. Then he rushed straight into the still closed hut. Kang Hian took the sword and rushed straight into the room. His face was bloody, he said madly, I'm here, the bastard leader of the Gurkha. But he was suddenly surprised. The leader was sitting on a chair, next to him were 2 guardians preparing to attack him. And a guy wearing a weird mask was pointing something towards Kang Hian. The 2 guardians cast spells while growling and making incomprehensible Kururuk sounds. Kang Hian was completely inside their magic circle and couldn't avoid it. A notification appeared, indicating that Kang Hian had been hit by low-level binding magic. Kang Hian was tied up in that circle. He helplessly realized that his body could not move, and he did not expect that the instructions included magic, and he believed that there must be some way to solve this. He suddenly remembered. Then he took a deep breath. Notification appears, activating Lion's Roar. He shouted loudly, releasing. The demons saw his strange power, panicked, raised their hands to block his power. Kang Hian broke free from his bonds and rushed forward. He picked up his sword and attacked straight at the leader. His eyes were sharp, he said, the plan is good. And the blade swings down, he said in a cold voice, just until you get cut. A notification appears, congratulations on completing round 3, you will receive B, intermediate physical recovery. You have completed stage 3 in the shortest time, you have set a new record. As for additional rewards, you receive the temporary title of Indomitable. The announcement continued to explain the title of Indomitable, describing the title given to the rebel who completed stage 3, making a test of perseverance and patience, in the shortest possible time. If the record is broken, then the title will be transferred, the effect of all stats +1. Kang Hian recalled, from the time he was massacred by the goblins to the record victory, he thought, I only completed stage 3 in 2 days, thinking about it taking 1 week to complete stage 2, this was great progress. And with such growth rate, he came to a conclusion, he pondered, thinking to himself, could it be that I am a genius? And then he indulged in his own fantasy, at this rate, I will complete stage 4 in just a few minutes. Right now, he is imagining his own vision after completing stage 4, which is the image of a handsome prince slaying a dragon. Back to real urban life, and that false dream is what Kang Hian imagined a month ago. The government posted news about the recently changed situation. 25 days have passed after launching a special fake awakening force to conquer the dungeon. 40% of the dungeons found have been conquered. Hian, while listening to the information while cooking, the TV news broadcast is still showing. Meanwhile, the fake awakened continue to participate in dungeon conquering activities, and to thank the government is considering the reward. Hearing this, Kang Hian screamed, making Hian stand in the kitchen speechless, sighing, he did it again. Hian turned off the stove and complained, if you keep doing that, the neighbors will come complain. Kang Hian walked out. Hian complained again, did you get hit in the head with a bow and arrow today? In response to what Kang Hian's sister said, you finished it, you idiot. Kang Hian with messy hair came out of the room to show off to his sister, he just punched them all to death. It's not surprising to see Kang Hian's crazy appearance. Hian said, I'm so crazy that I can't control it anymore. She was about to congratulate him, but when she raised her head, she was so stunned that her eyes widened. She stood bewildered, looking at the muscular brother in front of her, as big as a wrestler, confused and asked, what happened in the dream, his face, and when she heard her sister ask, Kang Hian was also extremely surprised. Hian frowned and asked Kang Hian, why have you been like this since morning until now? Kang Hian's eyes were bloodshot, his face frowned, the instructions were making him angry. Hian grimaced, good luck, your face looks like some criminals these days. Hian's words made Kang Hian angry, hey you bastard, I'm older than you. But Hian still cares about his brother, asking, how is phase 4 going? After all, he's just my brother. Kang Hian is serious when he hears this. In short, it's like a group project, requiring him to demonstrate leadership skills or something like that. Announcement, phase 4, demonstrate everyone's ability to lead and lead. Completion condition, dungeon destruction, failure penalty, death. After destroying the dungeon, an exit portal will automatically open. Tip, it's best to proceed without leaving any party members behind. Kang Hian re-envisions the image of getting used to leading a group, summarizing for Hian, the mission requires leading the team to destroy the heart of the dungeon. Like a role-playing game, the team members behave like NPCs following their assigned roles. Kang Hian helplessly recalled the group argument, they debated whether to advance or retreat, we didn't have enough supplies to carry out the mission. Kang Hian was irritated. Despite the strong objections of the two couples, the final decision was to continue moving forward. Hian asked bewilderedly, what else? Kang Hian recalled the image of his heroic captain, saying, at first he led them well, he raised morale with his indignant roar, and led with the outstanding healing power of intermediate body regeneration. Kang Hian did not forget to explain, intermediate body regeneration is a skill acquired after stage 3, informing, intermediate body regeneration be the ability to regenerate and restore damage to the body with magic power, describing any wound, including cuts, burns or frostbite will heal itself with magic power. Intermediate body regeneration shows the magic of restoring even broken bones within 1 day. Hian said while chewing, so everything is fine, what took you so long? Kang Hian was so angry that he couldn't speak. Kang Hian recalled, slowly telling, the problem arose that night, when they raised a knife to assassinate Kang Hian while he was sleeping. Kang Hian angrily recounted, those bastards were supposed to take turns patrolling, but they planned to escape together. When he discovered them they ambushed and killed him. He knew from the beginning, from the moment they dared to flirt with each other in that sacred dungeon, but Hian was so angry because of his eating and talking behavior that he shouted, swallowed all the food in his mouth and then said, this crazy bastard. Kang Hian felt shy and cleared his throat. While eating, he talked, the same characters and similar situations were continuously repeated every week. in those harsh conditions, he finally found a breakthrough with his super intelligent mind. Ah Hian stopped and asked, "What is that?" Kang Hian put down his chopsticks. He had a crazy, savage smile on his face, just need to get rid of all the pests and move on. Phase 4 of the guide, final part, the familiar scene appeared again, the NPCs were arguing and arguing, let's go a little further, it would be a waste if we went this far and came back without any money. Another NPC spoke again, food is limited, what if we don't find the core, the money from the magic stone is enough. Another NPC shouted loudly, if we die first you will be responsible, I. But suddenly Kang Hian shouted loudly, making the NPCs surprised, what, Kang Hian? A blonde girl covered her ears, Kang Hian what the hell are you doing? As she finished speaking, Kang Hian's sword was pointed straight at her neck. Kang Hian said coldly, from now on you must follow my instructions, if you resist you will die, if you complain you will die too. A blonde guy shouted angrily, you're crazy, it's so unreasonable. Before he could finish speaking, Kang Hian punched him in the face. Then he punched and shouted, I said, don't complain. Kang Hian punched that NPC and his face was so swollen it made people scared. He was covered in blood, coldly said, just listen to me, because I know the way. Then he continued, if he continued like this, he would truly be finished, announcing, Kang Hian, title of stalwart, level 14, strength 17 plus 1, agility 15 plus 1, stamina 17 plus 1, magic power 15 plus 1, bonus stat 0, resurrection technique, basic sword ability E, basic shield technique F, rage roar skill D, intermediate body regeneration B. Suddenly, a skeleton jumped up from behind and attacked him. Kang Hian raised his hand to block the attack, his hand was bleeding. He wrestled the white bone arrow away and launched an attack. He used the hilt of his sword to smash straight into the white bone thing. The white skeleton guy fell to the ground, Kang Hian said coldly, the last guy. The NPCs saw this and panicked, oh my god, he really took them all down. Kang Hian's group stood around the fire, and they were almost alone. Kang Hian bent down to look at the gem wrapped in firelight, suspiciously asking, is this a core, just need to destroy the tower, right? He raised his sword, intending to attack the core, confidently saying, simply. Then, he slashed the tower. Announcement, congratulations on completing stage 4, you will receive the reward of cutting 1 into 2E. You will receive the B Mind Enhancement Ring quest reward, level up. After seeing the results, the benefits from phase 4 are not bad, ability stats increase exponentially, name Kang Hian, title Berserker, level 15, strength 17 plus 1, agility 16 plus 1, stamina 17 plus 1, magic power 15 plus 1, additional stats 0, resurrection technique, basic sword ability E, basic shield technique F. Not to mention Kang Hian also receives items dropped from monsters that can be collected, among them, Kang Hian still doesn't fully understand the effects of magic stones. The magic stone of the reconnaissance skeleton, the skeleton knight's magic stone, if you hoard everything you may eventually need it. Notice, 1/into2E, the ability to split the opponent's body into 2, describes increasing the cutting power of the sword to cut the enemy's body in half, can ignore a certain level of defense, the skill bonus received is to cut 1/into2E. Mind Enhancement Ring Accessory B, Mind Enhancement Ring B, durability 100/100ths, description of the ring that was issued to the royal guards of the Handelic Empire, although a standard model, it boasts excellent performance when given to the most elite knights, the ability to provide immunity to all magic related to the mind and mental status of level A or below, select to show, hide, the image of a red stone ring radiating light appeared, and Kang Hian realized that these things were quite good. Kang Hian put his hands on the ground, thinking, the most notable achievement is. Kang Hian has strong muscles, one-handed push-ups, 288,289, 300. And Kang Hian has become stronger in reality. After exercising, he thought to himself, it seems like the bodybuilding exercises are becoming less effective. Kang Hian put his hands on the ground, thinking, maybe I should go up and start going to the gym. Suddenly my phone got a text message. Kang Hian picked it up, thinking it was an advertisement. On the phone was an emergency notice from the Ministry of National Security, the dungeon opened near 20 Dong on day 20 at 20, advising people in the area to stay home and stay vigilant. And at this moment, a scream rang out on the street. Right now the goblins are raging havoc on the streets. The dead are countless. An unprecedented scene of horrifying killing. Notice, If the dungeon is not completed within the specified time, the dungeon door will open. Kang Hian stood on the balcony looking at the bloody scene below, thinking, is it today? I even sent a request to complete it. Kang Hian panicked and remembered, in the morning when he was practicing and Ah Hian was going to work, and he realized that Ah Hian was in danger. When he realized this, Kang Hian rushed out, weapon, I need something that can be used as a weapon. Kang Hian looked east and west, damn, why doesn't this place even have a cheap long sword? You suddenly woke up. The sharp knife in the sink attracted Kang Hian's attention. The gloomy sky seemed to signal that bloody days were approaching. On the road, silhouettes of people ran like flying. Kang Hian took a deep breath. Then when facing the goblins he shouted, long time no see you bastards. The bloody-faced Golbin turned around and shouted in Golbin's own language. Kang Hian took a stance, gritted his teeth, as expected he still couldn't use the skill. Holding the knife firmly in his hand, he thought firmly, but, thanks to that, he attracted their attention. The goblins then immediately rushed forward. But Kang Hian wasn't scared at all, just excited, what, the noise of the lowly middle schoolers is so hard to hear. His eyes were cold, though, there was no guarantee that their levels were the same as in the instructions, but somehow. Kang Hian swings the knife. A straight slash at the Golbin in front of him, speaking loudly, still being able to distinguish their level through movement. Golbin's head was chopped off by Kang Hian. His eyes were bloodshot and he said hysterically, first of all, thank you for coming. Pulling out the knife, the Golbin fell to the ground. Kang Hian coldly said, I will use this knife well, good product. High-rise buildings in urban areas are also suffering horrifying scenes. Office staff brought every object that could be used to block the door. Everyone behind that door is afraid. Ah Hian is no exception. She gritted her teeth and swallowed her saliva in fear. He looked at the text message with his brother, wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, the noise rang out, making Ah Hian freeze in fear. A horrifying scream rang out outside the door. The door opened, the objects used to block the door flew out. A foot covered in blood walked in. His appearance covered in blood was scary, but he still didn't forget to comfort everyone. Oh, I didn't intend to break the glasses. He raised his knife, looking crazy like a butcher. Brother is here to save you, Kang Ah Hian. Kang Hian stood like a madman holding a knife in the office. My brother is here, Kang Ah Hian. Kang Hian's actions made Ah Hian blush, whispering around, what the hell, who are you, Ah Hian's brother? Ah Hian stammered and asked, you, what, just, behind Ah Hian, the manager was trembling angrily, hey. Seeing that, Kang Yun was a bit confused. The chief trembled with anger, screaming, I don't know who you are, but how did you break the barrier, so what should I do now, like this, monsters, your haste startled Hian, chief. Kang Hian also shyly scratched his head, it's my fault, sorry, I couldn't control my strength. But he immediately reassured everyone, he didn't have to worry anymore, everyone in the office saw dead monsters lying around behind Kang Hian. They couldn't believe their eyes, the monsters, he killed them himself. Kang Hian contemptuously waved his hand, did you see the pile of weapons the goblins used, just pick one up. Then he turned around and left, leaving the staff confused, I don't know how long everyone can hold out, but as long as everyone doesn't panic, we can defeat them. Ah Hian saw his brother leave and quickly asked, where are you going? Kang Hian carried the knife on his shoulder as he walked and said, on the way here, he saw a group of Golbins, they must have been upstairs. He turned his head, his eyes sharp, we should try to sleep well. Ah Hian poured clean water on Kang Hian's hand. But since the situation was extremely tense, Kang Hian said, hey, is it okay to pour this much water? We don't know how long the situation will last so we have to be economical. But Ah Hian interrupted me, be quiet, my wound needs to be cleaned, and this is the only bottle of salt water we have. After cleaning the wound, Ah Hian turned around and said, hey, why do you keep acting like that, and why do you fight so much? Kang Hian rubbed his shoulder, probably because he hadn't learned how to dodge yet so he wasn't good at fighting. His healing ability was so strong that he could take almost any attack, but since he couldn't use skills now, it was quite difficult. Ah Hian was speechless hearing this, why do you like to show off so much? The office workers lined up to block the door again. Ah Hian also said, be careful, if you can't use skills, then you can't revive right, the action of dealing with the remaining monsters is really too much. Hearing that, Kang Hian still said proudly, but that's cool, isn't it? Ah Hian also sighed, that's right, until he was beaten like a puppy, he finally agreed. Ah Hyun spoke up again, but I think everyone has a different view. She happily whispered to Kang Hian, some seniors asked me to introduce you to them, what do you think, do you have any tastes? Kang Hian blushed thinking about this. Then, calmly said, I just need someone who can hear me swearing every time I wake up, under the night sky. Ah Hyun screamed, what the hell? Kang Hian woke up. Announcement, Stage 5, improve your wisdom to overcome any challenge. Kang Hian looked at the notification and thought, I forgot about this, I was stuck just now. Kang Hian stood in front of a group of people, wondering what was going on. What was he thinking? A bunch of NPCs talking loudly, you're a succubus, that's true, but don't you think that at a time like this, the one who talks a lot is the most suspicious? Another NPC spoke again, what do you mean? The atmosphere was tense, so another girl jumped out to intervene. Everyone calmed down. Kang Hian stood in the crowd, wondering what the situation was. Announcement, completion conditions, defeat succubus pretending to be human, failure dies, trick succubus is hiding their true identity, those who discover their true identity will be targeted first. Kang Hian remembers, aren't succubus dream demons, creatures that appear in dreams and suck away men's vitality and are famous for their beauty. Kang Hian looked at the NPCs here, all of them were pretty girls, all the women here were very pretty, everyone knew the existence of a succubus in this situation. A little girl approached and asked, what did Kang Hian think, making Kang Hian startled, asking again, what? The beautiful girl approached Kang Hian and asked, about that succubus, who do you think it is? Her beauty made Kang Hian admire, up close, she's really pretty and smells fragrant. Kang Hian blushed and scratched his head, I don't know, I just. But suddenly Kang Hian noticed something. The girl's eyes radiated a bewitching light, announcing, the ring of iron will was resisting the hypnosis. Mark of iron will be, durability 100/100ths, ability, makes the wearer immune to all mind-affecting magic and consciousness attacks of rank A and below. Description, a ring given to the royal guard of the Handelic Empire, it can enhance the wearer's physical condition. Kang Hian sat quietly thinking by the campfire. Next to the flickering fire, Kang Hian is falling into deep contemplation. He remembered, Stage 1 was the Ring of Fire, Stage 2 is the battle with the goblins. In Stage 3, he fought with a monster that urinated on his face after 10 hours of crawling, and Stage 4 is a month-long group activity. Kang Hian gave a crooked smile, finally I can enjoy interesting things, after rolling around like a dog. God, I'm sorry for cursing you, I didn't know you prepared this for me. Then, as if afraid of being exposed, Kang Hian quickly covered his face, thinking, I should control my expression, because the person who discovers the succubus's identity will become a target, if she discovers him, he will die. He thought, if a succubus is definitely a powerful creature, can impersonate a human, maybe they are also proficient in magic, he thinks he should pretend to be an NPC. Constant thoughts kept entangling him, because male NPCs would be hypnotized by the succubus, using female NPCs would be better, but then sleepiness knocked him down, just sleep first and think about it later. Kang Hian woke up from a dream. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking, this ceiling is so familiar. Then he stood up, this is Ah Hyun's office. An old man spoke up, are you awake? Another young man also seemed excited, I was about to wake you up, the army has arrived. Kang Hian clenched his fists, his whole body shaking with anger, surely she realized that she knew, maybe she would kill me when I went to sleep. But Kang Hian suddenly stopped and asked, what happened? Outside on the street, tanks are moving loudly. Soldiers jumped down from army vehicles. Soldiers kept shooting. The goblins were shot to death by guns. Kang Hian watched the incident from the building's window. The staff shouted excitedly, the army is really coming, we are safe, as expected, those monsters cannot fight with guns. Looking at the scene of bloody devastation below, Kang Hian pondered and said, it's not over yet. Then Kang Hian suddenly startled. You seem to realize something. Looking at the bloody scene below, he wondered what that feeling was. Even though the goblins were dead, he still felt like there was something dangerous. What was that? Kang Hian looked to the side. At this time, the soldiers also ran out of ammunition. While shooting at them, he said, there are too many of them, endless, hasn't the army taught you anything? Just keep shooting, the other soldiers shouted, it's not effective, the other soldier reassured, focused, and shot those bastards dead. Another soldier grumbled with an annoyed expression, damn, why did this happen before I was discharged? The experts should be handling this, not us. He looked ahead, saw another soldier shooting nonstop at the red monster, But strangely he was not dead. The soldier asked, "What is that?" Suddenly, the red monster swung his hand and chopped off the soldier's head. Even though he was shot continuously, that monster remained unharmed. The soldiers saw this and were extremely frightened. "Sir, those people over there have been killed," the commander asked again. "What? I didn't hear it." The soldier said in fear, "There was a goblin, and it." A shot went straight into the red monster's head. But it didn't even make it bleed even a little bit. The goblin rushed straight into the soldiers. The soldiers shouted loudly, "Approaching." Every day it rushed closer and closer to the tank. The soldiers panicked. "What the hell is this?" The soldiers kept urging the tank to move quickly, and at the same time kept shooting at the monster. The monster jumped up. The spear in his hand was raised. The soldiers were frightened and motionless looking at this scene. Blood splattered everywhere. The tank also stopped completely. Before they died, the soldiers shouted, "What the hell, what happened?" Kang Hian standing above was scared when he saw this scene. Beneath the plaintive screams, "What the hell happened, what should we do?" On the tank, the monster killed all the soldiers. Kang Hian looked at this scene and was also extremely scared. The monster's entire body was covered in human blood. Its eyes are bloodshot, glancing in all four directions. The soldiers became chaotic. They were confused and scared and asked each other, "What is this? It seems like Team 3 has been attacked." A soldier turned around and asked, "The signal man, where is the signal man? Please request support quickly." Another soldier said, "Corporal Jiang Jae-hoon." The announcement rang out, "Red dog, red dog." At this moment, the soldier also held his head. Why does it hurt so much? As soon as he raised his head, the monster was standing right in front of him. Its eyes sparkled with hunger and thirst when it saw humans. The soldiers turned on the radio, asked again, "The signal man, what about support?" They said they would send a good person. The soldier was injured, his face was covered in blood. He asked again, "A person, a citizen?" At this time, the soldiers were extremely frightened when they saw the monster rushing to attack them, going crazy. Damn it. The dirty boy aimed his gun straight at the monster and died. But at this moment, the soldier suddenly stopped, silently lamenting, "The outbreak always broke out, it broke out right now." Before he finished speaking, the monster rushed forward and slashed straight at him. At this moment, Kang Hian rushed out holding a brick. He threw the brick straight towards the demon. The brick hit the demon directly, knocking him out. The blow was so powerful that it made the demon vomit blood. Then it fell heavily to the ground. It lies motionless on the main road. The soldiers saw this and were extremely confused. What had just happened? Kang Hian jumped into the car and urgently asked the soldier, "Are you okay?" Kang Hian, with a scary appearance, asked the soldier, "He must have had a hard time, right? He's a soldier." Look at Kang Hian's scary crazy smile. The soldier was scared stiff. He shouted, "Monster," then raised his gun and prepared to shoot Kang Hian. Kang Hian was scared and raised his hands to surrender. "Damn it, put the gun away, I don't look like a human or anything." The soldier was startled when he heard this. Are you human?" After hearing this, Kang Hian was speechless. "You were so surprised that you had to ask twice." The soldier thought in fear, "Is this a volunteer? He really looks quite strong." Seeing that he was wrong, he suddenly stood up and bowed to apologize. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper a bit." Kang Hian waved his hand. "It's understandable, he just escaped death's door." The soldier bowed his head, thanking him for helping us. Kang Hian calmly said, "No need, I didn't come for justice." In the distance, the monster had crawled up. Kang Hian was bored, again. Kang Hian remembered the image of the monster's bloodshot eyes looking at him. That bastard had clearly just made eye contact with him. If the army was destroyed, then those bastards would come to Ah Hyun's company. Kang Hian grabbed the knife and jumped out of the car, not forgetting to tell the soldiers not to shoot, because if they accidentally hit me, I would die. Before jumping down, he turned around and asked, "By the way, do you have something like pepper spray?" The soldier replied, "We do, we have almost all types of weapons." After hearing this, Kang Hian was happy. "That's good, give me a bottle," making the soldier bewildered. The soldier also told me to wear a mask. Before he finished speaking, Kang Hian jumped out of the car. "It's okay, hurry up, I don't have time to explain." Kang Hian ran and shouted, "And please make sure that while I'm fighting, no gun will fire. If you miss, I'll die." The soldier replied, Yes, I understand." Ah Hyun stood on the floor anxiously looking at the chaotic scene of the army below. All platoon members must wear gas masks and be vigilant. only shoot when approaching monsters, never point guns at the center of the street. Kang Hian carried the knife and walked towards the monster. Good, it's all over. As he walked, Kang Hian said to the monster, I'm sorry but I hate you guys so much. What he replied was the voice of a goblin. In the car, the soldiers pulled out the spray can. Then throw it up high. The spray bottle was falling straight onto the goblin's head while it was unaware of anything. The spray bottle fell to the ground, emitting white smoke. The goblin's eyes were stung by the acrid smoke emitted, tears and runny nose flowed, it screamed in pain. Kang Hian stood far away, covering his eyes with his hand. Kang Hian remembered with tears in her eyes, Hobgoblin or Goblin both had to struggle when they panicked. Kang Hian jumped up, you threw the bullet far away, is this the first time you've experienced pain like this? Kang Hian cried out in tears, it seems like your endurance is quite good, but I'm more used to enduring pain. He swung his knife and slashed straight at the demon, you knocked the jack out, first confiscating the weapon. Then he used a knife to continuously attack the demon. His hand holding the knife was shaking, it was really difficult. But not discouraged, he still rushed in and slashed repeatedly at the demon. Damn. In the car the soldier observed the battle, thinking, is he a fake awakener? A voice rang out from behind the soldiers, what exactly is going on? A guy in a soldier's uniform holding a knife behind him said, I thought I was the only support person. His eyes looked coldly at the fighting branches below. Kang Hian's knife was chipped in many places. He grabbed his shirt, gasped, raised his knife and took a defensive stance. Tears were still flowing from his eyes because of the tear gas, this bastard. Even though the monster was attacked continuously, it was still unharmed, Kang Hian thought, I had expected it but I didn't expect it to cause no damage at all, if this continues my endurance will decrease. He stood facing the demon, thinking about countermeasures, should I use something as a support tool, the only thing I know is slashing. Suddenly a stream of power descended to attack the demon, along with an apology. The new soldier attacked the monster countless times. Kang Hian saw this scene, bewildered, so fast, who is that? The soldier wore a gas mask and turned to look. The monster was still standing there, the soldier thought, I don't have any feeling of cutting, it feels like using a knife to cut stone. The soldier stood up arrogantly and said, the awakened one is here, no matter what, it's just the boss of an F-rank dungeon. He kept talking about it, because it's unusually strong so there must be other weaknesses. Kang Hian listened and smirked, F-level dungeon, he seems to know too much. The two of them rushed at the demon. Kang Hian said, I don't know who you are but I understand, so do you have any ideas? The two of them attacked and exchanged words, firstly my physical strength is not that strong, my body is about to be exhausted, the other guy replied, looking at him I knew. Kang Hian used a dirty knife to slash the monster, saying, what will you do when your strength runs out? The other soldier replied, no damage at all, damn the sword. Kang Hian started thinking, weapon, something that could be used as a weapon. Just then his eyes met the demon's halberd. He turned around and ran towards the halberd. The other soldier was still talking, I have speed but lack the strength to execute the kill, while I hold it back, you attack its weak point. Kang Hian holds the halberd and rushes back towards the demon, even in important situations. The soldier's attacks were constantly directed towards the demon, Kang Hian thought, probably just for show but so he knew that and was protecting himself. Kang Hian looked at the demon being attacked from all directions without any harm, thinking, then where should I attack, behind the joints, is the skin weaker there? He held the halberd and rushed forward regardless of life, blood splattered in all directions. The devil froze. The soldier also froze. Kang Hian took the halberd and stabbed it straight into the weak spot. And what made people speechless was that he took the halberd and stabbed it into the demon's back hole. Kang Hian's face turned pale and he thought to himself, somehow he felt a bit guilty. The moment he felt the discomfort on the axe handle, a question suddenly appeared in Kang Hian's mind. He thought to himself, is the anus the fatal point? Kang Hian thinks it's a weakness that can cause instant death. He gripped the axe tightly, the decision was made immediately. And his body prepared for the next step, he held the axe, stabbed and lifted the demon up. The demon screamed in pain. Kang Hian then threw it to the ground. The pain makes the demon constantly scream. Seeing Kang Hian's banana attack, the other soldier was also stunned. Kang Hian rushed up and said, it hurts so much that I can't stand it, right? The devil was in so much pain that he was dizzy and foaming at the mouth. As he finished speaking, Kang Hian's axe stabbed straight into the demon's neck. Blood splashed onto the street. Kang Hian leaned against the axe while the soldier who came to support stood idly behind. He stood there silently without saying anything. Seeing Kang Hian stand up, he exclaimed, "Strong, where did a strong person like this come from? Does he not belong to any organization?" Suddenly Kang Hian realized something. Behind the devil's head there was a yellow sign. He wondered what was that. Notice, unable to check item information because the tutorial is still in progress. Kang Hian picked it up. "I don't know what it's used for, but just take it. It's inconvenient not to have an inventory. I have to quickly finish this damn tutorial." Kang Hian put the things in his pocket. The soldier behind him stepped forward and asked, "Could it be?" Kang Hian turned around in anticipation. Normally, the items should be divided equally, right? But that guy suddenly interfered. "I took him down myself, let's run away." Kang Hian quickly ran away from the scene. "I have urgent business, so I should go first. This smelly thing, I mean this amazing axe, is yours," the other soldier called after him. "No, wait." Kang Hian turned around and winked. "Well, goodbye." The other soldier could only call out in vain. He was gone. The soldier took off his gas mask. Take a breath of cool air. He wiped his sweat with his hand, wondering what kind of person Kang Hian was. A few hours after defeating Hobgoblin, dusk fell. The situation seemed to calm down. The two Kang brothers walked down the street with weapons in hand, after passing through streets that looked like ruins from a movie. "Only when night falls do we return home." Ah Hyun frowned angrily. Kang Hian also frowned. Ah Hyun was angry right at the door and asked, "Did you forget to close the door?" Kang Hian is indifferent. "It seems like that." Ah Hyun sighs, "You must be stupid to think that you have grown up." Kang Hian picked up the phone, annoyed, and said, "What? Why do you keep complaining about this handsome face?" Kang Hian held his phone, attentively looking at the comments that netizens were commenting on him. Kang Hian was bewildered. "Is it that bad?" Ah Hyun sarcastically, "I told you so." Kang Hian sat on the bed, nervously said, Hey, we're in big trouble." Ah Hyun tilted his head and asked, "What are you asking?" Kang Hian asked for help. "Turn off the light for me." Ah Hyun is mad, doesn't like it. Big Kang Hian is acting coy on the bed like a child again. "Stop it please." Ah Hyun clicked his tongue. "This time I'll turn it off because you've had a difficult day." She held the toothbrush and pointed at Kang Hyun's face, warning, "Don't scream tomorrow." "Okay, I'm tired too." Kang Hian winked and affirmed firmly, "Don't worry, this stage is easy. Tomorrow we will drink beer and tell stories." Ah Hyun despised. His confidence is about to surpass the death flag level. "I didn't expect much, but good luck." Kang Hian was speechless. "Really?" Kang Hian lies peacefully sleeping on the bed. But he couldn't sleep. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Thinking back to the day's battle, that guy just now was quite strong. I was wondering how much he had overcome. I should have been eliminated in stage 2. He lay on the bed wondering, well, don't think about it anymore. I will complete stage 8, because I will become stronger than anyone. Kang Hian fell asleep. Remembering the image of the girl last night, yesterday's succubus was quite pretty. Even though it was a monster that could kill me, I felt quite excited to meet her again. Kang Hian blushed embarrassedly. "My God, you made me so startled." He opened his eyes and looked at the other person with gentle eyes. In front of him was an ugly, painful goblin. He raised his hand and punched it straight in the face and shouted, "What the hell?" With one punch he punched the goblin away. The goblin was punched and his face was swollen and he collapsed on the ground. Kang Hian looked around. This world is that goblin? He looked at the notice board that appeared. Completion conditions: invade the goblins in the cave and conquer the dungeon. Death failure conditions: tips, goblins in the cave have quite poor eyesight but very good hearing, thanks to evolution. Find a way to fool them. Kang Hian is surrounded by goblins with gray skin. What about their hearing? Why are you speaking now? The group of goblins approached Kang Hian. No, more importantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why did the tutorial content change? Wow, it changed. Why did it change?" Ah Hyun screamed because of the noise. It was so loud. Outside, the scene is chaotic. A man was punched until he had a crooked shape. A guy like a thug is beating up all the people in the store. One guy was knocked down and his nose was bleeding. He held his bleeding face and asked with difficulty, "Why?" He looked up at the arrogant thug. How could someone who hadn't even participated in the tutorial be stronger than the fake ability? Cold-hearted thug, no, a lot has changed. If he doesn't know how to fight, then what's the point of becoming stronger? The crazy thug remembered the image of Kang Hian fighting with Hobgoblin posted online, but, luckily, He said with a bloodthirsty look, "It seems like there are still many interesting pseudo-abilities out there." Guide for Stage 5, Round 3, Completion Conditions: defeat the doppelganger hiding in the crowd and eating people in every night. Failure conditions: death. Tips: knights and mages can use special abilities once a day. Kang Hian finished reading and pondered, "This monster that eats people every night, we need to find and defeat it." He looked around, thinking of a strategy. Wasn't it similar to looking for a succubus in Round 1? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was more like a game about finding the mafia instead. Read the notice carefully, be wise, use wisdom to overcome. He took a deep breath. Then let out a long scream. Everyone gathered. His scream made everyone turn around in surprise. They surrounded him and looked intently. He cleared his throat and said coldly, "From now on, whoever moves is the murderer." At this moment Kang Hian has forgotten. Early in the morning he woke up from the game. He sat on the bed bewildered, thinking back to last night's stupid actions, that in the mafia game, usually the one who talks a lot will die first. Kang Hian was stunned, thinking back, "I've never won a mafia battle. And never thought about this." He scratched his head, "Maybe I should eat something." He never thought he would keep repeating the same mistake for a month and a half. At night, Kang Hian asked about his sister. "How are you, Kang Hian?" He raised his hand to push away his gold-rimmed glasses. Said in a dangerous way, "This brother of mine was born very smart. His actions and words make Hian shiver, so disgusting." She stood at the door bewildered after coming home from work, thinking, "What am I supposed to deal with after work?" Kang Hian said again, "I tried to change my appearance to change my insides too." Kang Hian said angrily, holding a book in his hand, "He died 53 times in that damn Stage 5, so he needs to do something." Hian had a headache listening to Kang Hian's blabbering. They say to use wisdom to overcome. The content is different each time. Even a member of the Mensa Association cannot win. Hian listened and exclaimed, "It must be Mensa, you are helpless. Transplanting someone else's brain is faster than waiting for him to become smarter, because Mensa means high-level IQ." After hearing this, Kang Hian just said "oh," which made Hian mad. It's the same old saying again, this stupid idiot. Hian covered his ears, peeked out the door. Instead of buying a suit, he'd better use that money to soundproof the room. The girl downstairs installed a subwoofer. Stage 5, prove that your intelligence can overcome all difficulties. Kang Hian raised his head to look at the vast cave. A cave, huh? A dungeon maybe. He glanced at the notification. What terrible mission did they prepare for him this time? He was startled and glanced attentively. The completion condition on the notification caught his attention. This was. He smiled proudly. He found it. Completion conditions: complete all F-level dungeons. Tarank's hatchery. Failure conditions: death. Tips: the level of the poison spewing Tarank guarding the hatchery is 20. Find its weakness and make a suitable strategy. The torch in the cave burned. This spider with purple eyes like gems is the poisonous Tarank. Complete the dungeon. Why are the conditions so short and simple? Kang Hian grabbed the sword and rushed at the Tarank. He finally found a solution that even Aristotle could somersault over. The Tarank saw him coming and spit out venom. He reached out his hand to help, curiously asking what was this. Was it a poison-spewing spider? He was startled. Because his hand that came into contact with the poison was corroded and left nothing, he realized he had been poisoned. He raised his sword with his other hand. This thing. Then cut off his poisoned hands, screamed. It was nothing. The demon spider kept screaming. He slid down to the demon spider's feet. Then he sat up, held the sword and stabbed. It hurt a bit. Tips: clues about the poison spray Tarank's weakness are hidden in the hatchery. Reminder messages: tips, clues about poison spray Tarank hidden in the hatchery. He used his sword and cut the demon spider in half. The demon spider was cut in half and collapsed on the spot, letting out a yellow pill. In the end, I chose to forcefully break through. Kang Hian wins, enjoys the spoils of the battle. Weaknesses, clues, it doesn't matter, as long as I kill them, right? Instead of looking for the key, I will crush and overcome. Congratulations, you have completed Stage 5, you receive the power of Giant B. Kang Hian looked madly at his hand that was full of power. Brains are only for people with poor physical ability. Giant Strength B, ability, strengthen muscles with magic power. Description: increase strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. The status bar appeared. Name Kang Hian, title of resilient person, level 25, strength 20 plus 1, agility 1 19 plus 1, stamina 19 plus 1, Magic Power 19+1, Bonus Stat 0, Resurrection Technique, Intermediate Swordsmanship Ability D, Basic Shield Technique F, Basic Crossbow Technique F, Lion's Roar Skill C, Intermediate Body Regeneration B, 1-2 Cutting E, Giant Strength B. Back to real life. In the classroom, a voice of challenge rang out, "Hey Kwon Min Soo, give me a birthday punch." Minute Soo held the phone, one hand holding his head, nonchalantly, "Leave it later, I'm exhausted after that damn tutorial." The other guy put his hands on the table, standing next to Min Soo. "That's right, you're 18 years old, how was your phase 1? Min Soo was depressed, "It was as bad as rumored, but I still completed it." Minute Soo lies down on the table dejectedly, "The problem is what's to come. From stage 5 onwards there's no real trick." The guy next to me finds it comforting. Just completing stage 4 is already in the top 1%. Kang Hian noticed a news on his phone. His friend's name next to him was still babbling. Maybe those people keep valuable information closely guarded with each other. Minute Soo showed the news he just read to his friend. "Hey, there's new information. Yesterday someone completed stage 7 and is about to challenge stage 8. His friend was a bit suspicious after reading it. Fake news. Minute Soo reads the news on the phone. Stage 4 theme is leadership ability, subduing every member with strength. Stage 5 theme is intelligence. Muscle is the highest form of intelligence. Increase your strength. Stage 6, cruel, destroys both enemies and allies. Stage 7, sincere, destroys only enemies. After reading it, they found it hard to believe. What is this, isn't it bait? The internet is full of negative comments. Kang Hian finished reading the comments and shouted angrily, "These bastards, I tried my best to share tips." Ah Hyun sighed, "Why are you screaming so loudly?" Kang Hian angrily turned to tell his sister, No, listen, I personally revealed the advanced guide strategy, but these people didn't believe it." Ah Hyun shook his head, "Why do you keep meddling in these things so loudly, this crooked old man," making Kang Hian freeze. "What? I'm confident, just wait and see, once you complete stage 8, you'll become the 3rd instructor graduate in the Republic of Korea." His words made Ah Hyun look at him from the outside, on par with Han Seon, the leader of the Dangun Group, or Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Power User Alliance. Ah Hyun suppressed laughter after hearing this. Then slapped him directly in the face, on par with his lame pants. How could he compare geniuses who completed in just one attempt with people who took 4 months to complete? Kang Hian tried to argue. "Shut up, he also completed stages 6 and 7 in just one attempt." Sunset falls. The dark night comes. Announcement, "Welcome Kang Hian to the guide, you have completed the stage 7 guide. Do you want to enter the final stage 8? Stage 6 quest reward, B rank weapon Biljane Longsword, Biljane B Longsword, durability 500/500, description of a longsword that accompanied the Biljane mercenary who made a name for himself on the battlefield for 30 years. Originally it was just a well-made longsword, but when it absorbed Biljane's blood it became imbued with a dark aura, strong and durable rage ability chemistry. Stage 8 reward, Ronald Armor, Rolled B Armor, durability 500/500, description, this is the armor worn by Ronald throughout his life, nomadic knight of the Kingdom of Alois. It has the function of automatically restoring damaged parts after being destroyed and repaired many times, the ability to self-restore. Kang Hian closed his eyes and thought, if you complete stage 8 then you can use it in reality. I also need to check the items dropped from the Hobgoblin. Welcome Kang Hian to the tutorial, you have completed stage 7. Kang Hian is tired, I don't expect to be able to get over it in just one go, but as long as it doesn't take more than a week, it's fine. Kang Hian was stunned, looking at all the changes before his eyes. A notification pops up, asking, what is your religion? Kang Hian was stunned, convinced. He was deep in thought. Suddenly the ground shook, Kang Hian lost his balance. The surrounding area cracked, Kang Hian panicked, what the hell is going on? The space is. All 4 sides are broken, Kang Hian could fall at any time. The sentence fell, Kang Hian screamed in fear. Falling into the dark abyss, he kept screaming, no. He kept falling and falling, falling into an endless black hole. In another dimension. Kang Hian woke up. Kang Hian is standing in the middle of a bustling, crowded street. He looked around, curious, this is. At this moment a girl walked through him, Kang Hian in this place was just like an illusion. He turned pale, thinking, I was just penetrated, am I in an invisible state? Kang Hian looked around, seeing a city in the guide for the first time, is this Earth? But his attention bumped into a strange couple walking in the opposite direction. He realized something, not only these people. When the couple passed by, this was clearly the shape of a lizard, and Kang Hian also realized, these people are not human. All around him are mutants. Everyone has the face of a lizard. I'm Kang Hian, lost and alone in the crowd. Kang Hian suddenly noticed something. A lizard wearing a yellow shirt seemed to have seen him. Kang Hian admired, wow, he looked into my eyes. Kang Hian was also a bit scared, thinking, he's staring at me like crazy, can he see me? The guy's golden eyes with erect pupils looked at him intently. Kang Hian realized it wasn't. He realized they weren't looking at him, but at the monsters behind him. Monsters massively attacked the city, making the citizens extremely scared. They ran away in disarray. Monsters with powerful armies constantly attack. They massacred everyone. Kang Hian looked at the monsters, he recognized them, there were monsters he had seen before. And even those I've never seen before. Kang Hian was alone in this chaos, huge monsters are raging and attacking the city, this is a completely different level than the open dungeon I experienced 2 months ago. The monsters are tearing apart the poor people, Kang Hian looks at it and feels like it's the end of the world. Announcement, remaining time until the connection to the Haken dimension is complete, 4 years, 278 days 23 hours, 32 minutes, 24 seconds. The announcement made Kang Hian scared when thinking about the image of the Earth will look like this after 5 years. He stood frozen on the road. Suddenly something caught his attention. He tilted his head up to look. A huge, strange monster is standing behind tall buildings. It's 2 or 3 times taller than tall buildings, it stretches out its arms. The monsters also ran away at this time, Kang Hian was also scared stiff. He put both hands out to block the storm that the monster brought. The image is chaotic, Kang Hian gradually disappears. The space changed, the monsters disappeared, leaving only bright light. Kang Hian was floating in the white space, what was that just now, was it also a monster? Suddenly a voice rang out in the space, making Kang Hian stunned, how do you feel? In space, a figure floated there. Kang Hian landed, walked towards that person, asked are you? He looked suspiciously at its shadowy silhouette and asked, God or what? The shadowy girl softly replied, no. She spoke up to answer Kang Hian's question, you can simply think that I am a dimension administrator, Kang Hian repeated, administrator. The girl opened her arms and explained to Kang Hian, this stage is to discuss with me personally, feel free to ask anything you have questions about, this is also a valuable time for me to ask you a few things. Kang Hian seriously asked, what did I just see? Remembering that horrifying scene, he asked, does the Earth look like that after 5 years? The admin replied, it depends on what you do from now on. Kang Hian spoke up, I don't understand, if you are such a great creature, why don't you stop this yourself? The admin explained to Kang Hian again, like I said, I'm just an admin not a guardian angel, I just maintain balance. Kang Hian listened to what she said and was extremely depressed, the status window and instructions I gave you were the best I could do. The admin asked again, can I ask you a question now and received Kang Hian's agreement. The administrator asked, Mr. Kang Hian, what belief guided you, and what did you live for until now? Kang Hian crossed his arms, confused, what the hell are you asking, what a profound question, why are you asking that? She answered Kang Hian's question right after observing humanity during this event, so to speak, I became curious, all living beings are interesting, but humans are especially interesting. Kang Hian smirked, observed, curious, for some reason this guy is driving me crazy, he spoke up, so I guess you haven't observed enough. Admin is silent, Kang Hian recalls every moment of a simple life, saying, at least in my circle, no one lives their whole life thinking about such nonsense, since we were born, we were just struggling to be a little happier, trying to survive day by day. The admin asked again, do you have anything you want to protect, Kang Hian? Kang Hian happily patted his chest when he heard this, my spoiled sister and my parents, I have to protect my family. The admin asked a question that stunned Kang Hian, have you ever wanted to become a hero? Kang Hian didn't understand what nonsense she was asking, he sighed, after dying several times I knew my position, that cool but tiring job was not for me. The administrator said, from what he observed, the hero must have natural talent, Kang Hian has almost no talent. Kang Hian was speechless after listening, thinking, this bastard wants to cause trouble. The administrator held out his hand and said humorously, but I'm personally your fan, Kang Hian, watching you scan the instructions, you don't know how happy and excited I was. Kang Hian pondered, you're talking happily, is the admin a masochist, the future of the Earth is up, ha, wait, could it be? Kang Hian waved at the admin and asked, "Hey admin, Phase 5 with the intelligence theme, is it a mission that changes over time?" Admin is silent. Then, the notification rang, "Time is up, I was so happy, Kang Hian." The notification appeared, "Congratulations, you have completed Stage 8, this notification startled Kang Hian. "What the?" The administrator continued, "The instructions are just a facade, more challenges are waiting for you." Kang Hian spoke up, "Wait." But before he could finish his words, Kang Hian was swept away. The administrator continued to speak, "And whether you like it or not, Kang Hian, I believe you will become a hero to save the world." Kang Hian kept shouting, "Wait, so finally the 5th stage is yours to do." The administrator didn't care about his question, congratulating him on graduating from the tutorial. Kang Hian tried to call after him, "Hey, you son of a bitch." In space, Kang Hian completely disappeared, leaving only the administrator. The administrator stood there silently, then spoke for a while, "I'm counting on you, Kang Hian." Announcement: you are the 62nd person to graduate from the guide. You have received the title of Graduate Guide. Endless Black Night. Kang Hian kept asking, "As expected, the incident in Stage 5 was caused by you, right?" "Hey." Kang Hian suddenly woke up and was about to scream, "You bastard," but unexpectedly Hian covered her mouth so she could only say gurgle. Kang Hian looked at the thing stuffed in his mouth. He blurted out, disgusted when he saw it was a sock, "What is this?" Hian sat on the chair next to him and asked, "Are you awake?" She said coldly, knowing right away that he would scream, "So I covered his mouth." Kang Hian threw away the sock. "But do I need to gag your mouth with the sock?" Hian laughed happily, "If you don't like it, shut your mouth when you wake up, look at my face and you'll know you failed again, right? This time how much time do you think it will take?" Kang Hian flashed a dangerous smile. He raised his hand, the status window appeared, surprising Hian. Kang Hian stood in the middle of the room, boasting, "Have you seen anything? The strength of this brother, I think he is now the chosen one." Hian is depressed, "I don't see anything." Hian didn't pay any attention, waved his hand, "Fine, now go make some money. This morning I made you breakfast as a special reward." Kang Hian pouted, "At least congratulate her, cold girl, no wonder you don't have a boyfriend." After finishing speaking, Hian threw the shovel straight into Kang Hian's face. The kitchen counter has been cleaned and neat. Hian is getting ready to go to work. "I'm going out." Kang Hian replied yes. He sat and studied the status bar, lost in thought. The title he got after completing Stage 8, thinking about it, the effect isn't that great. Complete instructions, description, a title for those who complete all 8 stages, effects, all stats +2. However, there was one thing that caught Kang Hian's attention. He discovered he couldn't accumulate titles. Notice, except for the selected title, the others only give 50% of the effect. Kang Hian confirmed, "It's correct." He also realized this, and said, "Of course, I should use complete the tutorial." Status bar, Kang Hian name, title, complete the tutorial +1 more, level 28, strength 21, +2,5, agility 19 +2,5, stamina 20 +2,5, strength 20 +2,5, bonus stat 0, resurrection technique, intermediate level D swordsmanship ability, mechanical shield technique version F, crossbow shield technique F, lion's roar skill C, intermediate body regeneration B, 1-2/E, great force B. Kang Hian happily took the items he obtained after the battle with the hobgoblin, and he had been waiting for this moment. He opened it. Inside was an old book. He picked up the book, a mysterious item received after defeating hobgoblin. He held it up and said, "Declare your identity." Announcement: Magic Explosion E. Description: a skill book that allows you to learn the skill Magic Explosion E, the ability to shoot a magic ball that can create an explosion. Kang Hian was happy to receive the skill book. He held the book and trembled. Then held it up like a treasure. After 4 months of screaming in the tutorial stage, Kang Hian finally reached the state of screaming silently. Announcement: do you want to learn the Magic Explosion skill? Kang Hian was excited, of course, damn. Notification: you have learned Magical Explosion E. Kang Hian holds a book that is emitting light in his hand. His body absorbed the book, his hand radiated strength, and he had already received the gift. Kang Hian clenched his fists. Now that I've received the gifts, should I apply to join the Fake Awakening training school? In another neighborhood. An ordinary-looking girl, holding a cup of coffee, walking on the street. My name is On Myoung. She is a newly appointed civil servant. Her first job was at a fake awakening training school where only those who completed the tutorial could receive a certificate. The awakening training system in her country is said to have developed rapidly, becoming one of the best systems in the world. She thought dreamily, they could be rookies but they could also be heroes in the future. Wouldn't it be wonderful to witness the beginning of their journey? But when she looked at this long line of people waiting, she suddenly became disillusioned, realizing that it was just her thoughts a few hours ago. On Myeong sat on the chair, shaking, sorry. Her eyes were filled with tears of fear. When faced with Kang Hian, who looked like a terrorist, she trembled. You have to show me your ID card. On Myeong saw someone coming as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The face on the paperwork was completely different from this terrorist face. Kang Hian asked again, what? On Myeong covered her face in fear and cried without making a sound. She trembled and cried, attracting the attention of everyone around her. Kang Hian also turned black. She said, why did you do that to me? Kang Hian waved his hand. No, what's wrong? Kang Hian was confused. What's going on? What's going on? Outside, the crowd of small and large people whispered, did he make her cry? Did he threaten her or something? There was a group of other people with hostile eyes, some even used their phones to take pictures. Kang Hian awkwardly explained, no wait, I didn't do anything. Suddenly a voice rang out, is there a problem here? Kang Hian was startled and turned around. On Myeong saw someone coming as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She called out, Teacher Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun said as he walked, it seems like the procedure is a bit slow, is something wrong? Kim Hyun suddenly noticed Kang Hian. Kang Hian also recognized him. Hyun thinks that Kang Hian looks very familiar. Kang Hian also feels that this voice is very familiar. Hyun raised his hand, wanting to see the resume. I can look at that for a bit. On Myeong, give it to me, here. Hyun spoke up, Kang Hian, you look so different in real life than in your photos, right? Kang Hian spoke up and explained that his appearance changed due to his skills, but I swear I'm serious, it's really unfair. Seeing that Hyun didn't believe, Kang Hian continued, if you don't believe I can do a DNA test, or fingerprints, but Hyun paid attention to something else. Hyun asked, you completed stage 5, Kang Hian replied yes, and you deliberately changed the plot to avoid attracting attention. Hyun said you're quite tall at level 12, have you ever conquered illegal admiration? Hyun's question made Kang Hian think that his body had been adjusted down by more than half but still too tall. Kang Hian was confused. I went in a few times before the law was promulgated. Hyun replied, I understand. What is that powerful skill you listed in your list of ultimate skills? Hearing this, Kang Hian excitedly replied that it temporarily doubled my strength. Hyun asked again, thank you for your cooperation, just one more thing. Hyun extended his hand to invite Kang Hian. Kang Hian had a headache because he asked too many questions. Hyun continued asking, in stage 3, the Awakened received a skill, in stage 4 as an accessory, and in stage 5 as an advanced skill. Wien felt that this guy did not ask carefully, but Wien still raised his hand to prepare for KY Duan to see all the skills he received. This is the skill I received in the other 3 skills. After listing them, Hyun asked me if I need to see all the rewards. Kang Hian felt that this guy was questioning him thoroughly, but Kang Hian still raised his hand to prepare to show Hyun all the skills he received. Okay, this is the skill I received in stage 3. As he finished speaking, he bit straight into my hand. Hyun surprised to see this action. His blood was scattered on the floor. Hyun watched Kang Hian's crazy actions without blinking. But as soon as he removed his hand, the wound immediately healed. The wound heals at breakneck speed without leaving a trace. Hyun pushes glasses, a recovery skill. After that, Kang Hian continued to show off the skills and items he received, and in stage 4 was this ring, and in stage 5. He thought to himself, okay, I recorded my ultimate skill as brute force instead of great force. It's a skill that conveys fear to surrounding enemies with a roar. If I use it here, is it okay? Hyun said it's okay, just use. Kang Hian to reply freely. In the line of people queuing, a blond man with strong piercings was standing there coldly. Suddenly he seemed to notice something. In the distance, Kang Hian was taking a deep breath, and the blond guy noticed, wait, that guy. The blond guy recognized Kang Hian as the person who murdered Golbin and Jen Wudong. The blond was stunned when he realized this. He held his head tightly. Then Kang Hian screamed, causing everyone present at the scene to cover their ears. They panicked and asked each other what the hell was going on. Even Hyun had to cover her ears. Kang Hian cleared her throat. Hyun looked at Kang Hian in bewilderment. Kang Hian asked, is that enough? Hyun cleared his throat. That's enough. Then Kang Hian, please go to the first floor of the Gunmu building next door. The blonde-haired guy was stunned. He was delighted because he had met the strong man he wanted to confront. Kang Hian remembers the last time I was interviewed last time. I was almost rejected because I looked different from my ID photo, but after attracting attention with that fierce roar. Kang Hian sat in class. There were whispers in the classroom. Was it him, right? The constant whispering made him uncomfortable. He scolded the other girl so loudly that she lost her temper. It seems like he gave a bad impression to everyone, he thought. Kang Hian chewed and held his chin, feeling like something was wrong, but it's okay. In another corner, the pierced blonde guy quietly looked at Kang Hian. Hyun along with a few people entered the classroom and thanked them for waiting. He stepped up to the podium and introduced me as Kim Hyun. From now on, I will direct the training at the Songnam branch at the Fake Ability Training School. Nice to meet you all. When he finished speaking, applause rang out endlessly. Hyun continued to say that the training course will last 10 days, including theory class in the morning, and practical class in the afternoon. Meals and accommodation will be provided here. If there are no serious problems, everyone will safely complete the training course and receive a certificate. The speech continues. As everyone knows, it's been almost half a year since the world changed. Information about dungeons and monsters appears every day, so strategies are constantly being developed. In other words, what you are about to learn is not entirely the correct answer. Kang Hian held his chin in frustration, thinking that he had just begun to humiliate others. The speech is still going on. There may be false information, or the information will soon become useless, so I will only teach the most important things to help you survive. Hyun adjusted the mic and said, in the next 10 days, I hope to cooperate with you. Class is over. This is the end of this part. Please rest for 10 minutes and then we will move on to the next part. During break, the whole class went outside. Kang Hian sat in class feeling bored like army training. Will this continue for 10 days? Kang Hian noticed someone walking closer to him. That person reached out his hand. He introduced himself. My name is Kwak Soo-il, let's shake hands. Kang Hian looked at that person's friendly action. I'm curious and wonder who this godly Jim Pig is. He shook hands and introduced himself. My name is Kang Hian. The other guy smirked. Kang Hian is also lazy to pay attention. Soo-il tensed up, held Kang Hian's hand tightly, said, let's help each other. He smirked. Guys like this should teach him his place from the start. Soo-il has been feuding with Kang Hian ever since he did the lion's roar. He has hated Kang Hian since he caused the chaos before. But Soo-il was suddenly stunned. He was surprised to see that Kang Hian was still calm. Heck, this guy, he was still standing. Kang Hian said softly, strong. Force activation notification. Strength B ability to strengthen muscles with magic. Description increases strength by 12 in 10 minutes. Kang Hian used all his strength to hold Soo-il's hand tightly. Soo-il panicked. I'm losing in a battle of strength. I've put all my stats into strength. The surroundings also noticed the movements of the two of them. Damn, everyone was watching. The whole class was whispering. Were they fighting? Soo-il panicked, unable to retreat miserably. Soo-il gritted his face and turned red. Muscles tensed to the maximum. Suddenly, his arm exploded. Soo-il was surprised to see this scene. Kang Hian was also confused. Blood splattered in all directions, making everyone panic, and the blonde guy was also interested. He became even more crazy when he saw someone so strong. Blood splattered on the classroom floor. A scream echoed through the sky. Then an ambulance came to take him away immediately. Kang Hian tried to explain, no, I swear, that muscle brain guy, no, that guy came and shook hands with me first, then suddenly he was flexing his muscles and it suddenly exploded. Hyun was indifferent. Do you think I would really believe you? Kang Hian scratched his head. This is really crazy. Kang Hian tried to explain, it's not a matter of believing it or not, it's the truth. Thanks to my unique ability, the strength of the strong, which increases my own strength by 1,5 times, so I was able to avoid being injured. If you don't believe me, check your CCTV. Kang Hian's words surprised Hyun. Hyun spoke coldly. Your unique ability is called manpower. Kang Hian was dumbfounded. Oh yeah, it has to be manpower. Hyun pushed the glasses, and it increased its power by 2 times, not 1,5 times. Kang Hian heard it and tried to avoid it, probably because I'm not very good at math, so I got confused. Hyun frowned and looked at Kang Hian. Then sighed helplessly. I understand, go back to class. When Kang Hian returned to class, The whole class looked at you in fear. He sat down and sighed, feeling really tired from the first day. A new friend came, hello to Kang Hian. The guy with the pierced blonde hair seemed friendly, can I sit next to you? Kang Hian was indifferent, yeah whatever, in his heart he thought, from gym boss pig to thug. The thug introduced himself, my name is An Yusong. Kang Hian also shook hands and introduced himself again, I'm Kang Hian. Yusong said friendly, can I call you Hyung, I just turned 18 and just finished the tutorial. What he meant was, I learned very fast so I have already graduated from high school. Kang Hian silently said, just talk to me comfortably, but in his heart he secretly thought, looking at his appearance, I thought he was older than me. Yusong asked, how did you do it before? Kang Hian asked in bewilderment, what? Yusong suddenly went crazy, that guy's hand suddenly exploded, it was at the tip of the tip, what kind of skill was that? Kang Hian came here and immediately realized that this guy was also not normal. Kang Hian then explained, it's not like that, okay, that pig's muscles suddenly exploded. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun walked in, let's start second period, take a seat. Hyun raised his hand to press the remote, because it was delayed for quite a while, I'll just summarize the main content. Hyun held the mic to lecture, currently, dungeons are divided into two types, regular dungeons and unfinished dungeons. The lecture continues, the dungeon is usually the more common type, the dungeon door will break after 4 weeks after appearing, as you know, the dungeon break is the phenomenon of monsters overflowing from the gate. Kang Hian and Yusong listened quietly to the lecture, an unfinished dungeon is the type of dungeon whose breaking time cannot be determined, it can open more than 4 weeks earlier or later so regular guarding is a must. On the podium Ian continued to lecture, so how can we prevent the dungeon from breaking? We have two ways. The projector clearly shows the lecture, one is to complete the dungeon by obtaining the central or main core, the other is to replace the regular core periodically to delay the dungeon breaking. Hyun continued, however you have to be careful with the sequence of core attacks. Below the podium the voices of learners rang out, oh really? A brat spoke up, what about dealing with the monsters, why do you think I came here to listen to these useless theories? Kang Hian spoke up angrily, another muscle-brained guy, this bunch of muscle brains and the pig from before were the problem, turn it off. Bowen saw his insolent attitude and immediately stood up, telling the student that if he caused trouble again he would be expelled. Hyun raised his hand to stop it. You call that guy down, student, please come down here, I'm surprised and don't understand what's going on. Hyun repeated again, I told you to come down here. You bossy little guy has some pride, right? He arrogantly went down, I'll go down and then later. Hyun raised his hand to stop the timer, 1 minute made that strong guy not understand anything. He explained, from now on I will only dodge and block your attacks for 1 minute, if you can hurt me, you will graduate immediately. He showed a dangerous look in his eyes, otherwise he would be kicked out, do you want to play? Kang Hian and Yusong looked at this scene dejectedly, both of them had the same thought, this second gym lord is so arrogant, he's really annoying. But both of them had an inappropriate look on their faces but they looked happy so it's okay. Hyun stood facing the rude man, he said, if there is even a scratch on my body, I will let you graduate immediately. That gym lord quietly listened to Hyun say, but if you fail, you will be expelled, what do you think? Gym lord is angry, what do you think I am? The storage box appears. The gym lord took out his sword and arrogantly asked Hyun, are you sure you won't regret it? The security guard seemed scared and was about to stop Hyun, sir, but really, Hyun pushed his glasses and confidently said, it's okay. Hyun waved his hand, come. The gym lord got angry, growled, and continued like this until the end. He jumped up and shouted, I'm attacking. He rushed towards Hyun. He launched a powerful attack but Hyun easily dodged it. Hyun said coldly, attacking without prior notice has no effect, even if you don't sneak attack, surprise is the basis of the attack. The gym lord was angry, blue veins appeared all over his face. He swung his knife and slashed hard. Hyun still despises that his preparations are too cumbersome, his opponent won't wait for him to attack. After hearing the name of the gym, I became even more angry. But no matter how he attacks, Hyun can easily avoid it, he also disdainfully says that just swinging the sword is not enough. While avoiding him, he must know how to observe and see through his opponent's movements without missing a beat. The gym lord shouted angrily, enough nonsense. He held the sword and rushed towards Hyun, shouting, damn. He swung his sword, Hyun ducked to dodge. Hyun still said coldly, hitting with all your strength is not always the best way, the greater the amplitude of movement, the greater the vulnerability. Hyun swings his legs, but more importantly, he swung his leg and kicked the Gym Lord's sword cleanly away. The sword flew out and stabbed straight into the ceiling. The Gym Lord was scared and sat down. Hyun lowered his leg. If he did that, he would be exhausted very quickly. Hyun raised his phone to stop the timer. It's been 1 minute, time's up. The whole class was silent in horror as they watched the match just now. Video of a professional boxer avoiding a normal person's punch just by tilting his head. Kang Hian has seen a video like that. Witnessing the match, he thought, but doing that to someone with abilities, maybe there really is a difference between superheroes. Kang Hian is thoughtful. His agility and reaction speed are hard to keep up with even someone like me who has enhanced his stats. If faced with him in a 1v1 match, Kang Hian closes his eyes. After that, both he and that crazy Yusong were full of excitement, not knowing who would win. Both of them wanted to have a match. Kang Hian suddenly noticed something. He felt strange when he saw Yusong's excited expression. He wondered what this expression was about. What was wrong with him? Was he crazy? The more Kang Hian thinks about it, the more prickly he feels. Maybe next time I shouldn't sit next to this guy again. I don't want people to think I have the same problem. The schedule of special ability training students includes theory classes in the morning, and practical training in the afternoon. Hyun stood next to the weapon rack. Introducing today's lesson, we will practice weapon skills, inviting everyone to take turns receiving training weapons. Hyun continued to introduce, first practice on your own, and the teaching assistants will take turns correcting everyone. Due to lack of manpower, I hope everyone will understand, it is not possible to give one-on-one instructions. Kang Hian held the sword, feeling so bored. But big thoughts met. Yusong invited Kang Hian, his brother. Practicing weapon skills sounds boring. Do you want to fight? Kang Hian heard this and immediately felt excited. Okay, are you good at fighting? Hyun in the back seemed to have discovered this discussion, so he spoke up, noting that fighting was banned until the 6th day of training. Kang Hian heard it and just clicked his tongue. Under the blue sky and gentle sunshine, all the students are practicing hard. Kang Hian stood to the side dejectedly looking at this scene of sword swinging. He puffed his cheeks, thinking, I didn't expect anything, but are people really like this? The average level is lower than I thought. Kang Hian scratched his head. I don't need to do anything, just walk around and exercise a bit. He held the sword tightly in his hand. Then danced a few skillful dances. His skillful sword dancing caught Hyun's attention. He looked at Kang Hian enthusiastically swinging his sword beside him. A lecturer spoke up, that student, you can't do that. The teaching assistant came forward to explain to him. In that position, he had to close his legs and adjust the angle of the sword a bit. It seemed like he was trying to show off, but during practice it was useless. After hearing the lecture, Kang Hian was stunned. He felt irritated when this guy kept talking. What is this person saying? The teaching assistant continued to talk. Later, when he entered the dungeon, he would find it difficult to apply that sword skill in real combat. Before he finished speaking, Kang Hian grabbed his collar. Then said in a scary voice, are you that good at fighting? How about we try? But that's just Kang Hian's imagination. Okay, I held back because I was afraid of making a big deal out of it. But Hyun spoke up to interrupt the conversation. Teaching assistant Kim Sung-han, wait. Hyun approached. Sung-han said in surprise, teacher. Hyun clapped his hands. He said, everyone pay attention. From now on there will be simulated matches between students and teaching assistants. Kang Hian and Sung-han were stunned. Hyun gave the sword to Sung-han, saying, teaching assistant Kim Sung-han will follow the previous instructions, and student Kang Hian will continue to swing the sword as usual. He only has one turn to attack back and forth. Sung-han was dumbfounded, but Kang Hian was very interested in this game. Hyun waved his hand, okay, let's go. Prepare to start, 1,2. As soon as the number 3 was uttered, the two of them immediately rushed towards each other. Kang Hian excitedly raised his sword. Sung-han panicked and blocked Kang Hian's attack. Kang Hian holds the sword tightly. Sword swung again. This time Kang Hian sent Sung-han's sword flying. Sung-han's sword was thrown far away. Sung-han lost his momentum and fell to the ground. His sword also fell right behind him, sticking deep into the ground. The surrounding scene was completely quiet. Hyun turned to analyze. The weapon skills everyone is practicing is to prepare for real battles, training the body to react immediately when attacked. Hyun explained, but student Kang Hian showed us. Don't forget the most important thing is the ability to react. Never think that what you are learning is the answer. Sung Han scratched his head embarrassedly. Kang Hian proudly puffed his nose. Hyun spoke up, please give these two a round of applause for the illustration just now. But Kang Hian still doesn't understand what Hyun said. Hyun reached out his hand to help Sung Han stand up. Sorry teaching assistant Kim Sung Han, you worked hard. Sung Han held Hyun's hand and firmly said, it's okay, thanks to you I've learned a lot. Sung Han stood up and dusted himself off. Hyun spoke up, a bit surprised, but I'm sorry about that. Hyun quietly observed Kang Hian smiling foolishly with Yusong. Then he pushed up his glasses and said, I just want to check a few things. Kang Hyun's precious training diary. Day 1, a big guy picked a fight with me so I gave him a lesson. That guy's name was Yusong and kept acting friendly with me, but he seemed a bit crazy. The theory class was boring, and the practice session wasn't very effective. Kang Hian recalls that boring memory of sword swing practice. Day 2, not much different from yesterday. In the morning we learned some tactics here and there. In the afternoon we learned weapons training, and Yusong seemed very excited. I should keep a distance from him. Kang Hian remembered the image of Yusong juggling swords and the teaching assistant was blocking him. Swinging like that was very dangerous. Day 3, Kang Hian talked to Yusong. He had already completed the tutorial stages. Yusong replied, secretly, and the only person who talked to Kang Hian was only Yusong. During practice, those two guys rushed to solo each other in the panic of the teaching assistant. That's not it. On the 4th, both of them were bored. Kang Hian sat drawing random things during class, showing how bored I was. When it was time for practice, Kang Hian held two swords in both hands. The teaching assistant intervened. Each person was only allowed to use one weapon. Day 5, both of them felt so bored. Kang Hian wanted to go home. Practice time, Kang Hian threw his sword down and lay on the ground motionless. The teaching assistant was at a loss and asked, what are you doing? In turn, Kang Hian replied, meditating. Day 6, Kang Hian was depressed and lay down on the table, complaining, so bored. Kang Hian asked Yusong, why don't you go cause trouble? Yusong was indifferent. Didn't you say before that we should finish the course quietly? Kang Hian stood up and said, it's none of my business if you get kicked out. Yusong replied, you really know how to say trash as usual. Yusong spoke up, you don't need to worry too much. Yusong crossed his arms over his chest, looking dazed. Today is Friday, so from now on we will practice in the afternoon, right? I feel like something interesting will happen. Yusong smirked, I have a hunch like that. Day 6, practice in the afternoon. Kang Hian knocked away another student's sword. That student lost his momentum and fell to the ground. His sword flew away, he groaned in pain. Kang Hian helped the trainee up. Hyun spoke up, trainee Kang Hian won, the next team prepares. Kang Hian returned to his seat. Yusong applauded, you fought quite well, I saw you defeat the teacher. Kang Hian is humble, it's just that the opponent is too weak. Yusong hesitated, come on, why are you so humble all of a sudden? Kang Hian pondered while looking at the students' absent-minded fights. What should I do? I feel like a child playing. Kang Hian crossed his arms and thought, in general the level here isn't that high, I don't know much about things like talents, but it seems like commoners can't pass many stages. Kang Hian sat in a corner, continuing to be lost in his own thoughts. They said that the training will continue until the 8th, do they really have to continue doing these boring things? On the ring, two practitioners were rushing at each other. But one guy got scared and screamed. Kang Hian and the student sat on the floor looking bored at this scene. The other student closed his eyes in fear. The blade stopped just a few inches away from his eyes. He opened his eyes in fear, his face was gray. Unexpectedly, Hyun jumped up to block the attacker's attack, to keep the other student safe. Hyun spoke up, let's stop here, the winner is trainee Kim Chang-woo. Kang Hian found this fight quite interesting, thought, he's quite good, if there was a fight, I'd like to fight with teacher Kim Hyun. Okay, the next team steps up. Hyun finished speaking. Yusong stood up. Before going into the ring, he even turned around to say hello to Kang Hian. I'm going, Kang Hian replied, yeah, okay. Yusong smiled happily. Kang Hian noticed this. Yusong leisurely put his hands in his pockets and walked to the ring. Kang Hian remembered what Yusong said a few days ago, I felt like something interesting happened. Kang Hian is a bit worried, he doesn't intend to cause trouble, I have a bad feeling. But he quickly calmed down, well, there's no big deal with the teacher there, right? Hyun spoke up, trainee Lee Yuri is a magician who will use his own weapon instead of weapons when training. Hyun spoke up again. This will give her an advantage due to the disadvantage of space. Do you have any problem? Yusong nonchalantly replied, no. Hyun noticed Yusong's weapon, but, I remember trainee and Yusong's weapon was a sword, why is it now a mace? Yusong winked, there's no rule that you can only use one type of weapon, right? Hyun replied, okay then. Hyun as the referee, said, okay both of you step back, I'll count to 3 then you two will start. Kang Hian attentively watched the match. Hyun shouted, 1. Yusong laughed happily. Hyun shouted the command, 2. When the third command rang out, Lee Yuri performed magic. A stream of power surrounded her. Powerful ice bars shot straight towards Yusong. Yusong swung his mace and easily destroyed Yuri's sharp ice bars. Yusong smiled happily. Kang Hian under the stage was quite surprised to see Yusong's strength. He watched the match with admiration. This was the first time I saw magic in real life, so just by doing it in the tutorial I would have a card to learn magic. He looked at the intense battle between the two, thinking, why didn't I see this during weapons training? Did she practice privately? Lee Yuri holding his wand, gritting his teeth, damn. She held out her wand. A giant block of ice was formed. That block of ice rushed straight towards Yusong. Yusong glanced. Hyun noticed this action of yours. Yusong raised his mace. Then he jumped up. He smiled wildly, holding the mace in both hands and swinging it. He faced off head-on with that giant iceberg. Kang Hian looked bewildered. He seemed to understand what Yusong was planning to do. That guy, could it be? Yusong held the mace, moving around the direction of the magic. Kang Hian realized he was bending the trajectory of the magic. And Yusong steered the magic's direction to the teacher's place. Hyun saw the attack coming towards him. Hyun also immediately avoided. Suddenly Yusong ran away. Hyun was surprised, his face turned pale. As soon as Hyun saw Yusong raise his mace to attack Yuri, he shouted, trainee. Blood splashed. Hyun's eyes widened and she stood there pale. Kang Hian and the other students were also stunned. The Yuri student's hand was covered in blood lying on the ground. Yusong raised his hands in victory. Day 6 Kang Hian realized, this bastard is crazier than he thought. Kang Hian, after the horrifying scene, screams rang out everywhere. Assistant Kim Sung Han, Ambulance Department, Assistant Lee Min Hyuk, call 119. The assistants were rushing to call an ambulance, announcing, a fracture in the right arm, that's right, hurry up. Lee Yuri was lying on the floor, groaning in pain. On one side, an assistant was trying to give her first aid and comfort her, trying to endure a little longer. Yusong's face was covered in blood, a sharp blade pointed straight at him, but he still blatantly smiled. Hyun's voice rang out, student in Yusong. Hyun held the sword and pointed it straight at him, asking, do you know what you are doing? Hyun looked at Yusong with a cold face. But Yusong acted harmless, it was just an accident. Accidents like this can happen in practice, right? But Hyun didn't believe it at all, coldly said, do you think I would believe that? Yusong winked and smiled at Hyun acting harmless. Hyun coldly glared at him, he then sighed and turned away. Hyun turned down and announced to the class, we're taking a 20-minute break, come back to your seats at 3 o'clock. Then Hyun called Yusong to follow him, student, follow me a bit. Yusong smiled and waved his hand, yes yes. Kang Hian squinted his eyes looking at the dagger that Hyun was holding. Looking at that familiar dagger, he seemed to realize who Hyun was. That dagger was exactly the same as the one the soldier who fought with him used. Classes returned to normal, and despite the incident, the practice session continued as normal for 2 more days. And Yusong hasn't been kicked out yet and is still practicing as usual, but it seems like he's been noticed, because the instructors and assistants are extremely wary of him. But every student who confronts Yusong is extremely scared. It seems like the victories are as effortless as usual. Due to being on high alert with Yusong, there was even a healer by his side. Inviting a healer was said to cost a lot of money. Thanks to that, the 8th day passed without any incident. Hyun clicked her tongue. Kang Hian thought, no, I was planning on letting it go. In the teacher's office, Kim Hyun. The muscular Kim Yun stood in the room and said, Kim Hyun, the training is almost over, let's practice with a real sword. Hyun was speechless and looked at Kang Hian like a crazy person. Then he put his head down, because the graduation ceremony will take place in 2 days, can't he just let it pass peacefully? This guy is already tired. and don't suddenly go into the teacher's room like that. Kang Hian saw Ihyun so tired and was also thoughtful. He spoke up, isn't this childish game a bit boring? Ihyun hugged his head. Kang Hian turned around and said, I'm telling you, Kim Ihyun, don't you feel itchy in your hands and feet? This is where you have to look at the documents, right? Kang Hian leaned down and spoke in Ihyun's ear, and we've met before, right? Ihyun was holding his head thoughtfully. When he heard this, he glanced at her. Turns out the person from before was student Kang Hian. In the fighting room, Kang Hian and Ihyun both held weapons. Ihyun said, even though it was late, but thank you. Thanks to you we were able to minimize the damage. Kang Hian said, it's nothing, but in his heart he thought, maybe he didn't notice where he took the items. Ihyun glanced, said, however. Student Kang Hian, you completed stage 5 right? Ihyun's unexpected question startled Kang Hian. Ihyun looked at Kang Hian's sword, appreciating, you have an impressive sword, and Ihyun realized, isn't that the reward of stage 6? Kang Hian looked at the sword, pretending to say, I found it while conquering. Ihyun exposed, that's a good excuse. Ihyun waved his hand, the notice board appeared, well okay, it seems he has no intention of answering any more questions. Ihyun took out his weapon, if that's the case. Ihyun held his weapon and took an offensive stance, I should also respond with something I found while conquering. Ihyun jumped up, Kang Hian was startled. Suddenly Ihyun was standing behind Kang Hian. Kang Hian looked back and brought his sword back. He blocked Ihyun's attack accurately. Ihyun applauded, I thought you focused on strength, but your speed is also impressive. Kang Hian is no less, just focusing on one thing will make you weak, because I have healing skills, just use all your strength to attack. Ihyun disappeared, saying, then I won't give in anymore. Ihyun's figure suddenly appeared in the practice room. Kang Hian had to constantly block the attack. Ihyun thought while attacking, his physical strength is amazing, will he block all these attacks? The more Kang Hian fights, the crazier he gets, that's right, a practice match should be like this, and Kang Hian also realized, his recovery skill seems to be just as effective as mine. Ihyun holds the dagger tightly, if that's the case I have to use more force. Ihyun pointed the knife straight at Kang Hian. Ihyun would preempt with an unavoidable attack. When the tip of the knife almost stabbed into Kang Hian smirked. After that, Kang Hian used his own hand to block the attack, shocking Ihyun. Ihyun was startled, realizing that the blade couldn't penetrate Kang Hian. Kang Hian laughed horribly. Ihyun realized that Kang Hian had blocked the attack with his elbow and radius bones, and Kang Hian now said happily, I caught it. He jerked his hand back, pulling Ihyun forward. Kang Hyun's head hit Ihyun's head. Ihyun was in so much pain. Ihyun was in pain and fell backwards. He lay down on the ground, no longer able to move. Ihyun opened her eyes wide, looking vaguely into the distance. He said helplessly, I lost. On the floor is an ice pack. 2 people pop a can of water. They leaned against the wall to rest. Ihyun complimented, student Kang Hian, you are really strong. Kang Hian complimented back, well, you are the same. Kang Hian said while drinking, in fact, this practice match was a draw, we agreed not to use skills in the practice match, but it seems like I used it. Ihyun asked again, is that so? Ihyun was happy, then I won, you could have been eliminated for fouling. Kang Hian was startled, it's not fair, how can I turn off passive skills, right? Ihyun sighed. Then stand up, thank you, I feel a little more comfortable, go in and rest. Before leaving, Ihyun also warned us that tomorrow we will have a dungeon conquest practice. The yard is surrounded by iron fences, there is a dungeon door, this dungeon is owned by the training school, fake awakenings and illegal intrusion will be reported and prosecuted. In the dark night, a cloaked man broke into the dungeon area. I only know that he is a man, his cloak obscures his face. He looked around. Then approached the dungeon. His figure fades away. Then disappeared behind the dungeon. The dungeon door moved slightly. And he opened it. He went into the dungeon. And completely disappeared without a trace. The dungeon door closed, no one knew what happened. The next day, the students gathered in front of the dungeon under the school's guard. This place was designed as an educational dungeon by the Awakening Ability Training School. This was an F-class dungeon, a Geeka forest. Ihyun stood in front of the dungeon door, introducing, the Haika monster that appeared here was stronger than the monsters in normal F-rank dungeons, however there were 2 reasons why this place was designed as an educational dungeon. Ihyun explained, first of all, this is a battlefield type of dungeon, there are all kinds of traps, but nothing more dangerous than the monsters. Second, Geeka don't live in groups, so people can lure them and kill them one by one. The dungeon door is gradually opened, Ihyun said. When entering the dungeon everyone will be explained in more detail. Kang Hian looked up at the dungeon, thinking, this is the first time I've entered a real dungeon. Everyone goes into the dungeon one by one, Kang Hian thought, because the tutorial reward starts in a dungeon. I've never passed through a door like this. Kang Hian it felt like he was flying through the door. He closed his eyes and felt. When he opened his eyes, the space in front of him had changed. The scene was completely different when he opened his eyes. This made everyone roar with excitement. This strange scene, this is a dungeon. Kang Hian said to Yusong, the Star Gate, we just passed through that. If I go back there, can I return to the same place? Yusong replied, they will explain in class. Realizing that the person talking to him was Yusong, Kang Hian turned away. You can go home, okay, don't talk to me, I don't want to be considered a pervert. Yusong was indifferent, you were the one who talked to me first. Ihyun instructs the students, first the assistant and teacher will lure the Geeka and the assistant, then everyone will hunt a monster in groups of 5. Ihyun turned around, called his assistant, the assistant nodded. Ihyun and his assistant started to act. As he walked he explained, when luring, move to a spacious place so it's easy to fight, when moving, I'll explain again about Geeka. According to Ihyun's introduction, a Geeka is an avian monster, a little more than 2 meters tall from head to toe, and has an appearance similar to an ostrich. Its characteristics are very agile legs and extremely strong beak, specifically its beak can break even armor, because it can cause death so you must be especially careful. Ihyun both leads the group and spreads knowledge. The typical tactic is to surround it with a few people to tie its legs. Ihyun opened the notification. Announcement, the central core of the dungeon has been eliminated, the gate leading to the outside is opened. The announcement appeared in front of everyone at once. Announcement, the dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone please get out. The surrounding space is crumbling. Ihyun reassured, don't panic and slowly go out the door one person at a time, but the screaming sound still rang out, let's go quickly, don't push. Ihyun still reassured us, we have to get out before the dungeon completely collapses. Ihyun gradually stabilized the line, calming down as he walked, there was still enough time so let's move in order. The dungeon door outside is opened. Everyone went out safely, asking each other, what's going on? Wasn't there an announcement that the central core had been eliminated? Wasn't the dungeon completed? Ihyun checked the number of students again, 2, 4, 6, everyone went out. Ihyun thought, who completed the dungeon? Then an assistant spoke up to interrupt Ihyun's thoughts, the teacher, that. They turned around and were startled to see terrifying power radiating from the dungeon. Ihyun turned pale, it couldn't be. Ihyun turned around and shouted loudly, the assistant teacher asked for aid. The interns quickly left the dungeon. Ihyun shouted, the dungeon was broken, now the power radiating from the dungeon became more and more terrifying. Kang Hian took the sword and came forward to call Ihyun, what's wrong with Kim Ihyun? Ihyun quickly called Kang Hian over, trainee Kang Hian, you've come to the right place. Ihyun explained, this is a dungeon break, I need the trainees to help a little on the front line. Kang Hian was surprised, a dungeon break. Ihyun explained, if you destroy or remove the dungeon core without killing the boss monster, then when the dungeon collapses, the remaining monsters will flood through the gate, this is called the dungeon burst, at this time the Geeka monsters will also flood out. Ihyun asked angrily, didn't you already learn in theory class? Kang Hian protested, I already learned. Kang Hian cleared his throat, turned away and whispered, actually I was just trying to see if Ihyun knew clearly. Ihyun was speechless, saying nonsense again. Ihyun is serious. Sorry but I don't have time to joke, Geeka will come out soon, I'll be leading the trainees, so you stay here first. Before Ihyun could finish his sentence, the Geeka swarmed out. Ihyun gritted his teeth, startled, damn it, it's time. Ihyun rushed forward, leaving behind for Kang Hian. Kang Hian I leave it to you. Kang Hian was startled, oh, wait, I haven't heard the end yet. Ihyun commanded the students, gather into groups of 5, from now on if you don't do what I say you might die. Kang Hian asked bewilderedly, so? He shyly turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him were a bunch of Geeka coming, he turned pale, thinking, does he want me to confront all these monsters alone, do I understand correctly? But he didn't have time to think too much, he rushed forward, whatever, let's fight. While Kang Hian was rushing forward, someone called after him, including me too, making Kang Hian startled and turned around to look. Behind him was Yusong, holding a mace and rushing towards him. He passed Kang Hian, jumped up and hit the Geikai on the head. His eyes revealed madness and bloodlust. The first Geika was beaten by him until blood splattered. Kang Hian was startled and asked, "And you Song?" Kang Hian looked blankly at the crazy guy who was trembling with joy. That crazy Yusong guy seemed like he was having a seizure. As expected, he could have been crushed with a mace. Kang Hian grimaced when he saw his actions. Yusong rushed into the crowd of monsters and screamed. He couldn't be happy alone like that. Kang Hian turned away, feeling terrible. But in the end, he pulled out his sword, thinking okay. After that, he also rushed towards the monsters to fight with Yusong. Having a crazy guy by his side gave him some peace of mind. He swung his sword to slash monsters. Kang Hian's speed in handling monsters is very fast, leaving Yusong bewildered behind. Kang Hian is excited, and Yusong, cover your ears. Announcement, triggering the lion's roar of rage. Kang Hian shouted, "Those stupid chicken brains." His scream made the monsters freeze. Notification, all enemy stats and morale have decreased. Hyun paid attention to the movements over here. The student said while dealing with the monsters, it seemed like they suddenly got weaker, there was a noise just now or something, but Hyun realized, is it him? That's trainee Kang Hian's skill, does it have a debuff effect? Looking at the students struggling to fight monsters, Hyun thought, aid will arrive soon, it seems things are going smoother than I thought. But the problem is, Kang Hian unleashes newly learned skill, Magic Explosion. He threw a direct blow at the Geika. As a result, his hand was burned black and no longer had any shape. He wondered what that skill was. He wondered, I can use it but others can't. Yusong stood to the side and happily asked, wow, what is it, is that magic? Kang Hian's hand recovered immediately after that. He was cocky, hey, this is the skill I received before. Yusong asked again, from the tutorial. Kang Hian hid it, it's a secret. More importantly, look over there. Yusong's words caught Kang Hian's attention. From far away, an ear-splitting noise came from. A Geika monster many times larger than the others rushed forward. When the monsters saw it, they were all scared. Announcement, Mutant Geika, Monster Boss. Hyun saw the boss, worried, it's not over, aid hasn't arrived yet. Even though trainee Kang Hian once faced a boss, that giant body is a big problem. Hyun looked at that huge monster, sweating, even if it was those two people, this was their first time fighting a real monster. Yusong calls Kang Hian, Hyung. These two crazy guys both looked bloodthirsty. Yusong said, that one is mine, give it to this younger brother. Kang Hian is no less, no, it's mine. In the office, the sound of two people chatting rang out. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. There was an incident during the dungeon conquering practice session today, right? Hyun looked at the list, replied, yes that's right, someone broke into the dungeon and intentionally set up a dungeon explosion. According to reports it was a dungeon terrorist tactic that had been going on for a month. The girl listened to Hyun's report and looked thoughtful. Then asked, is there any outstanding student? Hyun pushed his glasses, yes, there are two. Hyun spoke up, they were the ones who defeated the mutated Geika boss. The girl rested her chin and seemed interested. Hyun introduces Kang Hian, a practitioner with outstanding physical strength, speed, flexibility, everything at the level of a monster. Hyun recalls Kang Hian's abilities, telling the girl, however, his biggest advantage is his incredible recovery ability, not only his durability, but his recklessness without fear of getting hurt leads to his unpredictable tactics which also makes it difficult for his enemies. Hyun introduced Yesung again, the other person is a different type, should I call him a genius? He is a student born with excellent fighting ability. The ability to react quickly and effectively technique is truly outstanding, but the violent nature is the biggest limitation. The girl spoke up, not mentioning the last sentence, it's rare for Kim Hyun to praise others so much, has he asked for a job yet? Hyun looked at the papers and spoke up, when I was a teacher, that was illegal. The other girl spoke up, you're still so rigid. Hyun smiled and said, it's normal for employees to have similar personalities to their bosses. Hyun calls this beautiful girl the president, and she is the president of the Dagon Guild, Han Seon. The two of them discussed in the office. Han Seon said, becoming a teacher is good but please return to the guild soon. This incident, something is strange. Hyun replied, yes I understand. On the podium, a leader spoke, thanking everyone for their hard work over the past 10 years, I hope everyone will become a great person. He gave a speech to all students, closing the graduation ceremony. Kang Hian clapped his hands and thought, is that person the principal? It's my first time seeing him, because I've seen him so much. I thought Kim Hyun was the highest ranking person. Outside, a professional bodyguard respectfully greeted them, young master, please come in. Kang Hian was surprised with this treatment. In front of Kang Hian and Yusong was a luxury car with a separate driver. Kang Hian was surprised. Yusong was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Yusong opened the car door, said to Kang Hian, come in, I'll take you home. Kang Hian is not polite, thank you. Kang Hian looked inside the luxury car and said, I have experienced these types of cars before. Suddenly someone called, Kang Hian, making him turn to look. He asked again in bewilderment, Kang Hian. The other person said helplessly, it's Kim Hyun. Kang Hian ah. Kang Hian said happily, you came to say goodbye, I didn't expect you to be the emotional type. Hyun was also helpless, it's not like that but let's assume that. Hyun said to Kang Hian, but for yesterday's dungeon explosion incident, the reward for completion will be given to you too. Know that we will contact you soon, you and Yusong too. After finishing speaking, Hyun turned around and left. Goodbye, Kang Hian called out in bewilderment. Wait, did you come here just to say that? Kang Hian shouted angrily from behind, at least add a few greetings, you cold person. After hearing that Hyun could only sigh, oh. Then Hyun's words surprised Kang Hian. Kang Hian, you are strong. Hyun still continued coldly, you will become even stronger, I'm sure we will meet in the dungeon soon. However, never forget the responsibilities of an ability faker, because now Kang Hian is an ability fake. Kang Hian's recognition card has become a fake ability. He wanted to show off his pride to the world so he stuck it on his forehead. After that you danced around the house, I didn't see Kang Hian, my potential, but Hyun just coldly played on the phone and said, yeah, that's great, so admirable. Kang Hian is cocky, from now on stop acting rude, from tomorrow, I will conquer all dungeons. Then Kang Hian noticed something. He wondered, how to find the dungeon, will it appear when searching on the map? Hyun replied, I heard there is an app for fake powers called Radar, I think everything will be in there. After hearing this, Kang Hian excitedly took out his phone to check, oh yes, are you a genius or something? Hyun said contemptuously, you can find it on SNS, she thought to herself, in the past he played a lot of online games, so why is he becoming more and more stupid? Kang Hian looked up on the internet, the dungeon map, monster information, they also recruited members for the party. At this time, the Geeka Forest was said to be an F-rank dungeon. Kang Hian looked at the calendar hanging on the wall and thought, I can't go alone, I think I can take care of it myself, I have to earn a lot of money and show it off to my mother. Until the next day. News broadcast on TV, it was said that the reward for conquering the lowest ranked dungeon, an F-rank dungeon, was around 20 million won. Moreover, magic stones were considered a new source of energy. It was said that the items dropped from monsters were also quite valuable. With top fake abilities, their monthly income was. Kang Hian's father sat watching TV, talking to his wife, honey, have you heard what Hian said these past few days? I heard that last month he received a card of some kind. Kang Hian's mother said, he sent me 10 million won in pocket money. His father was shocked when he heard it. What? Kang Hian's mother continued, it seems they found an old car. After hearing this, Kang Hian's father also felt a bit strange, but just replied, is that so? Now he makes more money than his father. Kang Hian's mother put down the plate of apples and said, but I'm still worried, I heard that a lot of people were injured and died, if something happens. But Kang Hian's father was very reassured about him, he comforted his wife, just let her take care of herself, it's better than being unemployed at that age. The father continued, on TV, when entering a dungeon, you need to form a team or something. Hian is not the adventurous type, I'm sure he can take care of himself, my Hian has been informed since he was young. In the cave, the fire flickered. A bloody fight is going on. Kang Hian is frantically attacking the demon spiders. He raised his hand, magic appeared in his hand, nothing, you all rushed in here. Then he frantically killed the demon spiders. Near the dungeon, Kang Hian's car is abundantly parked nearby. In the car, his phone vibrated, signaling that someone was calling. His mother called him, but he didn't answer the phone. His father said, he must be sleeping or something. He told his wife, don't wake up the children, call tomorrow, she will also rest assured, told her husband, sure, I'll come back after washing the dishes, so please clean the room. He also carefully told her, if she calls him tomorrow, tell him that, she asked, what? He repeated, that thing that happened at the supermarket, that thing, At this moment, in a hidden corner of the street, a shadowy shadow appeared. The sound of the couple talking still echoed. "Hey, tell him what to do, the government will handle it. How long do we have to wait? If Hian has a team, I'd rather call him. It's dangerous." No one knows that at this moment a dungeon door has appeared. The dungeon door vibrated slightly, then gradually opened. From inside, the demons quickly poured out. These demons are orc warriors. And the orc lord stepped out. It echoed loudly through the sky. The orc lord with a massive body stepped out. On Kang Hian's side, it's already late afternoon. Announcement: the core of the dungeon has been removed, a gate leading to the outside is opened. Kang Hian walked out of the dungeon, saying to himself, I still conquered it in one day. His whole body was covered in blood, thinking to himself, just going to an E-rank dungeon is enough, it's best to be careful, right? He walked towards his car, still not sure if resurrection could be used in real life. He reached out to open the car door. He picked up the phone, got in the car. First, I'll go home to sleep, then tomorrow, go eat beef with Ah Hian. Right now he sees 36 missed calls from Ah Hian. Kang Hian called back, not understanding what was going on. The bell rang. Ah Hian called, brother, something happened, Dad and Mom. Kang Hian heard this and his mind went blank. He was stunned and couldn't say anything. He was dumbfounded when he heard that shocking news. Television broadcast an announcement. The government announced that they are making every effort to have a quick solution. The dungeon in Hangri City is open. The large-scale dungeon is open. Blockade of Hangri City. Regarding the incident of the large-scale dungeon opening in Hangri. TV news reports continue. The Ministry of National Defense, in coordination with civilian power user groups, has sealed off the Hangri City area to prevent further damage, but concerns are growing for the isolated population in this area. Kang Hian adjusted her outfit. The TV still broadcast the news. In response, the Dangun Association announced that they would actively participate in the rescue operation. Ah Hian worriedly stood behind Kang Hian and said, Are you really going? Even though it's a bit difficult to go alone. But before I finished speaking, Kang Hian interrupted. Don't worry, who do you think I am? Kang Hian is confident. He looks like this, but I'm still a graduate instructor. Wait for me at home. Ah Hian is worried but doesn't know what to say. Before leaving, Ah Hian still did not forget to advise, remember to be careful, don't get carried away and show off too much. Kang Hian greets Ah Hian, comfort you, I told you not to worry. Kang Hian closed the door and told his sister to go home and rest. He drove away and said before leaving that he would bring his parents home soon. Kang Hian drove attentively, his face pensive. When we arrived, soldiers stopped Kang Hian's car. He couldn't go any further. Please go home. Kang Hian showed the fake ability certificate to the soldiers. I'm a fake ability but can't get in. The soldiers wondered, an individual who doesn't belong to any association. Suddenly a man stuck his head out of the car and said, Let him pass, all power users are allowed in. The old man continued, but we will not be responsible for any situation that happens to you. Kang Hian agreed, I understand, thank you very much, aren't you a soldier or a civil servant? After that, Kang Hian drove away. Clear blue sky. Kang Hian's car was speeding along the road. He looked up information as he walked. There were at least 5 dungeons confirmed to be open. There were even E-level dungeons. After reading the news, Kang Hian was extremely worried. I hope they are still holding out and will I get there in time? He drove and thought, if no monster appeared on the road, within 2 hours, before he finished speaking, a giant wild boar would rush out and attack his car. Broken car window. The wild boar knocked your car away. The car was thrown far away and overturned immediately. Ferocious wild boar staring at its prey. The car window shattered and fell everywhere. Kang Hian leans on his hands. He struggled to crawl out of the car. What a rotten thing was this? You jumped out of the car, you dead pig, how dare you do that to the beloved car I just received? He pulled out the sword from his locker. Get ready to fight this wild boar, come here, you bastard, I will avenge the Bentley. The wild boar cried out madly. Kang Hian looked at it and was a bit confused, it was quite big. At this moment, a scream rang out, attracting Kang Hian's attention. From the end of the road something is running towards. That was a whole group of orcs carrying weapons rushing towards them. Kang Hian gritted his teeth, in my past life I burned down an entire goblin nation or something, as soon as I forgot about them they appeared and caused more trouble, forget about winning, I don't have time to deal with them. He jumped up. Then you run away and sell for your life. People often say the best revenge is forgiveness, "Brother, I'm leaving, have a good time." Then he ran away for his life. The wild boar screamed ferociously. At this moment, a series of arrows flew. Crashed into that wild boar. Kang Hian ran away just in time. Just as the goblin attacked, Kang Hian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right, if you want to fight then let's fight." Then he ran at full speed. The Bentley was gone. We shouldn't waste time on unimportant things. Starry night sky. Kang Hian walked in the forest, walking and breathing. He looked at the locator on his broken phone. It was too difficult to get there barefoot during the day. I needed to save battery so I couldn't turn on the lights anymore. Kang Hian thought tiredly, if I had known earlier, I would have taken the main road with street lights, planning to take a shortcut. At this time, a strange cry rang out in the forest. Something rushed towards Kang Hian from behind. Kang Hian looked back. He opened his eyes wide to see what was coming. Then he immediately swung his sword and slashed it to death. The thing that rushed to attack him was a wolf. Kang Hian took it down in just one blow. He gritted his teeth. Are they the type that can turn invisible? It seems like they can't sleep comfortably. The wind blows away the leaves. Something appeared behind Kang Hian. A whole pack of wolves surrounded and attacked Kang Hian. Kang Hian clenched his sword, preparing to strike. A sword came out, the wolves died like straw. He defeated an entire pack of wolves in just one blow. Their blood splattered on the grass. Kang Hian was covered in blood inside. Then you went crazy again. Okay, let's see what you got, you bastards. The dawn is rising, shining on the horizon. On the ground are the bodies of dead wolves everywhere. Kang Hian was sleeping on a tree branch. When dawn came, he gently stretched, he sat up and sighed, unable to sleep comfortably after fighting all night. The tree wasn't comfortable either. He gently patted his head to wake himself up. He had to hurry. The sun rises high in the city. Kang Hian's mother is eagerly waiting for him to respond to the message. She worriedly turned to her husband, "Brother," only to see him signaling to keep quiet. She worriedly asked, "Was it okay for Hian to come here?" He also worriedly asked, "Can I call you?" She worriedly said, "No, it seems like there's some problem with the cell tower." Kang Hian's dad is worried. "I said it would be okay, but will it really be okay?" He remembered the image of the orcs from yesterday, the orc that appeared yesterday. "I thought I could deal with it somehow. They said it was a monster from a level F dungeon." He held the golf club in his hand and turned to look at the window, but he was startled. When I saw the figure of a young man covered in blood below, Kang Hian's whole body was drenched in blood, radiating terrifying power. He wondered if Hian could defeat this monster that had just appeared, and destroy all the orcs, and without him realizing it, this young man was his son. He wondered, where did that scary creature come from? Kang Hian laughed maniacally. "Orcs are just a warm-up for me, Mom and Dad, your beloved son is coming here." Kang Hian defeated all the orcs alone, he confidently said. He was the one who conquered the F-rank dungeon alone. Fighting these bunch of orcs was too simple. Behind Kang Hian, there was a group of orcs preparing to attack him. Kang Hian looked back and thought, if they keep rushing, they won't be too tired. But suddenly Kang Hian noticed something among the orcs. Turns out this is an orc warrior, stronger than normal orcs, Kang Hian thought. 3 orc warrior bosses, huh? Kang Hian raised his sword and prepared himself for battle. Damn, this is an E-rank dungeon, not an F-rank. Kang Hian stood on the floor of his house, shouting so that his parents could hear and to reassure his grandparents, "Father, Mother, I'm here to pick you two up, just stay still and don't speak." Kang Hian's father heard a familiar voice, mumbling, that voice. His mother was also stunned, recognizing her son, Hian. The two grandparents looked through the window glass, stunned. That person was Hian. His father was also surprised. What had happened in the past few months? Kang Hian gained momentum and rushed towards the orc warriors. The ferocious orc warriors screamed, fully equipped with armor, rushing to attack Kang Hian. Kang Hian's body was covered in blood, his eyes were full of determination. His sword and their weapons collided. The orc's eyes were bright, he swung his sword to stab straight at him. But Kang Hian noticed this attack. "So you were one step faster than it." Magic appeared in his hands. A magic move punched the orc straight in the face. The orc was beaten bloody and died on the spot. The remaining 2 were also frozen in fear. But they rushed to attack Kang Hian immediately. But Kang Hian can easily dodge their attacks. But because he used his hand to block the attack, his wrist bones were broken. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The sword he held emitted light. He gritted his teeth and struck. He stabbed one orc to death instantly and impaled it upside down to the shock of the other. Then he threw the dead orc hard to the ground. The remaining one he wrestled to the ground. Then he punched that orc straight in the face. He made his move, the magic explosion. Immediately blue magical light flashed. The orc was blown to pieces. Its blood splashed on the road. His hand was also burned black because of that move. He sat on the bodies of 2 orcs he had just killed. Kang Hian was a bit exhausted at this point. He cursed loudly, "Damn it," when he saw the orc army surrounding him again. All of them are orc warriors. Including the orcs that often followed a fight. Behind them a huge foot appeared. Kang Hian gritted his teeth, knowing what was coming. That's the boss monster of this dungeon, the Orc Lord. This is the Orc General, he is breathing out puffs of smoke. Kang Hian stood up and challenged, "Are you the leader? You're so ugly." Kang Hian faced the Orc army. He couldn't help but think about countermeasures. He tried to save his magic power for recovery, but, after that, he used his immense power. Kang Hian's muscles are strong and strong. He took a breath to regain strength. Notification, Lion's Roar has been activated. He shouted, "Let's see what you can do, you bastard." Kang Hian was beaten until his nose was bloody. The Orc Lord knocked him down backwards. Kang Hian staggered back, bumping into a group of orc warriors. After that, they pushed him up. He was forced to face the Orc Lord. He cursed under his breath, "This bastard." The Orc Lord threw another punch straight at his face. He could only curse under his breath. It punched him from side to side, and he also realized that this Orc Lord was completely toying with him. He lifted his knee and kicked him straight in the stomach. Kang Hian fell to the ground in pain. The Orc Lord approached Kang Hian. Kang Hian thought helplessly, not knowing if his magic power was consumed or not, but his body did not recover. He did not even know if he could revive or not. Kang Hian tried to stand up with his shaking hands, but even though his body was full of injuries, he still tried to stand up. The Orc Lord was very surprised when he saw this. He stood up, even though there was no healthy part left in his whole body. His will to fight did not weaken at all, just because of one thought: I can't run away while my family is right behind. He is not afraid to confront the Orc Lord. "Come here, bastard." The Orc Lord was surprised. Then Kang Hian rushed like lightning at the Orc Lord. Kang Hian's face was bruised. He noticed a figure and softly called out, "Mom." He saw his parents defending, preparing to fight an orc crawling up on his floor. His father panicked, "These guys, where are you?" Kang Hian got angry and said, "No." Then he shouted, "You can't go up there, you bastards." He ignored everyone and ran towards his parents. But the orcs grabbed him tightly and didn't let him run. He swung his sword and slashed them away. But the Orc Lord's hand reached out. "It caught you." Then he pressed him hard to the ground. His blood splattered in all directions. Even though he was beaten to pieces by the Orc Lord, he still resolutely protected his parents. He clenched his fists, shouting, "You guys can't go up." He reached out his hand. His vision blurred. He was helpless. No. Right after that, a sharp golden light attacked the Orc Lord. The person who came was a girl. She defeated the Orc Lord in just one blow. "You are the President Lee Xian." Members of the association stood behind her, asking, "Are you done?" Xian didn't answer but asked again, "How are the residents?" A member of the association spoke up, "We prioritized evacuating the injured, and my side was also there to make sure the others were evacuated." Xian looked at the devastated scene and couldn't help but sigh. The damage was so great. Thanks to someone gathering the orcs in one place, the damage here was less than in the surrounding areas. Xian turned around to look at Kang Hian, asking the member, "Was it him, the one who held out until we arrived?" Another member spoke up, "Unfortunately, he passed away." They were heartbroken when they thought Xian was dead. The president said, "Please take care of his body." But before he could finish his sentence, Xian was startled to discover. At this time, they looked at each other confused and asked, "Where did the body go?" Kang Hian is in a coma. Suddenly he woke up and opened his eyes. Kang Hian is in a coma. Suddenly he woke up. He discovered that he was lying on the same tree branch that he had slept on last night. He wondered, "Did I sleep in the tree?" Announcement, Revive Z, Ability, Revive 24 hours after death. Description, Revive until the Earth is no longer in crisis. If the respawn location is not set, the respawn takes place in your last sleeping place. Penalty, 1 level reduced, all stats reduced by 50% for 24 hours. Kang Hian looked at the notice, thoughtfully. Last time, so. Kang Hian recalls the image of the orcs climbing the electric pole to attack his parents. Kang Hian clenched his fists, gritted his teeth. It's been 24 hours. Kang Hian drew his sword, preparing to rush towards his parents. He jumped from the tree, thinking, I have to go back there immediately. He landed gently on the ground. He gritted his teeth, feeling his strength decreasing. His body was too heavy. Was this the punishment of resurrection? Even so, he still tried his best to run back to where his parents lived. As he walked, he prayed, please, I hope everything is okay. Sunset falls on the horizon. Kang Hian looked at the scene of destruction, thinking, what greeted me after 5 hours of jogging with a heavy body was the scenery of my hometown, which had become ruins. He opened the door and entered the familiar house, which was now a mess everywhere. Kang Hian bowed his head sadly. After wandering around all night, he finally arrived at a military unit, and he borrowed an officer's phone to contact Ah Hian. Then he received news from Ah Hian. There was news that his father had lost his arm, and his mother was unconscious. Ah Hian's voice kept coming from the broken phone. 2 months have passed, the news was constantly updated on TV. The Dagon Guild was preparing to hunt a boss in a rank D dungeon, Haiji Plain. The guild leader Han Xian talked about the news of a rank C dungeon that had recently appeared. Kang Hian put on his equipment and left. Ah Hian asked worriedly, are you going to the dungeon again? Kang Hian replied dejectedly, yeah. Ah Hian said worriedly, this week I've died 3 times, but Kang Hian still persists, I'm fine. Ah Hian saw that he was not okay, tried to reassure him, it's not his fault, stop blaming yourself, but before she finished speaking, Kang Hian slammed the door. He slowly walked down the stairs. Ah Hian opened the door, sadly looking at his brother's back. A guild member kills this monster with 1 hit. The level up announcement made him happy, I've leveled up. The surrounding members also followed suit and flattered me, oh my god, you leveled up again, congratulations, you are truly our team's trump card. The other guy heard people flattering him and became even more arrogant, I'm the one who completed level 5, soon I won't be with you losers anymore, next month I'll be level 35 and join the Dagon Guild. But he still tries to act like a cardamom, pretending to be a good person. Thanks to you guys, I believe you will catch up. But suddenly he noticed something. From far away Kang Hian was running towards them holding a sword. His handsome face is full of seriousness. He ran through the crowd, shouting, running quickly, and the group was also very surprised, wondering to each other, who would go into the dungeon alone. The proud man was surprised and called, hey! He tried to call after Kang Hian, reminding him, the central dungeon is up ahead, it's very dangerous. Another person spoke up to break the silence, what should we do, should we follow him, even though this arrogant guy still has a little kindness, we can't leave him behind. A bunch of spider-like monsters that were Atreus soldiers gathered around Kang Hian. Kang Hian held his sword firmly, looking at the monsters hanging upside down on the top of this tunnel. He unleashed his move, Wayne's Secret, a stream of power surrounded him, the veins on his face bulging fiercely. Wayne's Secret, when activated, will increase all stats by 40% of magic power, over time the body will be exhausted. Description, Wayne, a crazy man, crazy about fighting, spent his whole B rank life pursuing terrible battles, pushing himself to the limit, he was extremely successful in unlocking absolute power by destroying his body. A treatise surrounded him. Kang Hian stands tall, exerting his strength. Just as all the Atrita rushed at him. He uses swordsmanship to cut one into 2 and deal with monsters. Then he used explosive magic to explode the monsters. When the Monks Guild came to his aid, they saw him alone defeating the monsters. The hero was bewildered when he saw this scene. Kang Hian didn't pay any attention to them, but approached the gem that appeared after he defeated the monster. The arm that was scorched from using the magic explosion should be healed, he thought, I just received Wayne's Secret yesterday, it combines well with my physical recovery skill. It only took a few seconds for his arm to heal, he thought, if I didn't have high-level physical recovery skills it would have been more troublesome. Announcement, Intermediate Physical Recovery A, Ability, Recovery and Healing of Physical Wounds using Magic Power. Description, any wound, including amputations, burns or frostbite will be instantly healed by magic. Intermediate physical healing shows the miracle of healing even if broken bones are healed in 1 day. Behind Kang Hian, a voice called out, you, startling Kang Hian. They asked him in bewilderment, are you okay? Kang Hian didn't quite understand but still answered, I'm fine. The face guy was surprised to see Kang Hian unscathed after the battle. Kang Hian frowned, also looking at him curiously. Kang Hian raised his hand to absorb the normal core. After that, he coldly said, "If there's nothing, I'll go and stay away from you." The proud man called after him, "Aren't you planning on picking up the magic stones from the corpses?" Kang Hian replied, "No need for me to go, then go straight." The members are happy. Great, how much money will these people get? Kang Hian sighed as he walked, "There is no time to think, I want to become stronger." The gentleman turned his head to look after him. The fire flickered in the dungeon. Someone asked, "Who was that person just now?" But the face guy doesn't care. "What's important? We just made a lot of money, that's the important thing." The girl next to him still has concerns, but that blonde guy doesn't care, let alone there are many types of people. The important thing is that we made a lot of money today, thanks to him. A bald boy in the group spoke up, "Probably that person." The bald boy's words caught the arrogant blonde's attention. A person who wanted to conquer the dungeon alone. The blonde found it hard to believe, impossible, even if the rumors were true. This is not an F-rank dungeon, I'm afraid. The blonde continued, "Conquering an E-rank dungeon alone is something even Han Xian or Choi Dong-woo can do." At this time the notification appeared. Notice appears before all members. Announcement: the main core of the dungeon has been taken, the gate leading to the outside is opened. In the dungeon, a treat has died everywhere. Kang Hian holds a yellow thing like a notebook in his hand. This is Antris F's armor. Description: this is Antris F's armor skill, ability, when activated it can make your skin harder. Kang Hian held the book and thought, Wayne's secret and physical recovery have exhausted my magic power, how about using this? Kang Hian knows that using many skills does not make him stronger. Announcement: Long Sword Biljane B, durability 500/500, description: a sword that accompanied the mercenary Biljane, which made his name on the battlefield for 30 years. Originally it was just a normal sword, but when accompanying Biljane it absorbed blood, it was imbued with dark energy, fighter ability, enhanced physical strength. Kang Hian silently compared, for example, the gladiator-like ability enchanted on Biljane's long sword, fighter, increases strength and stamina by 1,5 for 5 minutes, however while using it, it reduces judgment, and many other side effects, so use it carefully, thought Kang Hian. No matter how strong the ability is, it will be useless if the timing is not right. He stood dumbfounded in the center of the dungeon. He remembered his miserable situation when he was overrun by orcs. He thought, if I hadn't lost my composure at that time. Kang Hian remembers the helplessness when confronting the orcs, no matter how urgent the situation was. He gritted his teeth. Even if he had to use it, he wouldn't regret it. Now I just need to do one thing. A thought flashed in his mind as a guideline for his future life, which was to become stronger at all costs. Kang Hian is determined, I will master this skill. Outside the dungeon door, a group of journalists surrounded the group of members who had just passed through the dungeon just now. Someone interviewed the blonde face. Recently I heard that someone cleared the dungeon alone. That person also came here today. The blonde waved his hand. It's not us, it's just. Then the blonde pointed behind the reporter. There he was. Kang Hian boldly walked out of the dungeon. Kang Hian rubbed his neck, feeling tired. He noticed the group of journalists standing in front of the dungeon door. He was bewildered when he saw the reporters frantically filming him. He was bewildered. What is this? The journalists were going crazy, pushing each other, shouting, I quit KTC, are you the fake power in the rumors these days? Please look over here, if you haven't joined any guild, please join our guild. Kang Hian pushed them away, trying to get through the crowd. Rumors or not, I don't care, get out of the way, you guys are blocking my way. He walked by and accidentally nudged a reporter. Hey, what's wrong with you? You just bumped into me. Kang Hian went crazy, screaming, what if I bumped into you, making the reporter tremble in fear. The reporter trembled, his eyes filled with tears. About that, sorry. Kang Hian angrily gritted his teeth, then finally sighed. Then Kang Hian turned around and left. The confused journalists were standing around chatting with each other. Did you see that? As if he was about to fight. Is he a thug? I think he has a criminal record. In the parking lot. Kang Hian pressed the car key. As he walked, he mumbled, TSK, it's so annoying, they're really wasting my time. Kang Hian's second car is also a Bentley. Suddenly someone called Kang Hian, you Kang Hian. Kang Hian put his hands in his pockets, turned around and asked, who are you? The handsome guy smiled politely and said, you don't need to be so cautious, I'm here to help you Kang Hian. He took out a business card, smiled brightly, gave it to Kang Hian. Here. Kang Hian silently accepted the business card. Kang Hian reads the business card, a member of the Fake Ability Alliance, Xian Yonyo. The handsome guy said, "We have been paying attention to you for a long time. If you join, we will provide you with all the support you need." Kang Hian seemed hesitant when hearing this offer. But this handsome guy is also a very polite person. He said, "You don't need to answer right away, feel free to contact me whenever you want." Then he bowed to Kang Hian, "Hello to you." Then he turned around and left, leaving Kang Hian standing there bewildered. He thought to himself, so this is a fake ability alliance. The pseudo-ability alliance, unlike profit-making organizations such as guilds, was established to advocate for the rights of people with abilities. Kang Hian was eating instant noodles at a convenience store, holding a business card and thinking, "I've never known a support organization like this." Kang Hian rustled his noodles, not thinking about this issue anymore. Well, he said he could contact him at any time. In a convenience store, a child, upon seeing Kang Hian's massive body, said to his mother, "Mom, there's a monster." After hearing that, her mother quickly signaled her daughter to be quiet. Kang Hian ate 3 boxes of noodles at once. Then he sat scrolling on his phone, thinking, the biggest problem right now is magic. Currently most of my magic is used for Wayne's secret magic and body regeneration, so I don't have any free time. He propped his chin on his hand, scrolling through his phone and thinking, not only can I not fully use the Antria shell I just received, but I can't even use other basic attack skills. That's really frustrating. Kang Hian checked the internet, but temporarily couldn't access it. He thought, items, I need a few more items. He pressed the select button on his phone. After searching for a while, he didn't find anything useful. The effect allocates up to 4 accessory items regardless of type. Kang Hian scrolled through the items on his phone, thinking, I'll buy something cheap that can increase my stats by 1 to 2. I want to find something better than the items I already have. Suddenly something caught his attention. He skimmed an article that wasn't of much interest to many people. He asked, what is this? The next day, in Hanam City, there is a place called Golban Village, a level E dungeon. Kang Hian follows the instructions. If you catch the magicians there is a high possibility that they will drop a ring that increases magic index by 1 to 2, sometimes even a ring with 4 indexes. He climbed over the rope. The dungeon boss is a Golban Great Mage. If you catch it, it will definitely drop a ring with better performance. That place is a hidden gem that only those who know about it quietly gather to make money. Kang Hian focused on following the instructions, but recently, some people have occupied this land without approval and don't let others in. Considering this as their land, the government doesn't care, as long as the dungeon doesn't collapse, that's it, so they don't pay attention at all. Damn. A netizen wrote, I just hope that after reading this article, a big association or something similar will come to clean this place up. Kang Hian read countless negative comments online. He curled his lips, determined to conquer the dungeon. When he arrived in front of the dungeon door, he asked, is there no one here? I thought there must be someone guarding the gate. The crane pushed the dungeon door. Well, that's not important. Kang Hian walked into the dungeon alone again. He went through the space door and entered the dungeon. As soon as he stepped in, someone spoke up, attracting Kang Hian's attention. What is this? There are still people coming in. Guarding the door was a group of 3 people. When they saw someone coming in, one of them had a weapon ready. A guy sitting around smoking, teasing, oh, what is this? You wear nice armor, it must be very expensive. Another guy leaning against the tree also said, hey, aren't we going to get a big reward today? The girl holding the sword said, I told you, I dreamed of a pig, today I will make a good profit. The guy who was leaning against the tree stood up, walked closer to Kang Hian and said, hey, haven't you heard the rumors? This place belongs to our bait group. Kang Hian didn't care, raised his chin and asked, then? They grinned and said, if you enter without permission, you have to pay. If you hand over everything you have, we will forgive you. When Kang Hian heard this, he got angry and immediately threw one of the guys away. That guy flew backwards and fell to the ground. Kang Hian punched him. That guy was foaming at the mouth and passed out. Kang Hian was cold, his fist had not yet retracted. The remaining 2 quickly grabbed their weapons and shouted, what's going on, you bastard, do you want to die? The big guy held a sword and rushed straight towards Kang Hian. But Kang Hian used his bare hands to block that sword. As he tensed up, the sword was crushed in Kang Hian's hand. Then he turned around, propped himself up, used his foot to kick the other guy away. Kang Hian kicked that guy a few meters away and said arrogantly, I like people like you, do you know why? You jumped up and hit that guy in the head, because I can beat you bastards, and there's no need to feel guilty. Suddenly someone attacked, a magic explosion. The magic hit Kang Hian directly on his back, startling him. Kang Hian glanced and turned his head. The girl's hands emitted black smoke. Kang Hian was also startled by the girl's magical explosion technique. She was trembling. You, stop it, that crazy guy. Kang Hian was startled when he was hit, wondering if that magic was a long-range skill. Kang Hian turned around and walked towards the girl. Hey, thank you, thanks to you I learned something new. He grabbed the girl's hand. He grabbed her hand tightly and said fearfully, in return, I will also tell you good news. Then, between his hand and the girl's hand appeared a stream of magic. He said madly, this must have more power, right? The pitiful scream echoed in the forest. The girl collapsed holding her bloody hand. She was panicking. My hand. Kang Hian brushed his hands off and said coldly, nothing is difficult. He glanced back, so. He turned around and looked at the group of people behind him, asking, who are you? Those people gritted their teeth. The leader pulled out his weapon, gritted his teeth, you, how dare you do this to the bait group? The leader pulled out his sword and said arrogantly, don't expect to come back alive. Kang Hian doesn't fit either, arrogantly saying, is that so? Then you went crazy, screaming, I need someone to guide me, it's so convenient to have you guys. The tutorial changed the life of the leader of this bait group, Dungeon, a world determined by power. Violence, tearing and killing each other. And fight each other for money. Until last year, the leader of this bait group was nothing more than an ordinary guy, but now, he is living a very prosperous life. Furthermore, he also achieved an exclusive position in the guild, like a tiger growing wings. And he believed that, as long as he was in the dungeon, there was nothing to fear. He arrogantly held the sword and said to Hian, it's best if you don't dream of coming back alive. Kang Hian got angry and punched him in the face. He was bewildered and didn't have time to understand what was happening. He only had time to let out a sigh, then his face was swollen and purple and he fell down on the grass. The whole group couldn't understand why they were defeated. The leader was still confused. What the hell? Hian took them all down in the blink of an eye. They still couldn't believe what was happening. What the hell was going on? Kang Hian bowed his head and looked at the dagger stabbed into his stomach. He reached out to pull out but he couldn't dodge. At this moment the bait group still couldn't believe what was happening to them. They wondered, were we defeated by one person? Kang Hian pulled out the dagger stuck in his stomach. Blood splattered. He raised his knife and pointed at the pate group. Hey, you damn criminals, I'll give you 5 seconds, gather in front of me quickly. Hian licked his own bloody knife like a crazy person. He told them, the recruitment starts now. Kang Hian stood in front of the space gate, speaking, now, the selection for Kang Hian exclusive guild begins. He grabbed a guy who looked quite weak, put his arm around his shoulders, held a knife in his hand and pointed it at him, saying, after careful evaluation, the lowest ranked member of the bait, Kim Song-woo, passed and clapped his hands. The whole group of people from the bait group, their faces bruised and bloody, knelt on the ground and could only laugh. Hian pressed a knife to the leader's neck, threatened, clapped his hands. The other guy was scared to sweat, could only force an industrial smile, yes, then clapped his hands continuously. Then he raised his head and asked Hian, so, what about us? Hian closed his eyes, rubbed his chin, thinking. Then he asked the bait members, will you return to your senses and have a normal life? Hearing this, the members panicked, yes, we will live well, we will not do bad things anymore. But in response to his words was Hian's strong punch. He said, and you think I'll believe it? You punched him in the face repeatedly, causing the members to panic. While punching you, you said, do you think I really believe it, you idiot? He grabbed the leader and punched him in panic among the members. You murderers are clearly lying, damn you scum. Sung-woo was so weak and scared that he couldn't say anything. The whole bait group was beaten almost to death by Hian. Hian put his arm around Sung-woo's shoulder and said, let's go Sung-woo. Poor Sung-woo could only tremble and answer, yes. Dusk falls over the Hanam mountains and forests. Not all dungeons are like this, but some are larger than cities. Hian put his sword on his shoulder, grumbled, this place is really big, are you planning on going around? Hian's words made Sung-woo's heart jump in fear. He stammered, no. Sung-woo stammered in response to Hian, I just tried to avoid roads with monsters. Kang Hian complained, it was a waste of effort. Then he coldly pointed his sword at Sung-woo and ordered, just go to the monsters, I'm bored. Sung-woo couldn't believe his ears, asked again, really? After that, Sung Woo scratched his head and said, "Then let's go to the monsters." Hian is helpless. "Are you crazy? It's almost dark." Hearing Hian say Sung Woo is also confused. "So what should we do?" Kang Hian was irritated. "When to eat first?" Sung Woo stammered back, "Yes." Two people started a fire. Sung Woo was in charge of cooking. Kang Hian as the boss ordered, "Sung Woo is almost done." Sung Woo replied, "Yes, it's almost done." And he felt scared when he saw Hian's weapons. Why does this person have so many swords? Hian looked at the two delicious buckets of steaming hot noodles, admiring the noodles cooked in the buckets. He picked up the bucket of noodles and asked, "It's been a long time since he's been eating like this," making Sung Woo startled when he saw Hian touching the bucket of noodles. He asked, "Isn't it hot?" Hian replied, "It's still okay to hold." Then Hian gave Sung Woo a bucket. "Here, eat it." Sung Woo took it, said thank you to Hian. "Yes, thank you," but he secretly thought, "This dish was cooked by me." Hian enjoyed slurping up the rustling noodles. The two of them ate quietly by the fire. While eating, Hian asked, "Sung Woo, how old are you?" Sung Woo replied, "I'm 25 years old." Hian continued asking, "Before becoming an expert, were you a student?" Sung Woo replied, "Yes." Hian continued asking, "Why don't you continue studying? Why are you here?" Sung Woo was silent when he heard this. He looked at the bowl of noodles in his hand and said, "I need money, tuition keeps increasing, I can't balance my time between working part-time and earning a scholarship." Sung Woo sadly told Hian about his life. "Things got even worse. When my father's business failed, and our financial situation went downhill, my mother was in shock." But before he could finish blabbing, Hian spoke up, "Hey." In a scary voice, Hian said, "Are you planning to sell stories about yourself? Do you want to die?" Sung Woo heard it and cried without tears. "He asked me to tell it." Hian ordered, "Stop whining and eat noodles, we have to be ready." Sung Woo replied with a sigh, "Yes." After they finished eating, they wrapped the bucket in a bag. At night, they put out fires before going to bed to avoid attracting monsters. Sung Woo pretended to sleep. Now seeing that Hian was probably asleep, he slightly opened his eyes to pay attention to his surroundings. Then he sat up. He thought, "This is my chance, if I kill this person." Sung Woo ponders and debates with himself. He remembered the image of Hian going crazy with bait. Then he shook his head to wake himself up, thinking about it again and again. "I can't kill this person, I should run away." Then Sung Woo secretly ran away into the night. But now Hian spoke again. Sung Woo startled him. Hian was still covered in blanket, but asked, "Where are you going?" Sung Woo turned around in fear. "That's it, going to do some errands." Hian ordered, "Come here." Sung Woo is scared. "Yes." Before sleeping, Hian did not forget to threaten, "If you run away you will die." Sung Woo said in panic, "Yes." Hian continued to threaten, "I'm not kidding, I'm telling the truth, you'll really die." All four sides fell into a terrifying silence. Early the next morning, Sung Woo continued to show Hian the way. He pointed out that the place he saw over there was goblins' territory where the center of the dungeon was. Kang Hian looked into the distance and said, "Yes, I can feel a terrible amount of magic concentrated there." Sung Woo felt confused. Could he feel it? Hian asked again, "Can't you do it?" Then Hian scoffed, "What an incompetent person," making Sung Woo just laugh. Sung Woo tried to calm himself down. Calm down, calm down, he won't be teased anymore. He turned around and smiled crookedly, watching Hian, because that guy would die soon. In the dungeon, Golden Village, all monsters gather in the center. However, they will be patrolling the area. Our bait guild was attacked by those patrolling soldiers. Sung Woo smiled crookedly, "We haven't met any patrolmen yet, so their forces are concentrated in the territory." Sung Woo doesn't believe in Hian's abilities, curses him. Let's see if he can survive the attack of an E-rank dungeon. The goblins noticed something. Hian took the weapon, laughed happily, said, Good, killing goblin is my forte." The goblins all rushed to attack. Hian shouted, "Let's see." Hian was as angry as drinking chicken blood, screaming and fighting. At this moment a backpack flew in. It hit directly on Hian's back. Hian was stunned and turned around to look. Turns out Sung Woo ran away. Before leaving he didn't forget to raise his middle finger to curse you. "I'm leaving, you crazy guy, meeting you is really unlucky, and we'll never see each other again." Sung Woo ran away for his life. And Hian was now smiling crazy. Hian repeated, "If you run you will die." After running a long distance, Sung Woo stopped breathing heavily. Sung Woo wiped his sweat and thought, "Okay, no matter how strong he is, he can't be defeated." At this moment, a notification appears: the main core of the dungeon has been removed, and the gate leading to the outside is opened. Sung Woo read the information as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He read it again. He wondered, is this a dream? Goblin Village Level E Dungeon, a dungeon where all the monsters are gathered around the main core, ignoring the normal core. Announcement: the main core of the dungeon has been eliminated, the gate leading out has been opened. Sung Woo stood in front of the space gate leading out, feeling unbelievable when he read the announcement. How could he, single-handedly wipe out the dungeon like that? Sung Woo felt scared when he read the notification. He felt unbelievable when Hian alone fought against the Goblin army. How could he resist such overwhelming power? Sung Woo remembered the skills Hian used, thinking, did he use fire to burn them all away? Sung Woo remembers Hyun's bloodthirsty madness. Wait, I know he's strong, but I don't know exactly what kind of power he has. Is super strength or super endurance? Sung Woo imagined the scene of Hian alone taking on the entire Goblin village. He thought, of course those two things are important, but according to Sung Woo's observations and combat experience, what is truly needed is overwhelming defense power, and an unwavering determination in the face of the enemy. Sung Woo thinks about the battle between Hian and the Goblin Lord. If he can withstand their attacks, and reach the leader by the shortest route, Hian will definitely win. This Goblin boss is extremely large and scary with teeth like a wild beast. Shoang Woo thought about this and couldn't help but tremble in fear. He hugged himself. It was a dangerous plan where just a little carelessness would lead to loss of life. Sung Woo was so scared that he turned pale, thinking, I thought he was just an idiot, but who exactly is he? Sung Woo remembered Hyun's bravery and thought, he is very cunning. When Hyun confronted the Goblin boss, he didn't flinch at all, as if he had caught its weakness. He said, he knew right away. In Sung Woo's view, Hyun has the best muscle strength, and it was true that he punched the Princess Goblin straight in the face. After defeating the boss, Mage Goblin's magic stone fell out. Mage Goblin's ring D+, durability 50/50, describes a ring used by Mage Goblin Karke, which enhances magic power, increases magic stat by 4, mana recovery speed by 10%. Hyun put the ring on his hand and said excitedly, okay, the goal was achieved. Then you went through the space gate, said in a dry voice, let's go meet Sung Woo and kill him. Hyun goes through the dark dimension. When he passed through the gate he saw a group of people standing there. He grumbled, what else? Seeing this group of people like butchers, Hyun complained, because he couldn't handle himself, but they all came to the council. He squinted his eyes, to see. At this moment, he noticed the runaway Sung Woo standing in the formation. On the right, our Sung Woo appeared. He turned around, 30 guys went to the front of the dike, the rest, but suddenly one of them spoke up. It seemed like there was some misunderstanding. Hyun was startled. A guy with a gentle smile. He was wearing a formal suit, talking and laughing flirtatiously with Hyun. We didn't come to fight but to talk. It seems like a guild member I did something rude to you. The guy wearing a silver-haired suit introduced himself to Hyun. I'm Young Ui Yun, the owner of the Bait Guild. He reached out to shake hands with Hyun, asking, what's your name? But Hyun was indifferent, so what if he didn't like it, causing Ui Hyung's hand to stop in mid-air. He was embarrassed. Hyun said, stop wandering around and get to the point, it's a bit annoying. Ui Hyung held his hand. Then, let me get this straight. He invited Hyun, please join my guild, I will give you all the support and fame you need, including a position on the executive board. This guy is full of ambition, he must recruit this raw gem at all costs. If we send him to the front line, our guild will become one of the largest guilds. But Hyun doesn't seem to care. You said, you don't like it. Ui Yun seemed to have anticipated this. He put his hand in his inner pocket to get something, telling me you won't agree easily right away. He gave Hyun a golden business card. This is my business card, so think carefully. Hyun held the business card and looked at it. Then he gave me his business card and tore it out. His actions surprised the whole Bait group. He threw the pile of scraps of paper straight at the Ui Hyung, saying, even though I'm a bad guy, I don't act like you gangsters. Hyun slapped Ui Hyung in the face. Who are you? All of you third-rate thugs who are proud to recruit this and that. Ui Yun smirked. Seeing that, Hyun was excited to move closer to him and asked, what, is your blood hot? Making Ui Hyun slightly scared, Hyun challenged, let's dance right here until it's hot. Even though Ui Yun was angry and foaming at the mouth, he still tried to hold back. There's no need, I just came to talk today, let's talk again another time. He gave Hyun a forced smile. Hyun walked straight, talking as he walked, get lost, there won't be a next time. meeting you guys is really unlucky, why do you guys keep coming like insects? Sung Woo saw him leave and exclaimed, that crazy guy was really impressive. Sung Woo turned around and looked at the guildmaster standing behind him without saying anything. Hyun drove to the sign. Hyun sat in the car, dumbfounded, swearing, bastard. He calculated, there seemed to be more than 100 people, with the current amount of magic power, if we fought with all of them, I would probably die early. He clicked his tongue, I haven't even dealt with Sung Woo yet, because of that bastard Jung Ui Yun. He walked and planned, well, I'll deal with them soon, I'll really rip them all off. The leader of the group that attacked Hyun earlier started blaming, that's right, President, Kim Sung Woo said he was the one who guided that bastard. Ui Yun coldly asked Sung Woo, who was sitting on the ground, really? Sung Woo was confused, no, well. The Ui Yun ordered his subordinate, sword, and the subordinate immediately gave him the sword. Sung Woo clenched his teeth, his body trembling. He clasped his hands and begged Ui Hyung, please forgive me, I will do everything you say. Ui Yun asked coldly, do you still want to live? Sung Woo's face was now pale, tears were flowing down, he clasped his hands and said, yes, I will do everything you say. Before he could finish his sentence, red blood splattered, Sung Woo was dull, his whole body lost all vitality. The evil Ui Yun stabbed his sword straight into Sung Woo's heart. The guy's face was full of blue veins, and he said evilly, how dare a traitor like you is still alive, you pathetic bastard. After finishing speaking, he pulled out the sword and kicked Sung Woo hard. Sung Woo died in an instant, his mouth was still stuttering, President. At this moment, his body fell into the back of the dungeon, disappearing without a trace. The dungeon door closed. And then the dungeon slowly disappeared. Ui Hyung called out, the Vice President. The Vice President replied, yes. After that, the leader threw his sword to the Vice President, who stood behind him and gave orders to find his personal information. The Vice President replied, clear. Hyun was driving, just noticed the white car following him. According to the Vice President, he sent someone to follow Hyun. This guy drives very attentively to watch Hyun. The Ui Hyung was furious, laughing and saying, how dare you refuse my offer? Hyun went home and waved goodbye to his sister, not knowing that Ui Hyun had terrible intentions towards his family. That's right, you must be as strong as your arrogance. At this time, Hyun's father, who had lost one arm, was sitting next to him, taking care of his unconscious mother. No one knew that an evil person was targeting them, but could you still maintain that attitude if something happened to your loved ones? The Ui Hyung has come up with a plan. If he can't be tamed, then the only thing left to do is grasp his weak point. Let's see how long you can keep that complacent attitude. Right now Hyun's house is a peaceful scene. Hyun asked, what to eat tonight? Hyun said, wait until I pay mom's hospital bill. At Chungyuk Korean Grill. On the grill, the grilled meat is sizzling hot. Hyun treated his younger brother to a barbecue. Hyun is still quite rude, a student who just graduated without a job like you but still goes out to eat beef regularly. Hyun asked, what job have you found? Hyun flipped the meat and said, if you have some money and don't go out to eat, what else would you do? Eating is the most important human need. Hyun reached for the meat picker, give it here and I'll grill it for you. Hyun said, okay. The two brothers chatted while grilling meat. Did you just go to the hospital? Is mom feeling better yet? Hyun cut the meat and said, the doctor said she's much better, maybe mom is about to wake up. Hyun breathed a sigh of relief hearing this, that's good. Hyun saw his brother laughing comfortably, so he teased him. He just laughed, which made Hyun feel confused. Hyun opened up, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile, lately you've always been frowning, serious, so different from before. Hyun smiled strangely again, what are you saying? I'm always smiling. Hyun refused to comment, that strange smile doesn't count. Hyun suddenly had a stomach ache, he held his stomach and gritted his teeth. Then he hugged his stomach and walked to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom, Hyun said, right now, the meat is already cooked. Hyun is helpless, I know, but I'm in a hurry, you don't know how difficult it is to go to the bathroom in the dungeons. Hyun frowned, be careful what you say, we're in a restaurant, please go quickly. Hyun walked into the men's restroom to relieve his sadness. He stood and washed his hands under the faucet after going to the bathroom. Exiting the bathroom, he waved his hands dry, complaining that this was as tiring as exploring a dungeon. Suddenly he noticed something. There's someone coming up to talk to Hyun. He thought to himself, what's going on? At this moment Hyun also pointed in his direction and the other guy also turned his head to look. That guy bowed to greet him. Then he turned around and left, leaving the two Kang brothers there. Hian smiled evilly, then asked Hian, Kang Hian, is there someone who wants to get to know you? Hian took the paper and gave it to Hian and said, don't say that again, that person was looking for you just now. Hian pointed at himself in surprise, looking for you? Hian gave the letter to Hian and said, he asked me to give you this letter. Hian took the letter, opened it and said, if he was looking for me, why didn't he just stop and talk to me instead of running away? There were a lot of people who came to thank me. Suddenly when reading the letter, Hian stopped. Turns out the letter he received was a warning letter from the guild leader Bait Young Yu Hian. When I got home, Hian remembered and said angrily, I should have stopped by the convenience store to buy some things. The two brothers arrived home. Hian turned around and asked him, do you want to drink some beer? Hian put his hands in his pockets and said, no need. The two opened the door and stepped inside. Hian clicked her tongue and said, okay, then I'll drink. But suddenly Hian stopped Hian, saying, okay, you stay home, let me go. Hian was surprised, I'm going. Under the street lights, insects are gathering there. Hian finished buying beer and returned. Behind him was the greeting of the convenience store staff, welcome to come again next time. Hian walked slowly on the road. As he walked, he thought about what that bastard's plan was, how dare they attack his family. He thought, should I stop participating in dungeons and stay at home, but Hian still has to go out a lot, maybe they wouldn't dare attack her openly. Suddenly Hyun's phone rang and it was his father calling. Hyun picked up the phone and said, hello. The other end asked, hey, Hyun, are you home? Hyun replied, no, I'm going shopping. On the other end of the phone, his father happily said, your mother has woken up. This news made Hyun stunned and asked, really? Then he asked repeatedly, how was she? Did she have any sequelae? On the other end, his father said, she was very fine, but the doctor said she needed more monitoring and treatment. Hyun breathed a sigh of relief, so good. At this moment, Hyun's father suddenly said something that startled him, Hyun, just now a friend of yours came to visit her. Hyun was bewildered, my friend, who could? No one would come to visit my mother. But his father's next words made Hyun stop, his name was, Young Yu Hyun. His father kept talking, but it seemed like Hyun couldn't hear anything anymore. He also told me to send my regards to you. Is he your neighbor? Why have I never met him before? Hyun was filled with anger. On the other end of the phone his father softly called out, Hyun. At this moment, Hyun couldn't control his anger, he gritted his teeth and the blue veins in his neck and face appeared. The next morning at a school, the female employees at work were greeting each other, good morning. The short-haired girl also responded, you're going to school so late today, Myeong. The two of them walked and talked about the weekend. How was it? Did you have a fun weekend? Myeong scratched her head and smiled shyly. I stayed up a bit late, and at this time someone came. That person greeted the two girls, good morning. Myeong also shouted happily. After that, the two of them happily said, Shin Sunga. Sunga just bought coffee, gave it to two colleagues, here, give me this bottle of coffee. She gave the bottle of coffee to the two of them. They shyly thanked and said, no need to give me the whole bottle, please, thank you very much. Sunga said, a bottle of water is not worth much, I'm happy if you accept it. Then Sunga bowed and said, I'm leaving. Sunga left, the two girls behind him also stood motionless, watching Sunga's back. The short-haired girl was curious, why is she wearing a school uniform? Myeong laughed it off, yes, even though she's a bit strange, she's very kind. The short-haired girl screwed the lid of the coffee bottle and said, yes, everyone has their own style, Sunga is truly the savior of my life. The short-haired girl finished speaking, turned to look at Myeong, smiled and teased, but now that I remember, you also met a lot of strange people, making Myeong freeze, well. She remembered Yongs and Hyun, they were really strange, just an exchange match broke their opponent's arm. Right from the moment they signed the contract, they started to radiate murderous aura. Myeong continued to complain without paying attention to the figure standing behind, even when I went to sleep I dreamed of them, there was one person who looked like an orc goblin. Suddenly Myeong felt goosebumps from the murderous aura she felt behind her back. Myeong slowly turned his head. She saw Hyun standing behind angry. Myeong saw a familiar scary face. Hyun's face is also very scary at this time. Myeong panicked and widened her eyes. She looked into Hyun's scary, terror-like eyes. Then the two girls hugged each other and screamed in panic. The two girls stepped back and shouted, police, quickly call the police. Hian saw that and immediately reached out and shouted, "Hey!" But just calling, the two girls were so scared that they cried and backed away, screaming, "Help us!" Suddenly there was a voice. Kim Yi Hyun startled the girl and raised her head to look. Hyun trembled, her face looked scary, and asked the two girls, "Do you know where Kim Yi Hyun is?" He said difficultly, "I have to find him, to protect my family." The two girls were still scared, but felt a little embarrassed when they saw that they had misunderstood him. Myo-ung suddenly noticed something. She said to Hyun, "Well, if you want to find teacher Kim Yi Hyun, he's not here right now." At the headquarters of the Dagon Association. In the meeting room, there is a meeting going on, based on statistics. Hyun stood in front of the projector, giving a speech. The levels of the dungeons that appeared recently were constantly increasing, so the most important thing right now was to find people who had. Before he could finish speaking, someone knocked on the meeting room door, attracting his attention. He opened the door, a bit angry. "What's going on? Can't you see I'm in a meeting?" The boy knocked on the door stuttering, "Vice President." He reported to Hyun, "There was a very strong guy causing trouble in the hall. He said he wanted to see you." Hyun grimaced, "Huh?" At Dagon headquarters in the meeting room. Hyun sat across from Hyun, helplessly saying, "It's true that I said we would meet again soon, but I never expected it to be in this situation." He looked at Hyun, who was hurriedly sitting across from him. "What wind brought you here, Kang Hian?" Hyun spoke up, "Kim Hyun, I want to hire you." Hyun drank coffee, squinted his eyes and asked, "Can we get straight to the point?" Hyun replied, "Okay." Hyun asked Hyun with sharp eyes, "Can you give me more details?" Hyun spoke up, "Bait group, they are targeting my family." Hyun discussed the plan with Hyun, "So I need someone to protect my family while I go kill them." Hyun thought, "Protection," then asked Hyun, "What exactly happened?" Hyun put the coffee cup on the table and calmly said, "Bait." Hyun said seriously, "We know their reputation, however, with the current situation, we have no legitimate reason to destroy them or protect your family." Hyun laughed scary, "So please protect my family and I will destroy them. If we solve it like that, both sides will benefit, right?" Hyun listened and just sighed, "You are still the same, never giving in." Hyun asked curiously, "Why me? It seems like you didn't choose me because I'm Dagon's person." Hyun spoke up, "You are the strongest awakened among the awakened ones I know." Hyun asked again, "If so, then what about On Yesong?" Hyun remembered the name that was even crazier than him, asked Hyun again with doubt, "You want me to let my family stay with him, but I don't know his phone number?" Hyun was speechless. Hyun offers Hyun a price, 1 week, "Protect my family for 1 week, I will pay you handsomely." Hyun interrupted Hyun, making him stunned, "I don't want to brag but." Hyun blew on his coffee cup and said, "I've earned a lot of money, maybe more than you think, Kang Hian, and I'm also holding the position of vice president in Dagon." Hyun put down the cup, said in a mysterious voice, "So if you want me then, you'll have to give me something that's not money." Hyun was confused, "It's not money." Hyun was stunned, "Don't say that." He was embarrassed, hugged his body, shyly said, "You want this body?" Hyun was speechless, "Did you really come here to negotiate?" Hyun sighed painfully and said, "I have a feeling that talking to you any longer will only make me angry, so let me suggest first, it's not a big suggestion but." Hyun said, surprising Hyun, "If it works then please come meet our guild master, just once is fine." Hyun continued, "I will need to get approval but with this condition, we will be able to help you as a guild, Kang Hian." Hyun is distributing everything according to plan. 5 bodyguards are currently on duty according to my assignment inside and outside the ward where his family lives. All work is according to Hyun's arrangements, he said. "I also made a suitable excuse and arranged 5 bodyguards at the company where his sister was working." Hyun crossed his arms, appreciating Hyun's arrangements. "Well, that's impressive," Hyun said seriously, "it's best to do things carefully, however." At this time, Hyun and Hyun's car was parked right at the entrance of the Bait Guild headquarters. Hyun asked with concern, "Is it okay if you are alone? Bait is a pretty big guild." Hyun looked at the Bait Association's headquarters, looking disdainful, but compared to his company, it didn't look very big. Hyun looked at something on his phone, saying, "The size of an office building doesn't determine the size of a guild, especially when the number of dungeons they own is unusually large." Hyun continued speaking, "I'm sure they were plotting something behind the scenes." Hyun's words made Hyun even sink into thought. Hyun remembered Hyun's story, he analyzed it carefully, then said, "In addition, Kang Hian, you said you contacted me and made an appointment to meet me as soon as you received this letter, right? Then they must have gathered all their available forces in advance." it can be understood that they will ambush you. Hian remembers that chaotic scene. I will do as you say. Where should we meet? Hian sat in the car, firmly said, you know, my family's danger comes first to me, so if they ambush me, I'll play together. Hyun, thank you for protecting my family. Hyun gave Hyun his wallet. Please keep this carefully for me. Hyun held the wallet in shock and asked, why me? Hyun opened the car door and got out. Please go home and park the car. Hyun couldn't believe his ears and asked again, are you serious, Kang Hian? Even though he's about to face danger, Hyun is still very confident. Don't rush to conclude that something bad will happen. Right now, I can't explain in detail, but maybe one day I'll come back safe and sound. Hyun finished speaking, said goodbye to Hyun and left. I'm leaving Hyun alone in the car. The Bait Association headquarters is a fairly large building with an accompanying sign. As soon as you entered the door, the scoundrel Hyun greeted you with a smile. Welcome you, Kang Hian. He raised his hand, welcoming Hyun. We've been waiting for you all this time. Hyun laughed contemptuously when he saw this scene. He went into the headquarters, asked, preparing a group of people like this, so it's to welcome me, are you planning to challenge me? Oops, Hyun still continues to pretend and lie, it's not like that. He kept saying with a fake smile, Kang Hian, you are also Bait's family, so we are all here to welcome you, from now on. While talking, he stopped and stared at Hyun. Hyun was angry but also amused by his antics. He laughed until his whole body trembled. Family, you said family. He raised his hand, preparing to attack. Hyun smiled and said, if G stands for family, then G stands for you. Blue magic surrounded his hand. He smiled crazy, screamed, and crushed the old man to death. Notification, activate Lion's Roar. Both of his hands appeared the light of magic. Hyun shouted, magic explosion. He made a move, sending a magic attack to the ground. He poured his magic power into this attack. A guy in the Bait group said while blocking the attack, wow, this is crazy. Another guy holding a sword was also scared. What was he doing? Hyun threw the attack and shouted with enthusiasm. The Bait gang panicked when they saw the ground cracking. The Hyun also had to use his hand to block the incoming storm. He cursed silently, this damn crazy guy, what if the ground collapses? At this moment, someone launched a move to counterattack Hyun. Iron net, he shouted, a golden iron net flew out. Hyun also pulled out his sword and said, I know, you bastard. He swung his sword, using the secret move of the crescent moon. The power of a giant splits it in two with one blow. The blade swung out, cutting through the golden iron net. The ground collapsed. The Bait group fell down, they screamed, it was crazy. A guy was crushed by a beam, screaming and backing away. Then, the ground shattered and exploded. There was a large hole in the ceiling, and on the ground were countless people crushed by bricks and stones. In the rubble, someone tried to push the wall open. Hyun stood up from the rubble. He looked around and said, the effect is not bad. Announcement, Antria F skin, description, produces Antria's skin, ability, when the wearer activates, parts of the skin will harden. Someone called, Kang Hian. Hyun turned around. Hyun jumped down from above and ran to Hyun's place. He still seemed inviting. Please think carefully, it's not too late, we can still be good partners. After hearing this, Hyun became even more angry, understanding, partner, what the hell are you barking at, you were the one who crossed the line first. Hyun faked ear bowed his head and apologized to Hyun, I'm sorry for targeting your family, but please think again. He drew up a perfect plan, to seduce Hyun. If you and I join forces, we can usurp Dangun's leading position. Han Seo-in only has fame but no pieces, we can take them down. He continued to invite Hyun into his plan. Do you understand how precious your and I's alliance is? Hyun refused to listen to me, you're such a blabbering nonsense. Hyun still didn't give up, he kept talking. In this building alone there were more than 200 members of the association. If the whole country estimates the elementary level, it's double that number. He smiled coyly, flattering Hyun to invite him to join. We only lack one thing, that is a representative for the association. Hyun thinks that his plan is very great, he still talks about it endlessly. That person must be the most powerful person in the world to lead the members of the association. Just like that, the Bait Association will be able to expand outside of Korea and reach the national level. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun opened his mouth. Then he spit straight into his face, making him stunned. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. The Hyun no longer talked nonsense. Hyun was angry, His hysteria was about to flare up again. Listening to that guy talking all this time, I thought he was listening to an elementary school student giving a presentation. Yun used his hand to touch the saliva on his cheek. He brought his hand down to look, it was exactly the foul saliva that was clinging to his face.
This time he couldn't bear it anymore, he trembled angrily, his voice growled, I know.
His face was full of blue veins, he growled, how could someone like you at the bottom of society understand my noble dream? Hyung was so angry that he was trembling, telling Hyun, this lowly untouchable, how could he understand my great ambition? After hearing this, Hyun tried to suppress a laugh. Then he raised his face to the sky and said to the members of the Bait Association, hey, did you hear that? Untouchables, untouchables. Then he laughed loudly with delight. He smirked and said to Hyung, it's the 21st century, if you choose words like that, then what kind of yangbang are you? Something like the leader of the gang. After hearing that, the Yun became even more angry and gritted his teeth, that lowly thing. Then he shouted, let's see how long you can stay strong. He ordered his guild to execute him. The members then took action, sealing the magic power and poisoning the spirit. The magicians in the guild also continuously released magic, turning black and disrupting their senses. All attacks are directed towards Hyun. Notification, Lion's Rage is activated. Hyun shouted, immediately the debuff was resolved, the ring strengthened the mind to resist abnormal states. Notification, the strength and stats of all enemies have decreased. The notification appeared, the members immediately turned pale with fear. Yun clicked his tongue and cursed, you idiots. Then he shouted, stop controlling him, kill him, kill him. Then the Bait Guild's mages began to attack. Hyun saw the countless blows coming down, muttering, good. Hyun immediately activated his Antria skin, his whole body was covered with a layer of black skin, he was arrogant, testing to see if the magic was effective. The countless attacks aimed at Hyun all exploded instantly. After that, the whole group of baiters immediately rushed in to attack Hyun. They jumped up. Then swung the attack towards Hyun standing below. But Hyun immediately swung his sword. He took care of the bait members in the blink of an eye. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. Hyun took a deep breath. Then Bait's headquarters exploded. The battle lasted from dawn to dusk, and Bait's headquarters was blown up and destroyed. Hyun stood in the rubble, his whole body covered in blood. At his feet, the corpses of the Bait members lay scattered. Blood and gore were all over the ground. Hyun picked up his sword and stood up to confront the remaining members of the Bait Guild. He was extremely shocked when he saw that. He smiled wryly, is it okay, Kang Hian? He pointed at Hyun and laughed, now you are also a murderer, the same kind as us. But after hearing that, Hyun just smirked and said nonsense, if you're going to use the guise of guilt, then leave, if you're planning to kill someone, then you have to be mentally prepared to be killed. Yun gritted his teeth, he was about to die and he was still pretending. Hyun walked, under his feet was a red magic wave starting up, one of the Bait group said, pretending is useless. Then that magic thing attacked Hyun, making him quite startled. That thing tied Hyun tightly like a tentacle. Someone behind him was about to sneak attack him, Hyun smiled scary, stupid, small thing. Suddenly Hyun widened his eyes. Blood flowed from Hyun's mouth, his face was bewildered. Hyun was stabbed from behind by a Bait soldier. Hyun was close to death, he thought to himself, it's over, I can't do this attack. Hyun put his hands in his pockets, smiled and walked closer to Hyun, good job Vice President, let me finish. The Vice President stepped back, the sword he stabbed Hyun with was still there, he respectfully replied, yes, President. Hyun looked at Hyun's body full of wounds, even though he hated Hyun bitterly, he couldn't help but acknowledge your strength, with that wound you've still been able to survive until now, your strength is so remarkable, that I want to trade all these trash for you. Win approached Hyun and said arrogantly, but a wild animal that cannot be controlled is nothing more than trash, is there anything else you want to say for the last time? But Hyun only cursed him, every bowl of soup you eat will have hair. The Hyun got even angrier after hearing that, is that so? He wanted to die in pain. He grabbed Hyun's head. Then a golden power flashed under his hand. Hyun felt like his head was on fire, he screamed in pain. Hyun's whole body was burned by the Hyun, and he turned around and left, lighting a refreshing cigarette for himself. He took a breath of the cigarette, then exhaled. Then he approached another member and asked how the situation was. The other member respectfully replied that the number of dead had exceeded 30, and the seriously injured were estimated at about 50. The Yuan heard this and gritted his teeth in hatred. Damn it, he's lost a lot, just because of one guy. This happened. Then he waved his hand to his subordinates. Okay, clean up his equipment, it looks good, whatever you can salvage is good. But then, Hyung heard the member's name stammering, Guild, President. The member shouted, his body disappeared. Late afternoon falls, Hyun is reborn in his apartment. Notification, you have revived, level decreased by 1. All indexes halved in 24 hours. The door opened and Hyun walked in. Hyun was sitting on the chair. Hyun frowned and asked, I thought it was peaceful these past few days. Hyun saw Hyun's pale face, scowled and said, is he dead again? When he saw his face, he knew right away, but Hyun just scratched his head and said, hungry, what's there to eat at home? But Hyun saw Hyun come in and screamed, ah. Then she shouted, shoes, take them off. Hyun then remembered, raised her foot to look at her shoes, said sorry. Hyun just came back. Hyun wanted to get angry because of his brother's sloppiness. I told you, after reviving, you should take off your armor first, now you have to clean it yourself, wash the blanket too. Hyun scratched his head, then apologized. 2 days later, in front of the dungeon door. There are 2 people sitting guard, Keika Canyon, a dungeon owned by the Bait Guild. One of them said, bored to death, why are there so few people these days? The other guy was smoking and talking, I heard that rumors about our association have spread all over the radar. After hearing that, the other guy waved his hands in frustration, what a bunch of cowards, so what if their equipment was stolen? The other guy jokingly said, we still stole lives. Suddenly the piercer who was cleaning his ear saw something. That guy said, hey, there's someone coming. The guy who was smoking also looked startled, oh. The people who came wore armor and covered their faces. Hyun is fully dressed and looks extremely weird. Hyun arrived in front of the dungeon door, the 2 guards were also bewildered. They curiously looked at Hyun and then looked at each other, wondering, who is this crazy guy? After dying once, Hyun realized, after risking his life to rush in, he realized one thing, at this rate it would be like fighting a rock with an egg. Of course, you have countless eggs, so it's not impossible, but you can't keep being punished for being resurrected, so you need to take it step by step. The dark dungeon door gradually opened, he thought of a plan, rushed into each dungeon of the Bait Guild, destroying them one by one. Hyun strangled a Bait member, behind him were the corpses of Bait members, that guy was strangled by Hyun and couldn't breathe. That guy's tears flowed from fear, his face turned purple from lack of oxygen, he spoke with difficulty, sorry. Hyun is angry, sorry, what did you do wrong? That guy cowered in fear, I don't know. Hyun put more force and strangled him. Hyun said, if you don't know. Then Hyun threw him hard to the ground. Hyun shouted, don't apologize, you bastard. The other guy fell to the ground in pain, papers falling. He squinted at the pile of papers. Hyun gave him a pen and coldly ordered, write down where your other dungeons are. Afraid he wouldn't listen, Hyun continued, if you do that, I'll spare my life. The other guy quickly picked up the pen, replied, yes, then hurriedly started writing. While he was writing, suddenly Hyun spoke up, hey, ask this. The other guy who was writing suddenly looked up. Hyun asked him, you guys killed so many people but haven't been caught yet, no matter how sneaky you are, the long tail will still be trampled on, bribing the police. The other guy trembled and replied, okay, something like that, I don't really know. He continued, always occupying dungeons with no surveillance cameras nearby was also part of it. Hyo frowned angrily, that's it. That guy finished writing and respectfully handed it to Hyun, I've written everything I know. Hyun received the paper and examined it carefully. Then he put his hand in front of that guy's face and said, good. Then a beam of light appeared in front of that guy, making his eyes widen in bewilderment. Hyun launched his move, the magic attack shot straight at his head. Then Hyun stood up and wiped his hands, the other guy was already charred black, he calmly said, then I probably won't reveal it. Hyun turned around and left, thinking, you bastards, wait, an even worse bastard is coming for you. On TV, the captured monster escaped, a tragedy struck the famous guild, no different from the dungeon breaking, concerns about the damage to civilians were increasing, the guild spoke up, monster research is for the future of humanity, the news came up, the next day, the headquarters of the Bait Guild, 2 buildings with broken glass windows. The Yuan furiously punched his fist on the table. Damn it. He sat in front of the computer, his face dark. He gritted his teeth in anger, a backup excuse in case something unexpected happened, but had to be used to cover up for dealing with a crazy guy. The door to the president's office opened. A guy rushed in and called out in panic, "President, it's not okay." But the dirty guy threw something straight at the guy's head, causing a bruise on his forehead. The thing that Hyung threw at the other guy's head turned out to be an ashtray. The guy's face was as red as a chicken's blood, and he said in a harsh voice, "This guy dares to barge in here without permission, he's upset." The other guy bowed down in panic and apologized. Sorry, he spoke up tremblingly. That guy appeared again. Hearing this, the angry Hyung frowned and frowned. He slammed the table and stood up, asking, that crazy guy keeps targeting our dungeon." The subordinate replied, "Yes, he has already attacked 7 dungeons, more than 100 members have died." The guy clenched his teeth, angry. Damn, who is he? At such a chaotic time, the more people are mobilized, the more deaths there are. Then he ordered his subordinates, from now on, everyone went to the dungeon without changing shifts and sleeping alternately. After that, he angrily shouted at the subordinate, if he understood, then go away. The subordinate, whose forehead was bruised and bleeding, stood straight and replied, yes. Then he quickly left and closed the door. The Hyung sat down tiredly on the chair. He put his hand on his chin, thinking. He thought seriously, 5 days ago, Kang Hian attacked us, and his body disappeared. 2 days later, a crazy guy kept targeting our dungeon. Then he came to a conclusion, as expected. I already had my doubts, but with evidence like this, it's clear that Kang Hian definitely has accomplices. He tapped his hand on the tabletop and thought, taking his body away was probably due to some skill. Without information it was difficult to plan a response. He pulled out his phone, as if he was planning something, but it didn't work, even though he didn't really want to. He called someone, the other end kept ringing, tut tut, tut tut. As soon as the other end picked up the phone, he said in a joking tone that made the guy angry, hey, righteous hero, what's going on? But Hyun just coldly said, I need your help. The other person laughed loudly, ha ha, the guy who runs the Big Bait Association needs help. After that, the other guy also sarcastically made the Hyung even more bitter, oh that's right, lately our group has been beaten to pieces, probably because of that. After that, he paid in advance, so what's the point of helping, I'm richer than you. Hyung replied to him, a battle, the other guy asked doubtfully, huh? Hyung invited him, don't you want an interesting battle, there is only one suspect, definitely not the average type, you will be satisfied. It turned out that the guy that Hyung asked for was Yusong, who studied at the same training school for ability users as Hyun. Yusong was interested and said, let's just give it a try. Then he laughed happily. Dark night, in a ruined building. There are 2 guys standing guard at the dungeon door. Yusong spoke up and asked a member of the Bait Association, hey, what's the name? The member replied, I'm Kim Il-woo. Yusong smiled faintly, no need to say, yes, it's fine, actually I don't care too much, just call me Hyung's junior. Yusong's empty words left the member at a loss for words. Yusong stretched and asked, when will that strong person come, will he definitely appear here? Then Yusong smiled dangerously and glanced at the member, if I wait and don't see anyone then, you know. Yusong's threat made the member feel a bit embarrassed. Then someone came. Yusong noticed him. Hyun, still covered up, walked to the dungeon. Yusong saw him, the fighting blood began to rise. Then Yusong applauded, how horrible, Yusong thought, my sixth sense, reacting so strongly. Yusong took out his weapon, full of excitement when confronting a strong enemy, he thought, his sense, it was always just a vague premonition, but now it was screaming in his head. He confronted Hyun who was radiating terrible power, his instincts told him that if he didn't want to die, he had to run away from that monster immediately. Hyun was suspicious when he saw a familiar figure. Hyun was a bit confused, why are you here? Hyun called his name, on Yusong, hearing that Yusong was surprised, he muttered, this voice, Kang Hian. Yusong was stunned, asked, Kang Hian, why are you here? Yusong tilted his head, smiling happily, oh maybe. Then he carried the axe and walked closer to Hyun, asking, so is it you who often goes there, you always do interesting things, right? Hyun remembered what Hyun said, there must have been someone backing him, Hyun thought, thinking back, he was quite rich, maybe the person behind the Bait Association was. Then he raised his voice and asked, "And Yusong?" Then pointed the sword straight at his neck. He asked him in a cold voice, "He is also a member of the Bait Guild." But Yusong just laughed, "This guy, I feel sad when you say I'm in the same group as those trash, what will people think of me?" The member behind heard this and froze. But Hian didn't believe it, he seemed angry, asking, "Then why are you here?" But Yusong was not afraid, he smiled widely, pointed back, said, "You know Jung Ui Hyung, that guild master." The member behind him was still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Yusong blushed with excitement and said, "An arrogant guy like him asking me for help, isn't it interesting?" But Hian wasn't interested, even hearing him say that, he felt a bit uninterested, nonchalantly said, "Oh, that's it." Then he walked past Yusong, pushed him away, said, "Leave it alone, I have nothing to say to you, don't get in my way." After that, Hian left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to invite her, "If you have time later, let's go eat a meal." Hian walked and picked his nose, dirty thinking, we don't even have each other's phone numbers, so what the hell is the date? Behind him, Yusong jumped up to attack Hian. Right when he was about to hit Hian. Then he turned around to block his attack. Hyun's eyes widened, the hand that blocked the blow was burned. He asked, "What?" The crazy man Yusong laughed loudly and said, "I'm sad if you leave." Then he rushed to attack Hyun again, and Hyun remained calm, so. The two then rushed to fight each other. Hyun blocked Yusong's attack and said, "Even though we know each other, I won't give in, go away you dog." Yusong's face turned red, his body trembled with excitement, he said equally, "That's what I want, let's have a fight." Wayne's moves, strength of giants, secrets of Wayne. Hyun held the sword firmly, strength flowing. Then he took the sword and rushed straight towards Yusong. But Yusong easily avoided that lightning-fast attack, he even smirked. But the sharp sword still passed through his cheek, injuring him. The more this happened, the more this crazy man enjoyed it. But he was no less competitive, preparing to attack Hyun, asking, "Just how much of a monster have you become in the past time?" The two men rushed at each other, their attacks were so fast that they were hard to see with the naked eye. Yusong praised, "It was quite good." The more he beat Yusong, the happier he became, he laughed loudly. Hyun is mad, he thinks, this battle is hindering the plan. He gritted his teeth, thinking, he had to end it quickly. The two men still rushed at each other and fought wildly, their weapons colliding and sparking fire. Facing such a tense battle, Hyun was also extremely happy, he thought madly, but how long had it been since there had been such an interesting battle? Yusong also discovered that Hyun's crazy expression was exactly like his own. He shouted, that expression, as expected he also liked it. Yusong excitedly told Hyun, the battle now. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, the bait shrimp groupie held a sword and sneaked in to attack. He shouted loudly, "Die!" The two of them turned to look at him in shock. That little guy who doesn't know whether to live or die thinks, if I make an impression here, then one day, I can also become a leader. But he was immediately hit by Yusong's hammer and his head was broken. Hyun saw that and was also startled. The sharp mace was covered in that idiot's blood. That guy's head was beaten and he fell down dead on the spot. After Yusong beat the guy to death, he sighed. Then he rolled his eyes and said to the corpse of the bait gang, "I'm having fun, don't interfere." Hyun witnessed this scene and thought, it turns out they are not allies, but could they act so easily? Yusong sighed, his temper also stabilized. After that, he put his weapon away and spoke casually, losing interest and really wanting to have a good fight with him. Then he raised his hand to rub his neck, sighed and said, "But now I can't fight back, I don't want to be hated by you." But Hyun doesn't care about him, he thinks, no, I've been hating him for a long time. Yusong put his hands in his pockets and asked Hyun, "Hey, do you know what kind of person Jung Ui Hyung is?" Hyun nonchalantly replied, "Don't know." Yusong recounted Ui Yun's background. Jung Ui Yun was the illegitimate son of the president of a large corporation, that's why those trash dared to be so arrogant. After listening, Hyun thought, this story is an 8 o'clock drama. He angrily asked again, "So what, since that guy is rich, he advised me not to touch him." After that, Hyun didn't care and turned around to go into the dungeon. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have done these things in the first place. "Don't waste my time, go home and get some sleep." But Yusong stepped forward and held Hyun's shoulder, calling, "Wow, they haven't finished speaking yet." Yusong changed his attitude, turned to become an ally with Hyun. He asked, "What are you doing? Let me join, I also want to see that bastard angry." The next morning, at the headquarters of the Bait Association. The angry guy held his head and screamed like a madman, "Damn it." Then he smashed the computer keyboard. He shouted, the 3 dungeons had been robbed. Standing at the door was the subordinate whose ashtray he threw at his head yesterday. He screamed angrily, and even lost contact with Yusong. Then he was like an epileptic, picking up the keyboard and banging it up and down, shouting, "Useless, damn you." The subordinate stood there, witnessing Hyung cursing loudly like an epileptic, "A bunch of stupid trash, a bunch of useless people." After a while of cursing and destroying, he gasped as if he was out of breath.
Then he ordered his subordinates to summon all members to be present in the lobby at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
But the subordinate bowed his head and said, "I don't know how many people I can summon." But that crazy guy shouted angrily, "Even if he's sick or if something happens to his family, he has to gather together, don't you understand what I'm saying?" But the subordinate still continued to explain the guild situation to his brother. "Lately, many people have left the guild, and some people have cut off contact." The Yun was furious again, making a threatening cutthroat sign, shouting, "Then kidnap their parents and threaten them, make them listen to those who don't listen." But the subordinate still helplessly rubbed his neck. "The atmosphere in the guild is not very good right now, around the time there are too many people leaving. If they threaten the members it will be very difficult to deal with." When the guy heard this, his face turned red with anger. He couldn't help but shout loudly. Suddenly his phone rang. He pulled out his phone, looked at it and cursed, "Damn it, why now?" The screen shows an unknown number calling his phone. He picked up the phone and answered the phone. Then he smiled cunningly when he heard the other end of the line talking. He recognized this voice, and he thought, maybe things will be easier than what I think. On the internet right now there is a lot of negative news from people about Bait's dungeon being broken. Yusong went with Hyun, read this news, smiled happily and said, "It seems very effective, just need to beat the dungeon for a week." Hyun and Yusong just finished clearing a Bait dungeon, walking and talking. "Yes, it's almost over." At this moment, Yusong stopped, smiled widely and asked Hyun, both happy and sad, "How do you plan to end it?" Hyun heard this and thought deeply. Then he sighed, turned back to Yusong, telling him it was okay. Then Hyun leaned close to Yusong's ear and whispered, "Listen." Hyun whispered something into Yusong's ear. Yusong raised his eyebrows, exclaimed in doubt, then asked Hyun again, "Are you awake?" Hyung received a letter from the Demon Sword. "If you want to save the guild now, meet me at 6 o'clock tomorrow night at the dungeon in So-Sion Mountain, Anyang, Disrupin Forest." Hyung finished reading and squeezed the letter in his hand. He gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. This damn arrogant guy, now he wants to fight. Hyung led the Bait group, walking towards the dungeon door. "Okay, today I will come to admire that arrogant face, then I will break your bones and skin." The group of members behind him were extremely confused when they were forced to participate in this mission. "Damn it, I didn't intend to show up, who knows, if I don't go, I don't know what shape I will turn into, it's best to be smart and avoid it." The older brother heard the whispers of the members and became even angrier. His hand crushed the paper, his whole body trembled, he cursed, "Damn it, why did I bring these useless people along?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The blue veins on his forehead appeared. If he could seduce him. Going back in memory, yesterday, Hyung received a phone call from an unknown number. The other end of the line asked, "He seems tired lately, Hyung." Hyun seemed to recognize this voice, mumbling softly, "This voice." The other end of the line verified, "Yes, it was me, I called you to ask for help because I saw you were having difficulty." Hyun smirked, thinking, "Forget it, because there is no way to contact me, I can only ask people like in Yusong, but now he suddenly contacted me, this guy." But the guy still pretended to say, "You called at the right time, if you help, I won't make you suffer, my father will also support." The other end of the line asked sarcastically, "What?" making Hyun stunned. That guy sarcastically asked again, "Who did you say supported whom? It seems like you didn't understand the situation." Then that guy turned around, "I changed my mind, I won't help anymore," making the Hyun stunned, urgently calling, "Wait, why are you suddenly there?" but only heard the other end of the line say indifferently, "Just stick to that arrogant father of yours." Then he hung up. Hyun remembered that conversation. His hot blood rushed up again. He clutched the paper in his hand. The magic fire in his hand flashed, ready to burn the letter. He gritted his teeth. That bastard, compared to Yusung, was even more miserable. The letter in his hand was immediately burned to ashes. He thought, "Let's see how long those arrogant people can keep up." living in a high-rise building in the city. The blonde guy wearing an elegant suit was sitting on the hill dressed as a thug, saying, "It turns out that's it, the Bait Guild has summoned all the members, it seems like Young Ui Yun is on the same path." The thug said indifferently, "After all, it's still an alliance outside, are you really not planning to send support, Choi Min-jun?" It turns out that this handsome guy in a suit is Choi Min-jun. When he heard about the tense situation of the Bait group, he just smiled slightly, holding a cup of coffee to sip, seemingly not caring much. He put down his coffee cup and told his friend, "It doesn't matter whether it's necessary or not, supporting those trash is just a waste of effort." His friend said again, "But if he dies, President Young Sang-soo won't leave it alone." Choi Min-jun heard this, his gentle eyes immediately turned cold, he glanced at the other guy. Then the magic was unleashed. The magical thing like a chainsaw grabbed the guy's neck tightly, making him scared. Choi Min-jun's strength grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, causing him to panic and struggle endlessly. Min-jun coldly asked again, "So what?" After that, his face turned cold and he asked the other guy, "Do I have to rely on that old man to live?" The other guy was strangled until his face turned purple, drool flowed out, he had difficulty saying, "No, I was wrong." Min-jun looked at him, then sighed. Then he withdrew his magic power, and the other man fell onto the chair in fear. As if the panic wasn't over yet, he hugged his neck, trying to gasp for air. After that, Min-jun left. Before leaving, he also gave him a job, "Just continue what you're doing and find out about the new financial source. That guy is as obedient as a puppy, he responds and obeys orders." The group of body members went through the space gate into the dungeon, the D-class dungeon of Disrupin Forest.
The leader took the lead and turned around to ask the members what time it was. The vice president behind looked at his watch and replied, 6:30 a.m. The Ui Yun frowned, cursed, "Damn it, he sent the signal but there was no sign of him, could it be that he had lost?" He turned around and ordered the Bait members standing behind, everyone to prepare for battle, not knowing how many enemies there were, and possibly ambushing, the Bait members shouted in unison, obeying the order. Suddenly there was a guy calling Ui Yun, the guild leader, and then showed him something. Ui Yun looked and was quite surprised. The member pointed, "Over there." Ui Hyung and the members watched and saw a cloud of smoke rising in the distance. Ui Yun frowned and looked at him suspiciously, the members were also stunned. In the smoke, Kang Hian was laughing like a madman, running and laughing while being chased by wolf monsters. He smiled crazy. When Ui Yun and his subordinates saw Hian, they were scared like seeing a ghost. Ui Yun shouted, "Kang Hian, twins, no." Ui Yun trembled when he saw Hian, thinking, is he still alive? Hian ran closer and greeted him, his hand reaching into his pocket as if he wanted to take something out. "Young Ui Hyung, long time no see, how are you?" Then he took something out of his pocket and held it up high, saying, "I have a gift for you." In Hyun's hand is a cute wolf with cheese sticks looking bewildered. Bait's subordinates saw such a lovely wolf and were extremely excited. They asked each other, "Is it Disrupin's child? It's so adorable." Then Hyun made a move like he was about to throw a rugby ball, using the momentum to throw Disrupin's child away. Then he slammed the wolf cub towards Ui Hyung, shouting, "Please take it." When the Bait group saw this, they gasped in fright and screamed, "That crazy guy, he actually threw that lovely animal." The big bald man immediately put down the weapon in his hand. Then opened his arms to prepare to welcome the lovely wolf into his arms. He stammered, "I." Then he opened his arms, ready to catch that adorable baby animal. "I will catch it." The beast was full of panic, tears falling in the air. Then it fell into the bald man's large, warm arms. The bald guy breathed a sigh of relief when he caught it, saying, "It's okay." He lifted up the baby animal in his arms. The animal was looking at him with tears in his eyes. He said, "It's okay, Dad will protect you." He admired the cuteness of the little animal, so adorable, he wanted to hug it so much. After that, the Bait members turned around and pointed fingers and judged Hyun. How dare he do that, a cold-blooded guy? But Ui Hyung got angry and shouted at them, "Shut up." The guy gritted his teeth angrily. He looked at Hyun's bag and saw a pack of adorable wolf cubs. He cursed silently, "That crazy guy stole Disrupin's baby," and behind them, a pack of huge, ferocious wolves was chasing them. The whole group of vicious Disrupins were rushing towards them. Ui Hyung thought worriedly, the Disrupins were so agitated that they were out of control and they were coming here. Hyun happily threw the bag containing the baby Disrupin into the sky, shouting, "Accept the gift, guys." The zipper of the bag opened,
the baby Disrupin seemed ready to fall out. The whole bait group looked up at the sky in confusion. Then the baby Disrupins fell all over the bait group. At this time, the bait group was not yet aware of the danger. They thought to themselves, cute children from the sky. Then Hian jumped up from the ground. He swung his sword, preparing to strike. Then slashed hard on the ground where the Ui Yun was standing. The whole pack of Disrupin wolves followed Hian and jumped into the bait group. But the ferocious wolf with fierce fangs bared its fangs and claws, ready to tear the throats of those who touched its children. A wolf attacked Ui Yun. He used fire magic to block the attack with difficulty. Suddenly, the guy looked behind in panic. At this time, Hian ran away, leaving the problem for the bait group to solve. Ui Yun angrily called out, "Kang," but before he could finish speaking, Hian raised his hand to signal goodbye, saying it had been hard for you guys. Ui Hyung cast fire magic stronger and stronger, grinding his teeth angrily. He turned his head to look at the direction Hian ran away, cursing, "Damn it." Ui Yun saw Hian taking action against the bait gang, making things difficult for him. He thought to himself, it's very difficult to deal with Disrupin because of their stealth ability. Kang Hian also joined in, further disrupting the formation. Ui Yun was so angry that he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily. Then he roared and everyone retreated and quickly left the dungeon. The bait group saw that and immediately ran away. The last guys still felt lucky. Damn it, they're behind, run faster. One guy standing at the end ran away and said, "Tomorrow I will run away from this strange group." But at this moment, Yu Song poked his head out of the space gate between the dungeon and the real world. He smiled ghostly and said, "Please, hello," making the bait members freeze in fear. Then Yu Song pulled out his weapon. The bait members stood there with their mouths open in panic. Then Yu Song swung his mace and kicked straight towards the bait group. Blood splashed. Yu Song's mace swung, blood splashing everywhere. Yu Song jumped out of the space gate and rushed in to kill the bait group. "You are like a demon in hell, enjoying this killing and bloodshed." The group of bait members screamed for help in panic at this sudden attack. Ui Hyung also realized that the person who was killing his members was in Yu Song. Ui Yun clenched his teeth, thinking, when did he betray him? Ui Hyung feels that the situation is extremely unfavorable for him. He is doomed, but there is definitely still a way. He looked at the group of members being bitten to death by the Disrupin wolves using invisibility magic, wondering, how? Then he glanced behind him in panic. Seeing Hian and Yusoang slaughtering his members, he was confused and frightened, thinking of a way. His body trembled with anger when he witnessed this scene. He clenched his teeth, his face turned red with anger, his body trembled, thinking, if this continues, then the last resort. He clenched his hands into fists, magical flames flared up in his hands. Hian kills a member of the bait club with one blow. He used his sword to cut the other guy's throat. Blood splattered all over his face. He sighed and said, "I can't stop cutting, these guys are as tough as leeches, it's so annoying." Ui Yun roared angrily, "Kang Hian," his whole body was now covered in magical flames. Hian was startled and turned his head to look. The firelight from Ui Hyung's body illuminated his face. Ui Yun's whole body was covered in flames. He rushed towards Hian. He thought, even if it ends. He was determined that even if he died, he would have to take Hian to die with him. He thought, even if he died, at least he would have Hian as his companion. He used the immolation technique. His whole body flared up like a living torch rushing towards Hian. Hian raised his hand to block the burning fire. The whole plain area emitted a huge explosion. The members saw this and screamed in fear, "Why are we even?" Wien's body is no different from a living torch. The huge fire burns his skin. His firepower skills are so strong that even my life is in danger, but if I use this method, he will also. But Ui Hyung was suddenly startled. The fire was so big that Ui Hyung's skin was burned quite severely. There was a hand reaching out from the fire. Hian came out from the fire, holding Ui Yun's head. The guy was so scared he couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed. Hian grabbed his head tightly and said contemptuously, "That's all you have to do to this extent, stupid." At this time a few burns appeared on Hian's face. Then Hian launched an attack straight towards Ui Hyung's direction. Ui Hyung's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oops! Hian was thrown several meters away by Hian. He tried to sit up in pain, clutching his chest and groaning. Hian warned Ui Hyung, "Just sit there and watch, because I will deal with you later." Hian turned around and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glance at Ui Hyung. "I'm bruised, so don't leave in peace, your subordinates, I'll make you witness their last moments." Then Hyun rushed in to deal with the bait guild members. Horrifying screams rang out. Yun smiled sadly. He thought, it's over. When he saw Hyun slaughtering members of the bait guild, he thought, it's all over, just because he accidentally touched one person. He sat there, helplessly laughing loudly. Then he raised his face to the sky and laughed like crazy. At this moment, Hyun had no hope left. He kept looking up at the sky and laughing loudly. His crazy laughter echoed throughout the dungeon. The battle ended, corpses were lying on the ground. Both human and monster corpses were lying there. Yusong and Hyun stood in front of Hyun. That guy still kept laughing hysterically at this moment. His face was pale, his eyes staring lifelessly forward. Yusong pressed his face close to his face and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Hyun put his hands in his pockets and said, "Leave him alone, maybe he is dreaming a beautiful dream." Wien's eyes were dull, thinking, it's over, it's all over. At this moment a thought flashed in his mind, wait, he was stunned, it was over, who? He trembled, said, unacceptable. Hyun noticed his strangeness. Hyun angrily gritted his teeth, tears welled up in his eyes, I can't die like this. He remembered his painful past, I was an illegitimate child, a child from another mother, an outsider. In his family, he was always alone, always estranged, he remembered, his brothers and sisters were no different from outsiders, did not care about him, looked down on him, he was dragged into struggles for positions that he had never considered, they arbitrarily controlled him. But even so, his father is still a ray of light in his life, I remember, he sympathized with me and provided for me fully, but that was just a reason for them to attack me. And when the tutorial started, Hyun's life changed, he remembered, one day, the world changed. The tutorial begins. The appearance of the dungeon and the awakened person. The world begins to return to the logic of primordial power. In front of Hyun's sword, Hyun calmly said, "At that time I had a hunch, this was my chance to turn the situation around." After finishing speaking, Hyun's eyes widened. Hyun's sword slash caused his head to separate from his neck. Hyun sighed, looking at his head spinning on the ground. He complained, "These guys don't know how much they talk." Yusong continued, "People's last words should at least be heard, Hyun doesn't care, why should I listen?" Hyun put his weapon away, told Yusong, "It's hard work anyway, it's none of your business." Yusong generously said, "It's nothing, it's fun." Yusong turned to ask Hyun, "How are you?" He looked at the pile of corpses lying like a mountain and said, "What does it feel like after avenging a long grudge?" Hyun looked thoughtful, scratched his chin, and finally said, "I don't know." Hearing that, Yusong curiously leaned over and asked, "The end of revenge is empty, right?" He looked at the pile of corpses and said, "After all, the one who deserved to die was dead. If you had to compare it, it would be like the feeling of removing a large pile of earwax from inside your ear." Hyun scratched his ear, nonchalantly said, "It's not a big deal, but there was a feeling of relief." Yusong smirked, "Stop comparing." Hyun blew the dirt from his ears. Then left, saying, "What about the equipment that fell out? Sell it and divide it in half." Yusong is a rich man, he doesn't want these small coins, generously said, "I don't need it, I'm not short of money either." Hyun bent down to pick up a sword and asked, "Is that so? There's no need." Hyun thinking, money. Up until now he wasn't too concerned about money, the reward from completing the dungeon was enough to make him not feel deprived. He remembered the letter from Hyun threatening him, he understood, but this time I understood clearly, I can't protect everything with just my own strength and that money. He put that sword away, thinking to himself, he has to save money, and then build his own power. The two of them left the dungeon when it was dark. Yusong walked and said, "It's over." Hyun agreed with his statement. Hyun's face was serious. He called, "And Yusong, if I say that I will establish a guild, do you want to join?" Hyun's face was serious, he added, "I haven't finished speaking yet." After this battle, the feelings between the two of them increased significantly. Yusong said, "If it was a guild created by him, it would definitely be very interesting, right? My feeling is telling me so." Hyun smirked, "What do you feel? I haven't said I'll let you join yet." The two left. Yusong happily said, "Hey, just now you were planning to recruit me, I knew everything." Hyun said nonchalantly, "Go away." At the time, no one knew, a small guild founded by two men as a joke has become the most famous guild in Korea. As he walked, Hyun asked, "Do you want to eat beef?" Yusong asked again, invited. This question made Hyun angry. He said, "You're richer than me, and of course, according to the crazy personalities of the two of them, this guild will be the most famous in Korea in a negative way. In the president's room, loud shouting rang out, "Isn't the story different now?" The person who was yelling loudly was Jung Ui Yun's father, the president of Hanseok Group Jung Sang-soo. He was screaming and pointing, spit flying everywhere. "You said you would take responsibility and take care of Jung Ui Yun. You violated the contract." He screamed, playing Min Jun, but Min Jun didn't seem to care. He turned his head and smirked. "Then act indifferently and violate. You're joking too much, I don't know what you're talking about." Jung Sang-soo gets angrier the more he listens. "Now you're still pretending not to know." His body is shaking with anger. "A week has passed since my son and the guild members lost contact. Based on the current situation, it's clear that." Minute June heard this. A cold voice spoke, cutting him off. "So what exactly do you want me to do?" President Sang-soo was stunned when he heard what Min June said and asked, "What?" Minute June was arrogant, not afraid of anyone. He put his feet on the table, calmly said, "I raised a useless, incompetent person to be the leader of a guild." Minute June said in a calm voice, "Didn't I do the right thing with the money I received?" Jung Sang-soo was shaking, speechless. You. Then he ordered his bodyguards to kill him. Then all the bodyguards with weapons and magic rushed towards him. Minute June didn't bother to move, he just slightly raised his eyes. Then his power flowed out. His magic was like a tentacle flying out and squeezing their necks. They were strangled to the point that their faces turned purple. The magical stream squeezed their necks and lifted them into the sky. Minute June stood up and called, "Chairman Jung." He walked closer towards Jung Sang-soo, said, "We clearly signed the contract, I carried out the contract as agreed." He approached Jung Sang-soo, his expression extremely scary, asking, "Why did you turn against me?" Jung Sang-soo was scared, trembling, stammering, You. Minute June's scary eyes looked at him, warning him, "If something like that happens again, I won't leave it alone, you understand?" Jung Sang-soo trembled in fear of Min June's strength, stammering out, Understand. Minute June then smiled gently and withdrew his magic. The bodyguards were released by him and fell to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. He left, waved goodbye to Jung Sang-soo, said, "Fortunately you understand, please transfer the promised amount to my account before today." Then he paused and said, "I'm very curious, who is the person who overthrew Jung Ui Yun?" The Bait Guild has disappeared. The sudden disappearance of a large guild has created countless rumors and ghost stories. The media has also been noisy for a while. Now is a period of upheaval. There is a wealth of information on the internet about this event. In the context of many new guilds and fake abilities appearing every day, the Bait Guild is increasingly forgotten. In an ancient and luxurious space. In the classic room, there was the sound of people talking. Very good, there was definitely no chance of being caught. Yusong is sitting and eating lavishly with Hyun. There will be no consequences, I have dealt with all the troublemakers, this time I can even level up after the battle. Yusong propped up his hands to listen to Hyun talk. The equipment he picked up was processed, and he even got to eat delicious food. Yusong smiled comfortably and said, "Isn't everything okay, why are you still upset?" Hyun heard this and suddenly trembled, probably because of anger. This new title is the problem. Title, Ruthless Family Destroyer. Description, Prejudice that monsters do not have families. Title given to those who have destroyed many families in horrifyingly brutal ways. Effect, +2 strength increase. Increased hostility. The holder of this title will create an instinctive feeling of fear in others. The notable thing about this title is the effect, +2 strength increase. Increased hostility. The owner of this title will create an instinctive feeling of fear in others. Hyun slammed his chopsticks on the table. He remembered, the unequipped title was also somewhat effective. The message said, all effects except for the selected title were only 50% effective. Hyun shouted madly, I've been very stressed lately, because of this I'm even more misunderstood. But Yusong laughed happily after hearing that, there's no need to be misunderstood, he's inherently cruel, anyway there's no difference, so don't worry. At this moment, someone called Hyun. The caller is teacher Kim Hyun. Hyun picked up the phone. Hyun said, Jung Ui Yun. Kim Hyun on the other end sounded helpless. It's me Kim Hyun, I hope you don't call me that. Hyun reminded Hyun, do you still remember that promise? Hyun was bewildered, promise, what promise? Hyun scratched his head and sighed, I thought you knew. Hyun said on the phone, please come see our president, this is quite urgent so I hope you go now, when are you free? At Dagon's high-rise headquarters. The elevator shows up to the 12th floor. Hyun asked, will it be okay? Hyun pointed to Yusong, asking Hyun, can I take him with me? Hyun seriously replied, this is something that has been approved by the president. Contrary to Hyun's worried look, Yusong smiled comfortably, you don't need to worry, me and Han Seon know each other. Hyun heard that and asked, hearing you call my sister I don't feel familiar, how do you two know each other? Yusong recounted, I had met her before at a social party. Hyun, according to Yusong's story, secretly thought who was that gentle and kind-looking person that Yusong told about. Hyun grasped the gist of the matter, the social party, he thought to himself, the president must be rich, Leok graduated from the tutorial too, this world is so unfair. In the reception room. Hyun knocked on the door, called, President. The day after Han Seon told me to come in, Hyun immediately pushed the door open. Hyun and Yusong entered the room where Han Seon was. Hyun saw Seoyeon and was quite surprised. Seoyeon politely raised her hand to invite, please come in, I'm President Dangun Han Seoyeon. Hyun walked up and shook hands with her, oh yes, I'm Kang Hian. Seoyeon also politely said, hello, I heard Hyun talk about you a lot. Yusong also waved goodbye, long time no see. Hyun asked for permission, I'll go out first, Seoyeon politely said, you and Hyun have had a hard time. She also responded to Yusong's greeting, long time no see you, and Yusong. She raised her hand, signaling for you to sit down. Hyun politely replied, oh yes. Hyun sat down on the chair neatly and politely. Hyun spoke, thanks Seoyeon sincerely, thank you for your help, I don't know how to repay you. Seoyeon said generously, it's okay, it's not difficult, don't bother. But Hyun said firmly, but I don't want to be in debt. He asked directly, why did you call me here? Seoyeon looked serious when she heard this, said, I'll be honest, Hyun said maturely and seriously, you know everyone is busy. Seoyeon smiled, sat down respectfully and said, I originally intended to chat a little, since you said that, I'm not being polite. Seoyeon's eyes were sharp, she glanced at Hyun. She called, Kang Hian, her call caught Hyun's attention. Seoyeon spoke sincerely, asking if he wanted to join the Dangun group or not. Hyun looked like a dead fish, frankly refusing, not wanting to. Immediately the atmosphere was filled with dead silence. Seoyeon was shy, oh yes. Seoyeon still didn't give up, persistently asked Hyun, Kang Hian, why don't you want to join our guild? Hyun still replied with a face like a dead fish, I don't like it. The atmosphere once again fell into awkward silence. Seoyeon shyly replied, ah yes. Yusong saw Hyun so determined, raised his hand to signal, this brother was sharp, cutting his hand. Hyun turned to ask, what's your opinion? But Seoyeon also doesn't have a domineering personality like that crazy guy Young Ui Yun. Hearing that Hyun didn't like it, she freely smiled and said, it's okay, on the contrary, hearing him say it so clearly made it easier for me to give up. Hyun still said without expression, that's good. Hyun sincerely expressed to Seoyeon, no matter what, I will repay this favor in another way, if you need help, please call me. Seoyeon smiled and said comfortably, don't worry about it, we won't be at a loss by having a strong relationship with someone as strong as you, we'll contact you when needed. Even though Hyun said he would repay the Dangun Guild, he himself had doubts, but honestly speaking, does the number one guild in the country need my help? Of course, if I can help, I will still help. At this time, Seoyeon spoke up. Hyun listened attentively. Seoyeon called, Kang Hian, how long do you think the current peace will last? Hyun heard this question and was also thoughtful. He thought, peace. Dungeons appear and crime rages, but the world is peaceful. Hyun was quite suspicious. He thought, maybe she saw that thing. He remembered, the image of the eighth realm in the guide. It could be said that this world is currently peaceful compared to that image. He put his hands behind his head and said helplessly, I don't know, it's not a problem I can solve, anyway, becoming stronger is the only way to deal with it. Hyun continued to talk, besides there is still 5 years left to count down the so-called Haken dimension, right? Seoyeon heard Hyun say, her face darkened like she was thinking about something. Then she spoke up, 3 years, making Hyun startled. Seoyeon continued, there will definitely be a country in danger within the next 3 years, we don't have much time. Hyun heard this and asked again, on what basis are you so sure? Seoyeon said, I can't say clearly. She continued, there is a divine entity that knows everything. Hyun heard this even more suspicious. Seoyeon said again, we have someone who can communicate with that person. Hyun ponders, divine entity, is she talking about that manager? the person who has the ability to communicate with that manager. Seo Yun continued, actually, Kang Hian also feels it, right? The difficulty of the dungeon is increasing, on the contrary, the development of fake abilities is stagnating. Hian was confused when he heard this. I didn't feel that way. After listening, Yusong asked Hian again, so why did he say that to make Hian startled? Yusong continued, the more reckless the ability users become, the stronger they become. So Yusong pointed out something never seen before in this game, so hunting with guns is not effective. After Hian heard it, he realized, is that so? Cowardly, there is no fake ability to use guns. Yusong added, bows and crossbows are different from guns, because they can be upgraded by level. It seems like there are a lot of theories. Seo Yun continued, that's right, so only strong and reckless people like you Kang Hian can solve the current situation. You can become a hero. After listening, Hian felt a bit embarrassed and said, even though I don't like to say it, I'm not a good person. After listening, Yusong nodded loudly. Hian added shyly, that, you know, the baiters this time were also handled by me. Seo Yun said coldly, those trash don't care. Hian raised his eyebrows in suspicion. Seo Yun coldly added, no matter what, they are people who have no use for humanity's survival, they are people not worth protecting. Seo Yun spoke up coldly, to humanity, a person like you Kang Hian is more important than hundreds of people like that. The person who protects the world is not a gentleman, but a strong person. Hyun stood outside the door. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Seo Yun asked, did you see them off? Hyun replied, yes, I confirmed until they got in the car then came back. Hyun asked, how was it? Impressive meeting face to face. Seo Yun put her chin in her hands and said sullenly, to be honest, higher than my expectations. Hyun heard this and asked urgently, meaning? Seo Yun smiled and said, that's right. She remembered the moment earlier, even though it was only a short moment, when I mentioned the story about the manager. His pupils wavered. At this point, Seo Yun firmly confirmed that he is the one who graduated from the tutorial. At another dungeon door in the city, strictly guarded by state troops. D and E level dungeons only differ by one letter, but there is a big gap between the two. The strength and number of monsters increased. The most obvious difference is the variety of monsters appearing in the dungeon. In particular, the Dan's laboratory level D dungeon is where the diversity of monsters reaches its maximum. Hyun trudges through a dungeon full of corpses. Hyun turned his head around, thinking, normal monsters, whether they are regular monsters or bosses, are all the same type, so fighting is very comfortable, but here, the number of monsters is too much so it is very troublesome. Their weaknesses and attack methods are completely different. Hyun looked at the huge thing in front of him in bewilderment and asked in bewilderment, what is this? In front of Hyun was an orc the size of several buildings. Hyun standing in front of it was just as small as a speck of dust. It screams and growls with scary sounds. Hyun grimaced, oh the odds are much greater, if an orc puts a goblin's head on its body, will it be nerfed? Hyun's sharp eyes stared at that giant thing. Then Hyun pointed at his face and said, do you want to join my guild? I made a bet with an Yusong to see who will find a candidate to join the guild first. The orc's huge hammer lifted. He raised the hammer high above his head, preparing to crush Hyun. Its hammer hit the ground shattered into pieces. Hyun jumped up and dodged. Hyun said coldly, if you don't like it then say so, but you're not qualified. The orc shouted angrily. Then it sprayed something yellow like acid towards Hyun. Hyun used magic explosion. He spoke disparagingly, damn it's so dirty. Then he launched a blow towards the monster. Hyun suddenly appeared behind the monster. He turned his head and glanced back at the monster standing behind him. Behind him, the wall covered in yellow water that the monster spewed had a hole in it. Hyun thought, could it be corrosive acid? Hyun said, his skin is also thick, his body is also bigger than mine. Hyun proudly knocked on my head, but because I'm the one who uses my mind, I can always find the answer. Hyun smiled madly again, if I could steal the hammer, what would be better? A terrible scream rang out in the cellar. A group of members of a certain association standing outside were extremely scared. One guy asked, have you heard the screams of monsters since just now? The other guy seemed scared and said, maybe someone is hunting. That guy continued, and we. Before his eyes, members of his team were surrounding a girl from another team. He said, just pay attention to the party in front of you. The girl holding the dagger, extremely vigilant. The silver-haired guy put his sword on his shoulder, smirked and said, this is why I like dungeons. The guy next to him seemed to be attracted to him by something. That guy kept tilting his head back to look at the ceiling of the dungeon, then asked the silver-haired guy, "Did you hear anything?" The silver-haired guy asked in bewilderment, What's the sound?" Right now the fight between Hian and the orc was in full swing. The silver-haired guy said, "Don't care about those hunting games." Hian's whole body was covered in blood, grumbling, "It smells so bad." At this moment, everyone noticed the movement behind them. Hian carried the orc sledgehammer and dragged it to the group of people saying, "You guys, it stinks." Hian coldly said, "This is the smell of trash, low class, lowly criminals that I defeated, right?" Hian said with a crazy smile. Hian dragged the hammer, snorting coldly. He said coldly, "It stinks. This is the smell of the lowly trash and lowly criminals that I defeated, right?" Everyone turned to look at Hian. The curly-haired guy said, "That guy." The silver-haired guy was even more curious, asked, "What is he holding behind his back?" "A hammer." Hian heavily dragged the orc's treasure. Then he used his strength to lift the hammer. The hammer hit the ceiling shattered. Huge hammer pinned straight to the ceiling. The ceiling collapsed, scaring the members, swearing, "Damn." Crumbs and rocks fell from the floor and clattered to the ground. Hian held the handle of the hammer, preparing to pull it down. The silver-haired man couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, "Is he crazy? Why is he swinging a hammer in this narrow place?" He exerted his strength. The huge hammer gradually left the dungeon ceiling. The silver-haired guy saw it and cried out in panic. Then Hian used all his strength to hit the ground with the hammer. Sand and dust scattered. Those people became even more scared. They cursed, "Damn." Where the hammer fell, the ground had a large crack. Hian sighed. He complained, "It's really heavy," then waved his hand because he was tired. He continued, "It's not good to use it as a main weapon." Then he put the hammer away, saying, "Just leave it here first." When people saw that, they were bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Then the silver-haired guy smirked, suddenly showing off his strength. "I thought it was terrible. It seems you don't understand the situation clearly." That silver-haired guy jumped up. He swung his sword to slash Hian, saying, "Don't put down your weapon at this time." He arrogantly shouted, "Die." At that moment, a blow hit him. Hian waved his hand and punched him upside down. His face was swollen from Hian's punch. He was confused, not understanding what happened to him. He collapsed to the ground. Hian knocked him out in just one blow. When the whole crowd saw this, they were extremely frightened. Hian grabbed the silver-haired guy's hair and lifted it up. "Come on." He picked up his sword and said coldly, "Those criminals deserve to die." He smiled savagely, pressed his sword to the silver-haired man's neck, and said madly, "Bring everything out here." The curly-haired guy holding the spear turned around and took a defensive stance towards Hian. He said, "You, that crazy guy." The curly-haired man wielded magic, his hand clutching his spear, gritting his teeth. Then he jumped up. He ordered his subordinates. Everyone rushed forward. The whole crowd rushed forward, leaving the girl standing there in surprise. They shouted to encourage each other. Wasn't he alone? Hian grabbed the silver-haired guy's head and said, "Hey, can't you see I'm holding a hostage? This guy has lived his whole life." After that, he coldly turned to ask the silver-haired guy, "What is your name?" That guy trembled and said, Kim Gyzik." Then Hian threw the sword on the ground, said, "Okay Gyzik." His hand pressed hard on the top of his head. Gyzik stiffened in pain. Hian said, "I will avenge you." The curly-haired guy rushing to attack was surprised at what he saw. Hian pushed Gyzik away and used his hand to squeeze his vital area, causing Gyzik so much pain that his soul left his body. Hian also used Gyzik as a weapon to knock the curly-haired guy away. The curly-haired guy fell down and was beaten until his nose bled. Gyzik was squeezed in a dangerous place by Hian. It hurt so much that his eyes and nose were streaming with tears and foam was forming. The guy with curly hair had a bloody nose and fell backwards in the surprise of his teammates. The scene was suddenly unusually quiet. Hian happily said, "Oh, the feeling of hitting is not bad." After that, he grabbed the Gyzik like a weapon, excitedly shouted, "Everyone rush forward, I will confront you with my new weapon, the siege mace formula." The whole group looked at the Gyzik hanging half dead in Hian's arms. They were all scared, their bodies trembled. One guy said tremblingly, "Stop, stop." His pupils clearly showed Hian's scary appearance. Then Hian swung his Gyzik as a weapon. The screams kept ringing continuously. Hian shouted, "Damn, my lips touched." Blood splashed in all directions. Pitiful screams echoed in the dungeon, "Help, save me." The girl was scared when she saw this scene. Hian finished killing all of them and stood there coldly. Hian rubbed his aching neck, thinking, is this what a rank D dungeon attack team is like? It took more time than I thought. Suddenly a girl's voice rang out behind her, thanking her. At this moment Hian also paid attention to her. The girl bowed down and thanked you. Thank you for your help. Thanks to you I am not in danger. Hian waved his hand. It's nothing. Actually I like to beat them too. Raise your head. The girl raised her head and introduced herself. I'm Shin Sung-ah, can you tell me your name? Hian blushed and scratched his ear and said, my name is Kang Hian. Suddenly the girl's voice cried out happily, Mr. Kang Hian confused Hian. Sung-ah said sincerely, I want to ask, how to be strong like Kang Hian? The girl's eyes were full of determination. This makes Hian confused. This is the historic moment when the three worst troublemakers in Korea gathered, but that will have to wait a while to know. Sung-ah boldly asked Hian, how to be as strong as Kang Hian? The girl's eyes were full of sincerity and seriousness. Hian scratched his face, you, asking how to get stronger. Hian thought and replied, hard work is okay. Sung-ah felt a bit unbelievable hearing this and asked again, just work hard is okay. Sung-ah awkwardly said, if I work hard then I. But Hian interrupted her, not all efforts are the same, you have to work hard to death, the meaning in that word. Sung-ah was shocked after hearing this and asked again, to the point of death. Hian scratched his head and said, yeah, he thought, the words of a dead person like me certainly don't make much sense. Then Hian left, he even waved goodbye to Sung-ah, be careful when going, forgive or kill them, it's up to you. Hian left, leaving Sung-ah intently watching his back. When Hyun's shadow gradually disappeared behind the wall, he didn't feel secure and turned around to ask, can she go alone? Sung-ah said, no. Hyun peeked behind the wall, thinking, isn't it normal for people to ask for help? Hyun rubbed his neck and said, I really want to help you, but I can't right now, I have to clear this level. Sung-ah said clearly, if that's the case, can I go with you? Hyun was confused and asked her, huh? Hyun said helplessly, did you believe what I said you had to die just now? Forget it, if you really die then. Suddenly Sung-ah spoke up, interrupting Hyun, no, making him startled. She said seriously, I also know my fate, I will go with you to dig magic stones, absolutely will not hinder you. And she also added an attractive condition, of course, all the magic crystals belong to him. Hyun hesitated, advising her, it's dangerous. Sung-ah said, I know how to protect myself. Hyun crossed her arms, as if thinking. Then you agreed with Sung-ah, you said, okay, let's go together. Corpses of monsters are scattered on the ground. Hyun walked while swinging his sword, Sung-ah obediently followed behind him. Sung-ah said, thank you, you worked hard. Hyun heard and turned around to look at her. After that, Sung-ah pulled out his dagger and said, now, I will dig up the magic crystal. The sharp dagger flashed with cold light. Sung-ah easily cut open the monster to get the magic crystal. She picked up the magic crystal and put it in her storage area. Hyun turned to look and felt reassured, it seemed like she could protect herself as promised. Hyun was curious, wondering if she had the ability to hide herself or not, but every time she started fighting, she quickly retreated back, occasionally providing support with arrows without getting in the way. Moreover, helping Hyun get all these troublesome magic crystals, the strategy has truly become much easier. Hyun came up with a plan. Sung-ah was digging magic stones and also paid attention to what he said, do it like this, based on the aura emitted, the front seems to be the boss, from now on it could be very dangerous. But Sung-ah held the dagger and said without hesitation, I was determined to go with you. A notification appears that the center of the main core dungeon has been destroyed, the gate leading out has opened. Hyun let out a loud gasp when reading the announcement. Sung-ah was also extremely surprised. Hyun thought to himself, it's clear, someone has gone first. Hyun seemed to remember something, his eyes widened, wait. Hyun turned his head to look, I still felt the boss. Hyun was stunned, he said doubtfully, the crack. For the first time in Korea, on TV, broadcast news, the D-level dungeon crack incident happened. Dozens of dungeons near Seoul opened at the same time, causing a phenomenon called Monster Wave, the 2,8 dungeon opening event, after the blockade of Cave Ray Core. This is the third incident in the country. The news was still broadcast, however, this wave was different from the previous two events. Experts analyzed that this was an intentional act of terrorism. A figure hurriedly wearing a suit ran in the building. That person quickly opened the door and called out, Alliance leader. The so-called Alliance leader in the room was fully equipped, asking the boy who just arrived, is he here? This person is the Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo of the Ability Alliance. Choi Dong-woo asked, Dungeon Rift, are you all ready? The subordinate stood huddled at the door, stammering, that, according to the report just received. The next news that the subordinate said made Choi Dong-woo frown. There was information that among the dungeons where the incident occurred, there was a level D dungeon. Choi Dong-woo stepped forward to ask, the location, the subordinate replied, is Daeun's laboratory in Suwon Gyeonggi-do. Choi Dong-woo frowned, thinking, why was he there? Because the dungeon was too complicated, so the destruction was delayed. Now something happened. Choi Dong-woo asked as he walked, is there a big guild nearby? The subordinates following behind replied, there is a Han-gil guild, but I heard that their main forces are all on business. Choi Dong-woo ordered, gather 50 elite soldiers immediately, we will go to Suwon, the remaining teams will go to other dungeons. The subordinate said, obey the order. At Dangun headquarters. Han Seo-in was dressed and asked Lee-hyun, how is the situation? Lee-hyun looked at the report and said, I heard that Alliance leader Choi Dong-woo will directly participate in handling Daeun's laboratory, he is going there with elite forces. Seo-yun turned around and said, if so it will be too late, is there any guild nearby that can ensure defense? Lee-hyun pushed up his glasses and replied, besides Han-gil guild, there are only small and medium guilds left, but... Lee-hyun continued, there was information that there was a fake ability that was handling monsters at a very fast speed. Seo-yun asked again, alone? Lee-hyun smiled and said, with a huge sword and a huge body, and a fierce face like a monster. Seo-yun heard this and vaguely guessed who that person was. She smiled, her face full of confidence. She said, if that's the case then there's no need to worry about that side. In a D-level dungeon, Hian was like a monster handling the monsters alone. When the guild members saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim, how crazy, he took care of them all by himself. Hian was covered in blood and stood in the middle of a group of monsters. The more the guild members looked at him, the more they admired him. That was the real ability faker. A person in the guild stepped forward and said, thank you for saving my life. The other guy was still talking too much about this favor, then Hian ran out of patience and coldly said, get lost. That name makes me confused. Hian is like a crazy person, scary, he turns around and shouts, go away, if you don't go away then I will deal with you next. The member's name is both scary and confusing. Hian pondered, the crack, still not closed. From Hyun's perspective, it was a space crack where monsters kept pouring out. Hian confirmed that the final boss is still alive. And the final boss is probably this hideous skull and skull guy. Hian stood in the middle of the monsters and shouted, the final boss hasn't appeared yet, if you're still here you'll lose your life. The guild's people and Sung-ah stood bewildered. That guild member gulped. Then went up to talk to Hian, wait, after all we are all ability users, even if it's just a little bit we can help. Hian said contemptuously, you. The member was stunned, he let out a sigh. Hian asked, you just caught a few chimeras? The question made the other guy freeze, he let out another sigh. Hian approached him, asked with a scary face, can you catch one? If you guys are here, you will only hinder him, if you understand, then go back and help the civilians evacuate. The member was still bewildered, the people standing behind him didn't understand what was going on. They turned around and whispered to each other, what was wrong with that person? Why did he talk like that? No matter how strong he was, this. Then one of those members noticed something. Hian was now clenching his teeth, his eyes were shining brightly, his whole body radiated a terrifying power. They were afraid, turned around and said to each other, let's just go, yeah let's go. Then they pulled away leaving me alone there. Hian sighed, his face full of seriousness. Then Sung-ah stepped forward and called him, making Hian pay attention to her. Sung-ah stuttered, I. But she was quite scared and couldn't say a sentence. Hian spoke up to break the confusion, asking, can you do it, can you, making Sung-ah quite surprised. Now it's time for the lion Sung-ah to be stunned. Hian discuss the plan with you, cover me, find somewhere to hide. Hian asked again, can you do it? Sung-ah was surprised to hear his question, she replied, okay. The crack is still there, connecting Earth to another dimension. Monsters set foot on Earth. Countless monsters began to land. Hye-eo confronts them alone with reckless abandon. He looked at the monsters, wondering, what the hell is this? Hian alone faced this group of tigers reporting foxes. Hian was quite confused, The 4 heavenly kings. No, you are not the 4 heavenly kings. Hian squinted at them. He thought, these guys are all on the same level as the orcs I just fought, moreover. Interrupting Hyun's train of thought, the tigers reported that this weasel was starting to march into the city. Behind them is a skeleton of a hand hidden in a cloak. The skull and bones guy opened his mouth and smiled. Hyun realized, the final boss has appeared. Cracks gradually shrink. And completely closed. The skull and bones guy looked at the earth and exclaimed, the buildings with such special architecture. Hyun heard the skull say and was surprised, monsters can talk. At this time, the skull also noticed him. It said softly, human, are you planning to defeat me alone? Hyun confidently replied, yes, then he took out his weapon. He grabbed the handle of the hammer. Then pulled it out and slammed it on the ground. Hyun flashed his familiar crazy smile, I will smash your head and put it back together like a puzzle. The bone man was afraid and said, humans are arrogant, but your body seems useful, I will personally. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun interrupted him, that's enough, making the skull guy angry, his eyes flashed like 2 sparks of fire. Hyun challenged and said, you and I, let's compete fairly, eliminate the henchmen, leaving only the 2 of us, dignified as 2 men. After listening, the skull guy was silent for a while and then said, I refuse. Hyun spat a piece of saliva into his hand and said, I didn't expect anything. Then he used both hands to grip the hammer handle tightly. He put it on his shoulder, confidently said, go ahead. Then Hyun carried the hammer and rushed towards the monsters. The tigers reported the weasels and also attacked him. Hyun carried the hammer and prepared to give them a blow. He took a deep breath. Then he jumped up. Ultimate move, the soul of the raging lion will be activated. An armored man gasped in horror. The tigers and snakes were also scared and stood still without moving. Hyun jumped off the ground. He held the hammer and said, first. Starting from this guy first, his eyes emitted a cold, deadly light. Then Hyun swung a hammer straight at the helmeted guy's head. Sharp eyes, he screamed, die. He fired another hammer at that guy's head. Hyun and they rushed to tear each other apart. The skull guy stood from above observing the match and let out a low cry. He looked at Hyun who was holding a hammer and stirring the place, thinking, I can't feel the magic power, is that the pure power of that person? Seeing that Hyun had such strength, the skull guy thought, it would be a pity if he died. Then the skull man lifts a finger, I will control you and turn you into a slave. Hyun hit the armored man's head with a hammer, his 2 teammates next to him stood dumbfounded, mouths open in surprise. The guy wearing the helmet had a hole in it and his head was covered in blood. Then his helmet broke, revealing an ugly orc face. The orc fell backwards after Hyun's blow. He fell to the ground. Hyun hugged the hammer, his legs shook, he gritted his teeth, it was too heavy. The skull guy lifted a finger. His whole body was covered with magic, he pointed at Hyun. His magic revolved around him, he said, mind control magic. At this moment, Hyun froze. His pupils changed into different shapes due to the influence of the move. The skull guy smiled, looking at the bewildered Hyun, he thought, take this. His eyes glowed, with this move. He completely fell under his control, Hyun was covered by his magic, now standing there in bewilderment. The skull man raised his hand in invitation, welcoming you, my slave, now. He controlled Hyun, said, bow your head and show your loyalty. Hyun opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He reached out his hand. The skull guy looked at him in surprise. Then Hyun raised his middle finger to curse him, his face smiled happily, he cursed, bastard. Notification appears, the ring of strength resists all mind control techniques. The skull guy bent down to look at Hyun who was raising his middle finger to curse him. The skull guy understood, so, he protected himself with items, I was planning to collect him intact, but what a pity. Then the tiger monster rushed forward and tried to punch Hyun in the face. Hyun immediately strengthened his body, leaned forward to dodge, Antria's skin was activated. The tiger monster punched Hyun away. Hyun flew dozens of meters away, crashed into a building, causing something to explode. Smoke billowed out, the tiger and snake monster still stood there, examining Hyun's movements. Suddenly, an arrow came rushing towards me. The arrow stabbed straight into the temple of the tiger monster. The skull guy was startled. The skeleton guy was afraid to think, does he have teammates, however? The tiger monster was hit in the temple by an arrow and was turning in all directions to find the person who shot him. Hian smiled complacently, perfect timing, Miss Song-ah. The skull man was startled to see the situation before him. Hian sat there intact, the tiger monster was also surprised to see him. Then Hian held the hammer and rushed forward. His hands held the hammer handle tightly. He gathered his strength, then he rushed straight towards the tiger monster, shouting, "This is a perfect weak spot to attack," he happily shouted. The tiger monster was stunned. Then he shot a hammer into its head, blood splattered. The arrow was hammered deep into the tiger monster's head. He fell down and died on the spot. Suddenly something like a sharp tail rushed towards me. Hian was startled and turned around to look. At that moment, the snake's tail pierced his chest. Hian gritted his teeth in pain. The hammer also fell heavily to the ground. Hian grabbed its tail tightly. The snake screamed in pain. Then he wrestled the snake out. Then hit it hard on the ground. He quickly pulled out his sword. He held his sword tightly. Then rushed straight towards the snake. The snake turned around in fright. At this moment, Hian's sword was close to him, he could only reach out his hand. But there was no time left, blood splattered everywhere. Hian holds the bloody sword. The skull guy was very angry when he saw this scene. Hian defeated the snake in just one blow. He raised his sword. Crazily turned around and said to the skull guy, "Now there's only one last person left, right?" Hian called him by his name, Bald Brother, making the skull guy only grit his teeth in anger after hearing it. Hian stood on the snake's body, tilted his head to look at the skull. He said, "Now there is only one left." He laughed maniacally, looking at the bald guy. The skull guy heard this nickname and was speechless. He said, arrogantly. He looked at Hian's condition and assessed that a person with no magic power left would dare to confront me. Hian's expression was no longer careless, he thought seriously, he found out. Hian clearly understood my body's condition, I was losing my magic power, and my body's regeneration was nearing its limit. Hian looked at the boss floating in mid-air, he clearly realized the disadvantage between him and him. Moreover, I no longer had the strength to fight him in the air. His legs were shaking from too much exercise, I no longer had the strength to jump or fly, if only I could use the strength of a giant. At this moment, his heart suddenly ached with pain. Hian's nose bled, his body went numb from the pain that came. He clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hian stepped into a pool of blood and slipped. His whole body fell to the ground, the sword also fell out. His whole body was shaking, he didn't understand what was going on, what the hell? The skull guy saw it, was proud, and finally started to realize it. It turns out that just now, when the snake used its tail to pierce Hian's chest, the attack just now was not a normal attack. The skull man said sinisterly, "It is very difficult to attack your internal body, there is no reason not to use poison." At this moment, blood flowed from Hian's nose and mouth, he froze when he heard this. The skull guy looked at Hian from above, arrogantly said, "You have no chance of winning anymore, I will give you the antidote, obediently surrender and become my slave." Hian smirked, cursing, "Damn. Then you took the sword and rushed forward. What did I say? I will punch your skull, I will create a stereoscopic 3D model." His eyes burned with a fierce determination. "You spread your magic power all over your body, thinking of countermeasures, I will use all the remaining magic power to detoxify, and also." Hian clutched the sword, the last resort. Biljane B's longsword, durability 500/500, description. The sword has accompanied Biljane for 30 years roaming around the battlefield. It was originally just a regular longsword but it absorbed demonic energy and blood during its time with Biljane. Abilities, increased endurance. Berserker, strength and stamina increase by 1,5 times in 5 minutes, however judgment will become difficult and there are serious side effects when used. Hian exploded with power, startling the skull man. He shouted, "Go ahead, bastard, go. I will be responsible for leading you to the underworld." Suddenly someone spoke up, "It's okay to stop." Hian was startled and turned his head to look behind him. The person who came was Choi Dong-woo. Choi Dong-woo praised, "Even though I don't know who you are, you did a great job." Choi Dong-woo's body radiated a stream of power, he gently said, "From now on, this place will be handled by our alliance of capable people." Hian now also recognized this person, who had graduated from manuals. He realized that he was Choi Dong-woo, the capable president of the alliance. Choi Dong-woo turned back to look at Hian and said, your wound is quite serious, please rest. Hyun was bewildered, reached out and asked, what, wait, I'm not. Suddenly Hyun was hit by pain. He fell down in pain. He thought dejectedly, damn it, I'm about to catch him. He fell backwards. Then his eyes became dreamy, he thought, appearing cool. In the hospital. Hyun opened his eyes. He turned his head to see Hyun sitting by the hospital bed looking at him. Hyun asked while drinking water, are you awake yet? Hyun sat up and rubbed his head, saying, just woke up and saw an unpleasant face. Hyun grumbled and said, just woke up and barking at something. She turned back to look at the phone and said it was a waste of money. Hyun also got angry when he heard this. Is that how you talk to your brother who just woke up? At this moment, Hyun remembered, quickly asked Hyun, how was the dungeon, Berserker? Hyun looked at the phone and said, not very clear but it was resolved satisfactorily. Hyun remembered Choi Dong-woo taking Hyun to the hospital, said, do you know how surprised I was? When I received the news that you were in the hospital I came right away, and immediately saw someone that I had only seen on TV. It must have been the president of the Alliance of Capable People. Hyun frowned when he heard that, the president of the Alliance is capable. Hyun remembers the invitation card he once received, the Alliance of Talented People Seon Yun-ho. He crossed his arms and thought, no need to feel indebted. Hyun suddenly spoke up, startling Hyun, I didn't expect that. Hyun was worried about his brother after all, saying, even though he had special powers, what if he really died? Hyun heard that and felt unreasonable, even though it was true when he said it. Hyun could only sigh, you thought you wanted to die, you died, your level dropped, you were in a bad mood, who would like to die? Hyun suddenly glared at something. He was surprised to see Hyun grimacing as if about to cry. Hyun froze in surprise. Then he shyly rubbed his head and turned away. Then he promised his sister he would try. At the headquarters of the Ability Alliance. In the president's office, someone asked, is that talented person named Kang Hian an acquaintance of yours? Choi Dong-woo sat in front of the computer screen, listening and saying, no, well, I heard reports that you contacted him. That person held the report and continued to say, then, why did you send it directly and even pay for the hospital fees? Choi Dong-woo laughed when he heard this. Then he turned to tell his assistant, because I witnessed the birth of the hero, if not then when would I have the honor of helping him? He remembered Hyun's determined image when confronting the skull guy, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will defeat you. Choi Dong-woo clasped his hands together and said, so. He turned to ask his assistant, how was the case? The assistant reported that the lich had escaped. At the hospital. After a general examination, the doctor concluded that the test results were nothing special, and the person with the ability recovered very quickly. Hyun left the hospital. Wow, they should have been discharged yesterday. Hyun got angry after hearing that. Why do you keep complaining like that? After all, the association pays the hospital fees. Hyun turned around and seriously said to Hyun, do you know how much it will cost if you take a day off? At this time a nurse's voice rang out, there is no patient named Kang Hian, sir. Hyun saw someone calling his name and turned to look. He saw someone in a black vest asking the hospital staff about him. Hyun saw that and told his sister, Kang Hyun, to go in first. The person wearing the vest asked urgently, is it true? The staff member seemed embarrassed and replied, yes, if that person had already been discharged from the hospital, we wouldn't be able to look it up. At this moment, Hyun was standing right behind him. He heard the staff say that and sighed, it's already late. At this moment, Hyun asked who he was, making the boy startled and turned around to look. Hyun and the guy stared at each other. The boy now realized, Hyun introduced himself, I'm Kang Hian, I heard him call my name. The young man was confused, rummaging around in his vest pocket, wanting to get something. About that, he waited a moment. He gave Hyun a business card, he introduced himself, I'm Shin Tae-jul. Hyun reads the business card, surprised, the execution suite is safe, the special ability management team. Hyun asked in surprise, why are government people looking for me? At the grill, the grilled meat is sizzling. In the grill shop, Hyun asked the guy wearing a vest, is it really okay? This restaurant is very expensive. The guy in the vest said, you don't need to worry, no problem. Hyun laughed comfortably, it turns out I got my tax money back this way. Shin Tae-jul was speechless after hearing that. Hyun asked with a serious face, so? Hyun said to Tae-jul, are you telling me to join the government? Tae-jul said, of course we are not forcing, just making a suggestion. Hyun scratched his chin and thought, I'll become a civil servant, what's the point? Tejil seriously explained to Hyun, we are not simply civil servants. To cope with the changing future, the country has established an organization, which is the Special Ability Management Team. Tejil continued, because the government has determined that controlling capable people is impossible. The growing number of capable people not only cannot be controlled by force, but confronting them also brings no benefit. While flipping the meat, Tejil continued to explain to Hyun, so we decided to build on a mutually supportive relationship, maximizing support for them instead of confrontation. Hyun realized, it turns out, when he saw Tejil flipping the meat, Hyun frowned, why did he grill the meat like that? Hyun bluntly asked Tejil, so what would be the benefit for me if I join? Tejil replied, the biggest benefit is of course money, we will provide full finances so that you won't have any difficulties during your operations. Tejil also said one more sentence to strengthen Hyun's confidence in the government, and if anything happens to your safety, we will take lifelong responsibility for your relatives, ensuring a treatment level equivalent to someone who has contributed to the country. Hyun frowned in thought, saying, the conditions are good, but there's definitely a lot of work to be done, right? After listening, Tejil leisurely said, I don't deny it, however, we won't make unreasonable or unfair demands for you. Tejil continued to explain to Hyun, as long as you continue to maintain your current life, and only when we ask for help, you need to appear. Hyun thought after listening, the conditions are not bad. Tejil also continues to tell us, by the way, the leader of the Ability Alliance Choi Dong-woo, the guild leader Han Se-yeon of the Dangun Guild is also cooperating with us. Hyun rested his chin, thinking, still doing that, then, Hyun spoke up, let's try it once and see. Dusk falls. In Gyeonggi-do, Suwon, vicinity of Dan's old research site. Hyun put his hands in his pockets and walked quietly on the road, he sighed, and even brought the car closer to this area, not knowing if the car was still intact after that trouble. At this moment, someone called Hyun, Kang Hian, drawing Hyun's attention. The person who came is Sung-ah. Hyun was surprised to see that it was her who came, but he didn't remember her name, so he mistakenly said it as Shin So. She didn't care, she went up and told Hyun her name again, my name is Shin Sung-ah, Hyun-ah. Hyun looked at the paper bag in Sung-ah's hand, said, this is. Hyun looked in Sung-ah's bag, inside were countless magic crystals that she collected last time. Sung-ah spoke up, apologizing for being late. Hyun picked up the bag full of magic crystals and looked at it. Sung-ah continued, I intended to give it right away, but because he collapsed, he had to be taken to the emergency room. Hyun heard this and widened her eyes, saying, could it be, I don't know if I'll come back or not, but you're still waiting here to return this to me. Sung-ah replied straightforwardly, yes. At this moment Hyun thought to herself, what kind of person is so rigid? Hyun rubbed his head and told Sung-ah, just take it. Sung-ah said frankly, no, I promised you. Hyun heard that and didn't need to be polite anymore, took his bag and left, then I'll say thank you for your concern. Then Hyun left, Sung-ah still stood there looking back at his back. Then suddenly she called out, Kang Hian, making Hyun who was walking startled and turned around to look. Sung-ah bowed down. Then she shyly spoke up, can't you accept me as your disciple? Hyun was startled when he heard this, what? Where the mountains are rolling, the moon shines brightly like this. There's a dungeon in the forest. This is the F-rank dungeon Kirka Barak. Late at night in the forest there was a coughing sound. The lich hid in the forest. The lich thought, I didn't expect to be cornered by humans like this. The lich was beaten to pieces and hid somewhere in the forest. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, it turns out you're here. The person who came was Choi Min-jun, his voice caught the leech's attention. Min-jun put his hands in his pockets, arrogantly said, it's not worthy of the final boss of a level D dungeon. The player Min-jun smirked, lich dens. The lich got angry when he heard this and asked, who are you? Choi Min-jun feel free to talk to the lich, don't be so wary, I'm not your enemy, I will free you. Min-jun asked the lich, what do you think? After hearing that, the lich looked at Min-jun in panic. Min-jun used magic, he smirked and said, hey, dens. Min-jun's magic exploded, he held out his hand and asked, please cooperate with me. In a familiar, rich, classic Korean house. Sung-ah sat in the room, seriously introducing, I'm Shin Sung-ah, nice to meet you. Yu-song frowned and didn't say anything when he saw Sung-ah. Then he turned around and teased Hyun, I thought you'd never be able to recruit members because you don't have any friends. Hyun heard this and screamed, what do you mean, kid? Hyun said uncomfortably, hey, who said I don't have friends? I still have 1 or 2 friends, Yun felt uncomfortable, frowned and thought, wondering if what she said was true. Then he happily told Yusong, but I won the bet to recruit members, so please pay for the meal as promised. After listening, Yusong could only sigh, I always pay. Then Yusong generously waved his hand, then, okay, I admit I lost this bet, but. Yusong looked at Sung Ah, frowning, he said, you have to pass the test to join our guild, can we go to the dungeon now? Sung Ah felt tense when he heard this, saying, ah yes, of course I have no problem with that. But when he saw Yusong's evil smile, Hian immediately understood, I see, he only did that because he wanted to hunt. After that, they arrived at a Harpy Cliff level D dungeon. As soon as they entered, a bird-shaped monster swooped down to attack them. This one is much bigger than the ones the three of them just took down. Sung Ah seriously raised his bow and took aim. The arrow shot away with a whooshing sound. Then the arrow shot straight into the monster's forehead. After that, she went closer to the monster to dig up the magic stone. Hyun saw that and told her not to handle it too carefully, you know, if it's inconvenient for you. But Sung Ah interrupted him, it's okay, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat, continued, I like doing that. Yusong smirked, looked at Hyun and said, bro, that's also money, you shouldn't waste it, because you don't have money yet. Hyun heard that and didn't give up, he turned to Yusong and said, who said I don't have money, earning money is more beneficial, you know that, how about you, why don't you go pick up cores? Then Yusong arrogantly said to Hyun, you nasty devil, I already have a ton of money. Hyun suddenly felt something. Then he quickly took out his weapon, he said, hey, on Yusong, you felt it too. Hyun's sudden action was noticed by Yusong, he was still bewildered, what? Then Yusong also focused on feeling something. Then he regained his joking expression and began casting his magic. Sung Ah also felt strange seeing their status change, she asked, what's wrong with you two? Hyun closes his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and swung his fist. He punched straight into the space in front of him. Immediately a pile of blood splattered into the air. Their attacker revealed his true form immediately. Then he fell to the ground. His face was swollen, his whole body was shaking, and drool was flowing out. Hyun finished fighting and asked Yusong, what is this? And Yusong gave a scary smile and said, his stealth skills are impressive. Then Yusong spoke up to explain to Hyun, normally I have a good feeling about these things, but I didn't notice until he came so close, because there was no murderous intent, so it seems he wasn't aiming at us. Sung Ah heard the movement and walked closer to them. Hyun said, but I guess he didn't come here with good intentions, something stinks. Yusong was unusually good-natured today, saying, maybe just a competent passerby. His words stunned Hyun and Sung Ah, he continued, and if that's true then it was a provocative attack, bro. Hyun twirled his wrist after the punch, sneaking behind someone's back in the dungeon was obviously doing something bad, he deserved the beating. Hyun frowned and continued, and, I had a feeling about something. Hyun went to sign a contract with the government. Tejal adjusted the file, then told Hyun, this is the completed contract, please preserve it. Hyun is serious, sure, just contact me if anything happens. Tejal held the file and spoke up, I'm sorry but, I want to warn you about something. Tejal asked Hyun, do you know about the recent series of terrorist attacks in the dungeon? Hyun listened, touched his chin and thought for a moment then said, oh that, it was the case of someone intentionally flooding the dungeon. Tejal said seriously, yes, we caught the tail of that force, and are currently searching for their head. Tejal spoke up, soon, a large-scale attack will be carried out under the government's orders, I need your help Kang Hian. The guy who was beaten by Hyun was splashed with water to wake him up. That guy was tied up tightly, as soon as he was splashed with water, he woke up, he gritted his teeth and asked in fear, what is this? Hyun approached him and asked, he's awake. That guy was tied up tightly, confused, not understanding what was going on, here, why am I tied up so tightly? He screamed in panic, who are you, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking, he had to hold his breath because of the stench emanating from his body. He was scared, thinking, what the hell is this smell? Hyun also noticed his unusual behavior, he said, sorry about that, originally intended to wake you up with water, but we didn't have much water left. Therefore, they came up with another way, they used urine and harpy bladder. That guy was dumbfounded after hearing that. He asked confusedly, what? That guy kept vomiting when he smelled this disgusting smell. He looked at Hyun's group viciously, crazy guy, monster urine spilled on others. He shouted in frustration when he smelled the foul odor on him. Hyo coldly said to him, "Now, it's time to answer." Hian sat down and looked at him, making him scared. He deliberately made a scary face and asked, "Is it you?" Then you continued to interrogate him, making him scared, because Hian suspected he was a dungeon terrorist. He bowed his head and smiled. Then he said proudly, "Terrorist, that's what they called us." Then he suddenly spoke hysterically, about his ideals, "You know nothing about the noble purpose behind our actions." Hian listened but refused. He didn't care, his face was indifferent. He scratched his ear and said, "I don't care about any noble purpose. Whatever you know, spit it out quickly and I'll let it go." In the dungeon, the terrorist's shrill scream rang out like a pissed-off pig. Dusk falls. Tijil rushed over. "Kang Hian, you caught the terrorists." Hian carried the terrorist by the neck, handed him over to the Tijil people. "Yes, they are." That guy was beaten so badly by Hian, his parents didn't recognize him. He begged Tijil and the others, "Arrest me, please." Tijil saw the terrorist being beaten until his face was swollen, asked Hian why he was like this. Hian pretended not to know, blatantly lying, "I don't know, maybe he was tortured by harpies." Then Tijil's people came forward to take on that terrorist. Tijil said, "Anyway, we'll take care of it from here." The two people who followed Tijil took the terrorist by the armpits and left, while Tijil stood and said, "Thank you to Hian, thank you for your cooperation." At this moment, Yusong poked his head out from behind Hian. "We met again, government brother." Tijil bowed to Yusong. "Yes, on Yusong, hello." Hian saw that and coldly asked, "You two know each other?" Tijil explains, On Yusong was also a recruitment target, but he refused immediately. Yusong shrugged, said, "Working for the government is not fun." Hian heard that and thought, "You really don't miss anything, right?" Tijil, after handing over the work, said goodbye, and then, "It's already late, there are also outsiders here, we'll discuss the details tomorrow," Tijil said to Hian and then left. The dark night passes. Dawn comes again. Tijil put down the coffee cup, told Hian, "The terrorist's name is Young Sheik." Tijil pulled out a chair, sat down opposite Hian. His unique ability was to hide himself. It seemed he held an important position in the organization. Hian heard that. He also hummed and replied, "Ah yes, but right now he was thinking, actually I've heard it before." Tijil discussed with Hian, "Thanks to this, we have found their base. As I mentioned, we plan to launch a large-scale attack. The time is 2 weeks from today." Hian heard that and felt quite suspicious, so he asked again, 2 weeks, why do you have to prepare for 2 weeks, can't you attack right away?" Tijil was also helpless, said, "The news that China just finished cleaning the first sea-level gate in the world a few days ago, you also know." Hian replied, "I think I saw it on the news." Tijil bowed his head thoughtfully and said, "So this will be quick, that the danger level of the dungeon increases exponentially." He raised his head, his face serious, and said to Hian, "There were about 1,200 people deployed for the hunt, more than half of the 12,000 people lost their lives." Hian was extremely shocked when he heard this. After that, Tijil got very serious and discussed with Hian and Kang Hian, because he had entered a D-level dungeon alone, so he must know that, obviously, just by going up 1 level, it is said that the number of people needed will double. Hian heard this and frowned, thinking, finally, it's possible to get promoted, they said the number of people needs to double. Hian crossed his arms and thought, I always go alone, so I don't know. Tijil continued, China's tactics are human wave tactics, but that is their failure. The number is significant, but the average capacity is not high. Then, Tijil seriously looked at Hian and said, so we are choosing an elite team, to hunt Gate C appearing in Gangnam, Venandi Forest. This statement of Tijil successfully attracted Hyun's attention. Hyun asked Tijil, is there really a need to hunt it? The first title China has already taken. As long as we destroy the core periodically we can prevent the dungeon from opening. Hyun didn't understand, asked Tijil, what's the use of hunting it now? Tijil was surprised to hear Hyun's question because of his sudden intelligence. He analyzed the situation surprisingly accurately. But Hyun didn't seem to understand his dirty sentence, so he asked again, surprised. Tijil took a sip of coffee. Then he put the cup down. He seriously said to Hyun, who do you think I am? The problem is, we have never successfully hunted a normal core. Tijil said nervously, this situation, the dungeon will open in 2 weeks, announcement, remaining time for Venandi Sea Forest to open, 12 days 9 hours 26 minutes and 37 seconds. Tijil couldn't help but announce the real situation to Hyun. The dungeon monster capable of handling hundreds of fake abilities, would be released in the middle of a crowded Seoul. Hian was completely scared when he heard this. Tejal saw his worries and comforted him. Of course we are carefully preparing for it, considering the special location and danger level of the dungeon. Experts believe that the damage will surpass the first dungeon opened. Hian held his chin and seriously told Tejal, "This is urgent, because you took the time to talk to me in such a busy situation. You are inviting me to join, right?" Tejal nodded and said, "Yes, but I don't fully understand the rules, but personal participation in this hunt is not allowed." After that, Tejal asked for help, making Hian stunned. "So I ask you, Kang Hian, can you form an association?" Afraid that Hian wouldn't agree, Tejal kept saying, "I know you usually like to play alone, but can you bear with it for once and help for the good of the nation?" Tejal kept talking, surprising Hian. "Of course we will take care of the complicated procedures, we will also spare no effort to support." Hian sighed, held his head and said, "This time I'll let it go." He thought to himself, "And I'm also planning to create a party, this is what you've given me," he thought happily. It's true that a good life will be rewarded. In a coffee shop with a modern feel. Hian prepared his paper and pen, crossed his arms and said seriously, "Okay, now we will choose and finalize the guild name." Sitting across from him is a bewildered Sung-ah and a bored Yusong. Yusong shrugged and asked, "Now, but it's just the three of us." Hian explains to Yusong, "For some reason that problem has already been resolved, we met with the government people yesterday, remember, so." Outside the cafe, there is a bustling scene of people living. Yusong widened his eyes and opened his mouth to ask, "Really, a sea-level dungeon strategy?" Yusong laughed happily, "That sounds interesting, just as expected for you, Kang Hian, you are manipulating the government from behind the scenes, right?" Hian was speechless after listening. "No, it's not like that." Sung-ah respects Hian very much, so say, "You can feel free to talk to me, Kang Hian, I'm currently in a position as a member, Hian is not a literary acquaintance, frankly speaking, I have nothing to say, but I'll go to the procedures." He rested his chin and closed his eyes thoughtfully. Hian spoke up, "Anyway, this is an extremely important step to decide the future development direction of our association, we have already discussed the terms." Hian raised his hand, "First of all, we won't participate in unnecessary wars." After finishing speaking, Hian stared at Yusong, giving him goosebumps. Yusong asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Hian pointed at him and said, "You should be the one to notice that better than anyone else. Second, we will return that what we received." Yusong listened and asked again, "Both kindness and resentment and anger, right?" Hian said seriously, "That's right, I don't like being a bastard and even more greedy." And third and last, Hian declared, "We will become stronger than anyone else." After giving the above three terms, Hian asked two group members for their opinions. "Do they have any opinions?" Yusong said excitedly, "It sounds good, even though it's a bit hard to listen to." Sung-ah also expressed his opinion, "I also think it's okay, I will keep those three things in mind." Hian took a sip of coffee, said, "Good, next is the guild name, do you two have any good suggestions?" Yusong came up with the name of the crazy guild just like him, "So what about Madman Guild, the guild of crazy people?" Hian refused without hesitation, "The name is not something to joke about, take it seriously." Yusong is still crazy thinking of another name, "So what about lunatic, the possession of a crazy person?" Hian is quite excited about this name after hearing it, "It sounds good, what does it mean?" Yusong answered with a straight face, "It was those crazy people." Hian was speechless after listening, thinking, "Why is everything so crazy?" Hian turned to ask the most normal person in the group, "Sung-ah, do you have any ideas for rewards?" Sung-ah was a bit surprised, "An idea for a guild name?" Sung-ah rested her chin and thought, "Let's see." Then she said a name that sounds even more bananas than Yusong's name, "So what about Kang Hian and his strong friends?" This name also makes Hian fall backwards, this girl can't help it all. Hian sighed, thinking. He clicked his pen, as if he had thought of a name for the group, "So let me decide quickly." Yusong laughed loudly when he saw Hian writing furiously on paper. Yusong said, "It's not like you're older, so you should have a better name." Hian put the pen down really hard. Then he held up the paper with the association's name written on it for the two of them to see, asking what they thought. Yusong and Sung-ah looked at the guild name. Yusong thought thoughtfully. Then two of them spoke up, "Not bad," the other one said, "I also think it's okay." In a certain bar under magical lights. Luxurious wine bottles were neatly arranged, a person's voice rang out in surprise, Young Sik had been arrested. "The girl is reporting the situation to Choi Min-jun." "Yes, that's correct, Choi Min-jun." Choi Min-jun shook the glass of wine in his hand, thoughtful. He remembers, Jong Young-sik, he is not a warrior who brings much value, but the ability to plunder is a skill that is difficult to replace and find in someone else. Minute-jun thought, it seems like his plan to disrupt his opponent's calculations failed. Choi Min-jun asked the assistant, who did it? The assistant didn't understand, asked again, sorry. Choi Min-jun lost patience and asked again, who captured Jong Young-sik, who did that? The assistant heard that and reported that, according to the investigation, it was a person named Kang Hian. Choi Min-jun took a sip of wine, thinking, Kang Hian. In April, he faced the mutant Keika at the ability training school. And in that widespread chaos that was difficult to control, he single-handedly stopped the riot in Daeunce's research room. Choi Min-jun gritted his teeth in anger. No matter what he said, he was truly a troublesome person. Choi Min-jun put the wine glass on the table and asked the assistant, what about the results of the stimulants? The assistant seemed afraid that Min-jun would take action on him. He obediently said, we need more time. There are some things that are causing delays in suppressing the test subjects. Minute-jun used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and said, hearing that the job was not going well at all, trying to speed up the process no matter the cost. Then he narrowed his eyes and radiated power to threaten the assistant, unless she personally wanted to become a test specimen. The assistant heard this and was extremely scared. She stammered in response, yes, it's clear. On the internet, articles about strategies for sea-level dungeons are being headlined like crazy by journalists. And this news also attracted a lot of public attention. But most people are skeptical about the government's combat plan. The participating associations are led by the Dangun Association. When netizens heard the news announced, they did not seem surprised because Dangun is the strongest guild. The second association to participate is the Awaken Ability Alliance. When the public sees a photo of their group's awakening abilities, they can only immerse themselves in the beauty and handsomeness of the members of the group. And the third association is the Hworyong Association. This group seems a bit hooligan at first glance. And netizens are also a group that only knows how to look at their faces, judging the strength of the guild based on the group's unremarkable appearance. The fourth is the Immortal Society like medieval heroes. The comments seemed enthusiastic when they saw Yop 123 groups all present. Thursday is the Guardian Association. Netizens judging by the situation also feel that this association is very good. Sixth is the Dark Knights Guild. Netizens had funny comments when they saw their armor. The combat armor was a bit funny but it didn't look too good. At this time, when seeing the names of some associations not being popular, countless negative comments appeared online. At this time in the meeting room, there were footsteps running and people talking. We were a bit late. They walked quickly into the meeting room. Led by Hyun, he said, hello, guys. Raise your hand. Hello everyone, I'm Kang Hian, the leader of the badass group of bastards. I hope you can help me. Funny thing is, a burly guy like Hyun is wearing a Pororo penguin shirt, and it seems like the shirt can't handle his oversized body. Hyun smiled complacently, being late from the first meeting. Later, everyone called this the first disaster the Korean Association encountered. Of course the incident would become clear later.